When Achilles returned to storm territory, Clay and the others had already been back for 2 days. The Lyman Wolf tribe members were still awaiting proper arrangements. Therefore, the first thing Achilles did upon his return was to address the situation of the Lyman Wolf tribe. "Garcia, Gavin, have you completed the organization of the Lyman Wolf tribe?" Achilles asked, looking for the 2 individuals currently responsible for managing the affairs of the Lyman Wolf tribe. "Sir," replied Gavin, a second-tier elderly Lyman Wolf humanoid, "we have completed the census and the company formed within Storm Territory is also fully assembled." Gavin then reported specific data to Achilles, while Jenkins meticulously recorded everything, as it would all be relevant to his work later on. Achilles listened attentively and nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to Garcia. "Garcia, are you sure you want to lead the Lyman Wolf Company and join the military? Mia said you were the best candidate to become the tribe's chieftain. Once you join the military, you won't be able to manage the affairs of the tribe anymore." The company, formed from the Lyman Wolf tribe, was led by this young second-tier Lyman Wolf humanoid, accompanied by 2 middle-aged first-tier Lyman Wolf humanoids. This clearly showed how much effort the Lyman Wolf tribe was putting into forming a military force for their territory. "Yes, sir, I have made my decision," Garcia said firmly. He had experienced the darkest times of the Lyman Wolf tribe, and he desperately wanted to become stronger. Joining the military was the best opportunity for him to do so. "All right, since you've decided, then go out there and make a name for yourself in the military. Captain Parker will explain the military regulations to you later." Achilles nodded. After signing contracts with 8 Lyman Wolf humanoid professionals, Achilles handed over the Lyman Wolf Company to Captain Parker. To ensure fairness, Achilles didn't give the Lyman Wolf Company any distinctive names. Instead, he followed the established order of companies within Storm Territory. The company was designated as the 11th Storm Guard Company, with Garcia, a second-tier intermediate warrior, as its captain, and Benedict and Bryant, both first-tier novice warriors, as his deputies. After equipping them with standard military gear, the 11th Storm Guard Company would become one of the strongest companies in Storm Territory. In the 1st and 2nd Infantry Squads, several individuals have already reached the peak of elite warrior status. They are likely to be promoted to junior warriors soon, at which point the strength of the 1st and 2nd Infantry Squads will no longer be inferior to that of the 11th Infantry Squad. After arranging matters for the 11th Infantry Squad, Achilles chose a suitable location about 2 kilometers east of Storm Territory for the Lyman Wolf tribe and established a village there. Initially, Achilles would provide them with all necessary supplies, even building red brick houses for them free of charge. The Lyman Wolf tribe then needs to focus on cultivating farmland. After 1 year, Achilles will stop providing food and other supplies, and after 2 years, he will begin collecting taxes. After settling the Lyman Wolf tribe, Achilles rested for 3 days. From helping Archibald obtain the blue snowflake to unexpectedly capturing Bennett and then not returning to Storm Territory, followed by news from the Lyman Wolf tribe and subsequently leading troops to the Misty Valley, he had been busy for nearly a month. As a noble lord, Achilles definitely needed some rest, because in a few days it would be time for spring planting, and he would have to start working again. During these few days of rest, old Justin actually made progress in learning magic. "He's quite quick," Achilles said with satisfaction upon hearing that old Justin had started learning magic. It seems that even at his age, the innate advantages of an elemental child are still significant. Achilles then went to old Justin's residence. "Sir," old Justin greeted him. Congratulations on becoming a mage. Here's a gift for you," Achilles said, handing old Justin 3 first-tier and 2 second-tier wind attribute magic cores, along with 5 vials of first-tier meditation potions. These magic cores were obtained from that 5th-level assassin of the Eye Society, and they are perfect for old Justin, who is an elemental child of the wind element. The meditation potion was something he had made later. "Thank you, sir." "Sir, now that I've started learning magic, can I go to Frostmoon City?" old Justin asked. "Yes, I came to talk to you about that. In a few days, it will be time for spring planting. After I handle the matters related to spring planting, we will leave together. Over the next few days, prepare some strong liquor, brown sugar, seafood, refined sea salt, pheasant feathers, and wolf's fire gunpowder. Take them to Frostmoon City for sale. Kip's guard unit has been prepared for you. They are elite soldiers equipped with second-tier magical crossbows. Additionally, you can select 50 individuals from the contract laborers. They can serve as regular soldiers or help you with various tasks. You should personally choose them, Achilles said slowly. Due to the expansion of the Storm Brewery, the salt works and the sugar refinery, and the construction of storm cannons and storm ballistae, Achilles had signed contracts with many laborers. After all, the production techniques in these factories were relatively simple. Although storm territory is currently sivelated, once these goods begin to be sold on a large scale, it's inevitable that some people will try to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, Achilles insists that all workers in these 3 factories, as well as the technicians at the brick kiln and adobe factory, must sign contracts. Otherwise, Achilles wouldn't feel comfortable. "Sir, are you going with us?" Old Justin asked, surprised to hear that Achilles was joining the expedition. "No, I'm only going to Grey Fortress to handle some matters. It's also a good opportunity to greet Archibald. He has friends in Frostmoon City and perhaps they can help you," Achilles explained. Later, Achilles explained some things related to breaking through as a mage to old Justin, especially the techniques for learning spells and creating spell models. He also talked about the 3 magical professions, potion making, enchantment, and rune magic, so that old Justin could get an early understanding of them. Once he advances to a full-fledged mage, he can choose a magical profession that suits him. Although Achilles doesn't have any 0-level wind-based spells, he does have 2 0-level spells with no specific element, minor healing and stimulation. He can let old Justin practice them during his apprenticeship. Finally, before leaving, Achilles also gave old Justin a selection of wind-based spells ranging from 1st to 3rd level. After resting for 3 days, Achilles began preparing for this year's spring planting. The amount of land being cultivated this year is several thousand acres more than last year. In particular, the dry land specifically used for growing sugar beets. After the population increased last year, Achilles had a total of 5,000 acres cleared for this purpose. This wild sugar beet doesn't require deep plowing, so it's much faster to cultivate than grain fields. Once Achilles had completed all the preliminary preparations, time once again arrived on March 16th. This marked the beginning of Achilles' 2nd spring planting season at Biofeng Ranch. When the spring planting season officially began and all preparations were progressing smoothly, Achilles entrusted the subsequent tasks to Jenkins. Then, Achilles himself set out with Archibald and Mia, accompanied by Justin's team. He also brought along Bennett. Because Bennett had lost his right hand, significantly reducing his combat effectiveness, Achilles wasn't keen on keeping him around. Therefore, after carefully documenting everything Bennett knew about the Crown Prince and Fis, Achilles prepared to hand him over to Haley. Only someone of Haley's stature, a powerful noble with real influence, could truly utilize Bennett's value. Once Bennett was in Haley's hands, the Crown Prince's good times were likely coming to an end. He would either die or suffer greatly. 4 days later, Achilles and his group arrived at Grey Fortress. Achilles still kept Mia outside the fortress, and Bennett was also left behind. There were undoubtedly spies of the Crown Prince within Grey Fortress, so it was best to be cautious. Upon entering Grey Fortress, Achilles and his companions found a place to stay. They had a lot to deal with this time, and they might need to remain in Grey Fortress for several days. Just as Achilles was settling in, Archibald came looking for him. "Ha, brother Achilles, why didn't you let me know you were coming to Grey Fortress? And why are you staying outside? Come on over to my place, it's huge." "Captain Archibald, thank you for your kindness, but it would be too much trouble. As you can see, I have a lot of people and goods here." Achilles declined Archibald's offer. Archibald glanced at the numerous items scattered around. "Brother Achilles, are you planning to transport all this to Frostmoon City to sell? I can certainly put in a good word for you with my comrades and ensure that the military doesn't cause you any trouble. But what about other merchant guilds? I might not be able to help you there." "Don't worry, Captain Archibald. I've already made preparations. You just need to help me resolve the issue with the Northeastern Legion. Of course, I will definitely fulfill my obligations and won't let you down. As for any other problems, I plan to send Mo Ching to handle them." Achilles replied, "With 4 Tier 4 warriors on hand, and if you register the Merchant Guild under my name, as long as you don't make the business too big, it should be fine." Archibald nodded. Archibald knew that Mo Ching was a Tier 4 warrior because he had participated in the Blue Snow Valley operation before. "Yes, I understand. I won't expand the business significantly for now. I need to establish a solid foundation first." "All right, then leave these matters to my subordinates. Come on, let's go have a drink at my place. Archibald then instructed his personal guard captain to personally take old Justin to handle the Merchant Guild registration. Since Frostmoon City is a royal territory, conducting business there requires official approval and payment of taxes. After giving old Justin some instructions, Achilles followed Archibald and left. Inside Archibald's mansion, you've broken through to Tier 6 Golden Knight. It's only been a month. Achilles was surprised to hear that Archibald had advanced to Tier 6, especially considering he had only obtained the Blue Snow Flower Potion for about a month. It was quite fast, mainly because the alchemist successfully created the potion and he got lucky enough to succeed with 2 batches. He gave me a discount on the second batch of Blue Snow potions, knowing that I would likely advance to Tier 6 Golden Knight. Here's the 4th level section of the Wind Affinity meditation technique you wanted. Archibald then took out 2 scrolls and handed them to Achilles. And here's a Tier 5 magic scroll. It contains a 5th circle attack spell, 5 fireballs, which is quite powerful. Achilles didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the scrolls. He looked at the magic scroll in his hand and couldn't help but wonder. This mage is a fire-type magician, not a wind-type? Yes, he is. Otherwise, why would he so easily trade away a wind affinity meditation technique? Archibald knew what Achilles was thinking. This gave Achilles some new ideas. Archibald knew what Achilles was thinking. This gave Achilles some new ideas. Archibald's meditation technique could only be cultivated up to Tier 3. To continue his training, he would need to find a higher-level fire-type meditation technique for him. However, Achilles just had these thoughts. He didn't have anything suitable to trade at the moment. He certainly wouldn't offer the Shadow Affinity meditation technique. Dark magic users are not well regarded in the Alpha Kingdom, and Achilles doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. So, Achilles had to put that matter aside for now and turned his attention to Archibald's plans. Having been promoted to a 6th rank Golden Knight, Archibald was eligible to apply for a transfer and promotion within the kingdom's military structure. However, it seemed Archibald had other ideas. I'm not ready to leave Grey Fortress just yet, he said. Although I've been promoted to a 6th rank Golden Knight, given my age and experience, I might not be able to secure a good position elsewhere. If I were to transfer from Grey Fortress, I would likely end up as a subordinate somewhere. It would be better for me to remain here as a military officer, which would give me more opportunities to earn merit. So, for now, my plan is to stay at Grey Fortress and wait for the next orcish incursion from the south. Once I've earned enough merit and resources, I can then consider transferring to another unit, perhaps finding a better opportunity. Besides, Brother Achilles has just stabilized Storm territory and hasn't yet experienced an orcish invasion. If I stay here, we can support each other. Achilles considered Archibald's words and realized that he was right. Archibald remaining at Grey Fortress would indeed be more beneficial to Storm territory. Otherwise, if Archibald were to leave and someone who wasn't on good terms with Achilles were appointed as the commander of the 8th Battalion, it could cause a lot of trouble, especially considering the influence of the eldest prince. Therefore, Achilles felt that he should also start thinking about this matter. He needed to pay attention to potential candidates who might be sent to Grey Fortress to replace Archibald, and if necessary, support someone who would be beneficial to him in taking on that role. Achilles then asked for Archibald's help. Don't worry, I understand what you're concerned about, Archibald replied. I will start looking for suitable candidates to replace me. And besides, there's at least a year, maybe even 2 or 3 years before the next orcish incursion from the south. That should be enough time for Brother Achilles to strengthen Storm territory. Seeing that Archibald understood his intentions, Achilles didn't say anything more and simply expressed his gratitude again. After finishing their conversation with Archibald, Achilles took his leave. After leaving Archibald's residence, Achilles immediately asked Clay, who had just arrived, "Did you make contact with the people arranged by Haley?" "Yes, sir," Clay replied. "We have made contact with them. You can meet them at any time." As soon as Achilles entered Grey Fortress, he sent Clay to find the individuals that Haley had placed there, with the intention of handing Bennett over to them so they could take him back to Tulip City. While drinking at Archibald's residence, Achilles sensed a subtle hostility directed towards him. Now that he was outside, this feeling of malice still lingered, indicating someone was following him. Achilles suspected it might be someone from the Crown Prince's faction. Therefore, Achilles decided to return home first. Besides, he was quite drunk, and it wouldn't be appropriate to meet with others in that state. Back at his residence, after making some arrangements, Achilles began studying the second and third level spells of the Earth School of Magic. He had fallen far behind. While mages were already at the third level, he hadn't even mastered a single second-level spell. He needed to catch up quickly. The next day, around noon, Achilles and Archibald, after disguising themselves, left their residence through the back door. They first visited the slave market, then, using his ability to sense malice, Achilles shook off those who were following him. Afterward, under Archibald's guidance, they arrived at a tavern. Archibald spoke with the manager, and they were led to a private room. "What would you like to drink, gentlemen?" "2 beers will be fine," Archibald instructed. After the manager left, Archibald introduced Achilles to the situation. "Sir, this is the outpost that Lady Haley has arranged at Grey Fortress. I have already informed the tavern manager of my identity and our request. The person in charge of this place should come to meet us shortly." Achilles nodded silently. At that moment, a mature and beautiful woman entered the room carrying 2 beers. She placed the beers on the table and bowed to Achilles. "I have met Lord Achilles." "You know me?" Achilles looked up at the woman in surprise. "Of course, you are my master's husband. How could I not recognize you?" The woman smiled and then sat down. Archibald seemed to realize who the woman was and exclaimed in surprise, "Lady Rose." It was clear that Archibald recognized her. "Oh, it's Archibald. You're doing well following Lord Achilles. Have even been promoted to a second-level knight. Keep up the good work," said the woman named Rose teasingly. "Lady Rose is too kind," Archibald replied calmly. He then introduced her to Achilles. "Sir, this is Lady Rose, one of the 12 flowers who serve Lady Haley." Achilles looked at the woman in front of him. 12 flowers? His wife, whom he hadn't even met yet, had 12 flowers? His wife, whom he hadn't even met yet, had 12 women serving her. He immediately asked, "Lady Rose, have you been stationed at Grey Fortress all this time?" "Of course not. A frontline military fortress like this isn't a place for someone like me to stay long-term. I only arrived recently, shortly after delivering the information about the Shadow Eye assassins. Lady Angelia sent me here to investigate the Shadow Eye organization, and I was also supposed to help you deal with that Shadow Eye organization. And I was also supposed to help you deal with that Shadow Eye assassin. But it seems my arrival might be a bit redundant. Has that Shadow Eye 5th-tier assassin already been killed by you?" Rose explained, seemingly certain that Achilles had already encountered the Shadow Eye's 5th-tier assassin. However, Achilles didn't immediately answer Rose's question. Instead, he asked, "Wait, are you 5th tier? Are you concealing your true strength?" Knowing that the Shadow Eye assassin was 5th tier and that she claimed to be here to help him, it implied she was also at least 5th tier. But everyone who enters Grey Fortress needs to be registered. If someone of 5th tier level entered, Archibald would definitely have informed him, "Of course I'm 5th tier. Otherwise, how could I possibly help you? And didn't I say that people like me aren't meant to stay here for long? It would cause trouble." Rose replied matter-of-factly before quickly continuing. "Lord Achilles, you haven't answered my question yet. That Shadow Eye 5th-tier assassin was assigned to me by Lady Angelia. Surely you want me to return and report on the mission." She then looked at Achilles with a pitiful expression. Achilles was speechless. Why would someone of your level need to act so cute and beg for attention? However, he was quite surprised that Lady Angelia had sent a 5th-tier individual to help him deal with a Shadow Eye 5th-tier assassin. After thinking for a moment, Achilles said directly, "Yes, I killed him. His body is still being kept in storm territory. If you need it to report back, I can have someone send it to you." The Shadow Eye assassin was already a problem, and Achilles couldn't redeem her for merits. He could simply sell her to Rose if she wanted her, which would divert the Shadow Eye's attention towards the Tulip family. Since the Tulip family is large and powerful, they wouldn't have to worry about retaliation from the Shadow Eye. "So you really killed him? I didn't expect Lord Achilles to be so formidable." Rose was genuinely surprised. She hadn't been pretending. She had simply asked out of curiosity. In her opinion, Achilles must have known about the Shadow Eye's assassination attempt and prepared accordingly, successfully repelling the assassination attempt and prepared accordingly, successfully repelling the assassin. Shadow Eye assassins usually lie low after a failed assassination attempt, patiently waiting for their target to relax their guard. But it seems this one was just foolishly killed by Achilles. After thinking for a moment, Rose agreed to Achilles' suggestion. "Then please send him over. You killed a Shadow Eye assassin but have been concealing it and not redeeming any merits, probably because you were worried about retaliation from the Shadow Eye. Achilles nodded, acknowledging his concern. He then proceeded to explain the main purpose of his visit. Also, I have someone here that I'd like you to give to Ms. Rose, so she can deliver him to Haley. Who is it? Rose asked. But before Achilles could answer, she suddenly realized. Bennett! You caught Bennett! You're right, it's Bennett! I accidentally bumped into him and managed to capture him, Achilles said. Rose's lips twitched slightly after hearing this. Accidentally bumped into him, and then you just happened to catch him? Do you know how many people from the Flower Shadow faction were chasing after Bennett only for him to escape? Now you say you accidentally caught him. If Joseph finds out about this, he'll probably die of frustration. Thinking about this, Rose couldn't help but smile inwardly, eager to see Joseph's reaction. All right, she said, give him to me. I'll take him with me. Where should I give him to you? Bennett definitely can't be brought into Grey Fortress. There are probably a lot of people from the Great Prince there. Also, I suffered some losses while capturing Bennett, and he's currently occupying my 5th-rank slave binding rune. Miss Rose, what do you think? While asking about how to transfer Bennett, Achilles seized the opportunity to complain and try to get something in return. After all, he was broke. Hearing Achilles' words, Rose looked at him with a strange expression. She had met Achilles before in Tulip City. At that time, she saw him as an innocent and shy young boy. But now, how could he suddenly become so shameless? He was actually complaining to her and trying to get something from her. Then, with a smile on her face, she asked Achilles, "What exactly does Lord Achilles want? I can report it to my master." "Do you have to report it? Just tell me how much a 5th-rank slave binding rune is worth, and give me whatever you think is appropriate. I don't understand these things anyway. As for my losses, just give me some 3rd-rank alchemy recipes or 4th or 5th-rank fire element meditation techniques. You can decide what to give," Achilles said. After hearing this, Rose frowned and looked at Achilles silently, without saying a word. This kid was being too demanding. He was casually asking for alchemy recipes and meditation techniques, as if they were cheap items. However, Achilles didn't care. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment was someone else's problem. So he took a step back and said, "If you don't have those, then just give me 1 3rd-rank alchemy recipe. But it must be for knights or mages. That's the minimum requirement, otherwise I'll really lose out." "All right," Rose replied, "but I can only report this to my master. Whether or not I can provide what you want is not up to me." Rose realized she had underestimated Achilles' ability to brush off criticism, so she decided not to waste her breath arguing with him. After agreeing on the time and location for the handover, Rose prepared to let Achilles leave. However, just as he was about to go, Rose suddenly remembered something. "Achilles, is the Lanchi family's operation also your doing?" "No." Achilles immediately denied it without thinking. After seeing Achilles off, Rose secretly thought to herself, "It seems that the Lanchi family's 3 squads are all under storm territory. This little Achilles' abilities are quite mysterious. Should I go investigate?" However, she quickly dismissed the idea and decided to report back to Haley first before taking any action. After Achilles left the tavern with Clay, Clay reminded him, "Sir, you answered too readily just now. Rose hadn't even asked what was going on with the Lanchi family, and you immediately said there was nothing. That's a bit." "I know," Achilles replied, "but I did it intentionally to prevent her from asking more questions. By the way, what are these 12 flowers you mentioned?" "The 12 flowers are part of Haley's Flower Shadow Squad. The Flower Shadow Squad is divided into the 12 flowers and the 12 shadows. They only obey Haley's orders. As for the rest, I don't know much about them. The Flower Shadow Squad is very secretive, especially the 12 shadows. I haven't seen any of them," Clay explained. Achilles nodded thoughtfully. It seemed to be Haley's personal armed force. After they returned to their lodgings, Achilles asked Clay to contact Mia and have her return to Storm Territory to find Archibald and bring the corpse of that God-Eye Guild 5th-tier mage assassin to the outskirts of Grey Fortress. In the following days, Achilles first found Archibald and asked him to purchase 300 war horses, 500 draft horses, 200 oxen, and 300 sets of bows and arrows, which would cost a total of 30,000 gold coins. Then, Achilles needed 2 master-level blacksmiths who could forge iron armor for the cavalry unit he was planning to form. However, Archibald said that he couldn't find anyone like that. Archibald also told Achilles that master-level blacksmiths who could forge iron armor were very expensive and difficult to find in the kingdom of Alpha. He estimated that they would have to be purchased from slave traders in other countries. After hearing this, Achilles went to the slave market and found Jethro, the slave trader he had dealt with before, and ordered him to acquire 2 master-level blacksmith slaves. Jethro quoted a price of 4,500 gold coins, requiring a down payment of 2,000 gold coins, and he would take at least 6 months to fulfill the order. Achilles hadn't expected it to be so expensive. It was even more expensive than contracts for second-tier professionals. However, Achilles ultimately gritted his teeth and paid the deposit because the iron ore mining in Storm territory had already begun to exceed demand, and he would also need to expand the cavalry unit later, making purchasing master-level blacksmiths a more cost-effective option. 6 days later, when the time agreed upon with Rose arrived, Achilles bid farewell to Archibald. As he was leaving, Archibald handed Achilles the 6th-tier fire elemental core that he had just obtained. He didn't want to be noticed by the 8th-tier black and white giant bears. After Achilles purchased the war horses and oxen, Archibald would send people to deliver them to the bank of the Cane River, where they would be handed over to Achilles as representatives. Subsequently, after leaving Grey Fortress, Achilles, accompanied by Bennett and Clay, ventured deeper into the Grey Mountains in search of Rose. Mia remained behind. "Rose, madam," Achilles said, holding up a slave collar. "This is the body of the 5th-rank assassin from the Eye of God Guild who tried to kill me." Upon seeing the corpse of the Eye of God's 5th-rank assassin, Rose was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that the assassin sent to kill Achilles would be a fellow 5th-rank mage. This made Rose even more curious about the strength of Storm territory. After all, mages are very skilled at disguising themselves, and their attacks are often more lethal than those of knights. Especially for mages above the 3rd rank, they can unleash offensive spells silently, making it difficult for opponents to defend against. "It seems I need to report this to my mistress when I return. Her husband appears to be quite formidable now," Rose remarked. Rose then reached out and the corpse of the Eye of God's 5th-rank assassin vanished. She then produced a pair of slave collars and handed them to Achilles. "Here are the slave collars for now." Achilles accepted the 5th-rank slave collars and thought to himself with some amusement, "It seems my wife is very wealthy. Even one of her subordinates possesses a storage ring with a capacity exceeding 2 cubic meters." After completing the transaction, Rose led Bennett deeper into the Grey Mountains, clearly knowing a hidden path that traversed the mountain range. Richard then wasted no time and, after reuniting with Mia and the others outside the Grey Mountains, returned to Storm territory. Upon returning to Storm territory, Achilles instructed Clay to select 50 individuals from the entire army who possessed both equestrian talent and experience. He then selected another 50 people from among the serf auxiliaries to form a cavalry squadron. Once the war horses arrived, training could begin. Achilles had not yet decided on the candidates for captain and deputy captain of the squadron. After arranging the details for the cavalry squadron, Achilles resumed his studies of magic. After 10 days, he finally mastered a second circle spell, Petrify. He then immediately allocated all available attribute points to it. Petrify, second circle spell. 2nd rank, maximized. Just as Achilles was preparing to learn the stone skin spell, Wendy suddenly summoned him, saying that Odrin seemed to be about to advance in rank. The little unicorn was about to reach the 2nd rank again. It had only been a short time since its previous advancement. Magical beasts typically have slow growth rates due to their long lifespans and lack of inherent limitations. However, this little unicorn has only recently been born, yet it is already on the verge of reaching the 2nd rank, faster than even human geniuses with access to magical potions. The Dragon Pearl seems to be providing significant assistance. This was a good thing for Achilles. The faster it advanced, the sooner it would be able to work for him. Immediately afterward, Achilles rushed to the bay, intending to bring the young coon out of the bay and into a higher realm. This was to prevent any stray dragon energy from remaining in the bay after the ascension, which could potentially cause trouble. After arriving at the bay, Achilles took Audrin to a location 20 kilometers east of the bay with Windy. They allowed it to evolve there. Achilles also set up an invisible barrier around Audrin to conceal its aura during the evolution process. 3 days later, Achilles sensed through his spiritual connection that Odron had successfully evolved into a second-tier magical beast. Meanwhile, Wendy began helping Odron absorb the excess Jiaolong energy it was emitting, which originated from its draconic lineage. According to Wendy, the amount of Jiaolong energy being released this time was half again as much as before. If Achilles hadn't set up the invisible barrier, that energy could have spread for a kilometer, which would have been extremely dangerous. The ocean is teeming with magical beasts, and there are also numerous naga and sea monsters. If any of those creatures or naga detected the Jiaolong energy, it was highly likely that other powerful magical beasts or naga would come looking for trouble. It seems that when Odron evolves into a third-tier beast next time, we either need to prepare a second-tier concealment array for it, or let it evolve in the northeastern part of Storm Territory Peninsula, Achilles thought silently, considering his options. Otherwise, this peaceful little bay might not stay so peaceful. After Audron's Jiaolong energy was properly contained, Achilles had Wendy take it back to Storm Territory Bay. Achilles himself went to the cave of the Black and Lyman Giant Panda, to deliver a 6th-tier fire elemental core. Panda had reminded him several times already, this guy might be a heavy drinker, but he has an excellent memory. After delivering the core to Panda, Achilles went to North Castle to check on the progress of its construction. Although they were currently engaged in spring planting, the addition of the pig-headed slave laborers hadn't significantly slowed down the construction speed. The castle walls are now about 3 to 4 meters high. Achilles estimated that the wall section should be completed by the end of this year, and then he could come back and use his petrification spell to reinforce it. However, just as Achilles was finishing his inspection of the castle walls and heading back, a sudden wave of malicious intent washed over him. Achilles immediately became alert, thinking to himself, "It's not coming from the pig-headed slaves. Someone else is infiltrated." Achilles then followed the direction of the malicious energy, moving silently towards a small grove of trees where it was emanating from. To Achilles' surprise, the source of that unusual malice turned out to be a first-tier magical beast, a white owl. Is this a mage's familiar? Upon seeing the white owl, Achilles immediately suspected that it was a magical beast belonging to a mage. Otherwise, a white owl wouldn't typically be out in the daytime, and there's no reason for it to have malicious intent towards him. Achilles then tried taking a detour through the brick factory, and surprisingly, the owl actually followed him. It seems that a mage has come to this territory to investigate, Achilles thought silently. He's not very powerful and doesn't pose a threat to me. Could he be someone from the Great Prince? Just then, Achilles noticed that some of the serfs at the brick factory were trying to catch a storm petrel, presumably for food. Achilles immediately had an idea. He caught a live storm petrel and used a domination contract to enslave it. To his surprise, it worked. The domination contract is much more powerful than magical enslavement, he thought. Magical enslavement typically only works on creatures with strong willpower. Ordinary animals have very weak willpower, weaker even than that of an average human child, and therefore cannot withstand the mental pressure of magical enslavement. But a domination contract could do it. Next, Achilles used the domination contract to make the storm petrel follow a white owl. The white owl wasn't particularly fast, so the ordinary bird was easily able to keep up. 2 days later, the storm petrel returned to storm territory. It had located the wizard's location. However, since the storm petrel was just an ordinary magical beast, Achilles couldn't communicate with it mentally. Even when he had instructed it to follow the white owl, he had to use a lot of gestures to make sure it understood. Now, the storm petrel started chattering and gesturing excitedly at Achilles. What is it saying? Achilles wondered, completely bewildered. Achilles simply shrugged and let the storm petrel lead him to the wizard's location. After a long journey, as dusk approached, the storm petrel led Achilles and his companions to the northern forest of Storm Territory Peninsula. This guy actually hid here, Achilles muttered. No wonder the patrol teams in the territory have never found any trace of him. The wizard's white owl wasn't out today, so Achilles didn't have to worry about alerting it. Achilles followed the storm petrel into the forest and eventually found the wizard. However, the wizard was also very alert. When Achilles and his companions arrived, the wizard immediately spotted them. Achilles ordered Mordo and Mia to rush forward and capture the wizard. But the wizard wasn't weak either. He was a 4th-tier water mage. So, Achilles joined the fight, but he didn't use his enchanted arrows. He wanted to try and capture the wizard alive. If he used arrows, he might not have time to use the domination contract. To prevent the wizard from committing suicide, Achilles chose to engage in close combat. At the same time, he released the storm petrel from the domination contract, freeing up a slot for another creature. After a while of fighting, Achilles saw an opportunity and suddenly unleashed his 5x speed ability. He instantly closed the distance between himself and the 4th-tier mage and stabbed him through the shoulder with his enchanted longsword, pinning him to the ground. He then pinned the wizard's head down and began forcefully using the power of the domination contract. The sudden mental assault caused immense pain and made the 4th-tier mage frantically resist. Mia and Mordo quickly rushed forward to help Achilles subdue the wizard. After a full hour of fighting, Achilles finally collapsed on the ground, exhausted. "It's so difficult to form a contract with a mage," Achilles sighed, slumping to the ground. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Immediately afterward, Achilles asked, "Who are you?" "My lord, I am an undercover agent from the Eye of God Guild." Because mages naturally possess strong mental fortitude, it was far more difficult for Achilles to use the dominance contract to enslave this 4th-tier grand mage than it would have been to enslave a 4th-tier minotaur. However, he succeeded. Achilles was somewhat surprised by the identity of his captive. "Does the Eye Society know that the 5th-tier mage who attempted to assassinate me is already dead?" Due to the Alpha Kingdom's relentless pursuit of the Eye Society, communication within the organization has significantly decreased. They typically only contact each other once a year. Therefore, logically speaking, the Eye Society shouldn't have sent anyone at this time. "My lord," the enslaved 4th-tier grand mage said slowly, "we were unaware of the situation here and wouldn't normally come to investigate. However, Prince Caleb of the Alpha Kingdom has been urging us to eliminate you as quickly as possible. The organization places great importance on Prince Caleb, hoping to use him to improve the Eye Society's standing in the Alpha Kingdom. That's why I was sent here to scout the area." It was that same prince again. Upon hearing this, Achilles' face darkened. He then asked about the Eye Society, but the Grand Mage named Puss knew very little. Perhaps the Eye Society is truly intimidated by the Alpha Kingdom. Currently, communication within the organization mostly occurs through single lines. Only 2 6th-tier assassins responsible for this region possess contact information and lists of all members, and even they are divided into groups of roughly equal size to prevent a complete wipeout. Finding no useful information, Achilles copied a duplicate of the Grand Mage's water magic techniques and meditation methods. He also took all the usable magical crystals and cores from him. He then instructed the captive to remain there, where he would wait for a month before returning to report that they had found no trace of the 5th-tier assassin and that the strongest individual in Storm Territory was only a 5th-tier silver warrior, among other vague pieces of information. After all, this 4th-tier Grand Mage himself was using a snowy hour reconnaissance, so if he knew too much, it would be suspicious. A month from now, something should happen with Haley, and by then, Prince Caleb will likely have more pressing matters to attend to than bothering Achilles. The Eye of God Guild organization would certainly not get involved in such messy affairs. Their current situation is already precarious. The 5th-level demon mage assassin they sent was killed by the Tulip family. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to send more people to assassinate targets in Storm Territory, fearing they would fall into another trap set by the Tulip family. After returning to Storm Territory, Achilles began studying earth magic again. Once he mastered Stone Skin, he started learning the 3rd-tier spell, Earth Flow Wall, while also beginning his training in the Phantom Meditation technique. After all, Phantom Meditation can be cultivated up to the 7th level, and the dark magic spells Achilles possesses are among the most powerful currently available. Dark magic is likely the primary offensive method for mages at the 3rd and 4th levels. While Achilles was diligently studying, the military strength of Storm Territory was also rapidly increasing. First, there was Wendy, the child of the life element. After being spurred on by both Archibald and Achilles, she finally started to work hard. Shortly after Achilles mastered Stone Skin, Wendy successfully advanced to a 3rd-level senior mage. She then eagerly sought out Achilles to share her good news and strongly requested that they renew their contract immediately. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel comfortable with Achilles. This left Achilles speechless. "I'm the one who should be worried about you." However, Achilles did sign the new contract. It was indeed safer, and this would likely be the last time he entered into such a contract. Once he reaches the 4th or 5th level, contract scrolls will become difficult to obtain. because contract scrolls are of limited use for high-ranking nobles, while smaller nobles rarely reach the 4th or 5th levels. Therefore, these 3rd level and above contract scrolls have no market, and naturally, no one is willing to produce them. After Wendy's advancement, Storm Territory experienced a surge in professionals. This was because Achilles' Storm Territory had been established for over a year, with numerous battles fought. Combined with regular training and the supply of monster meat, the original group of elite soldiers and apprentice knights who were still alive had all reached their peak potential, with virtually no injuries. Some talented peasant soldiers had also reached their peak. During the 2 months that Achilles was focused on his studies, these elite soldiers and apprentice knights gradually used potions to break through their limits, although some succeeded while others failed. The number of basic profession units in Storm Territory has gradually reached the standard for a kingdom-level force. Especially regarding the Knight Squads, the previously transferred Krei Knight Squad from Tulip Territory has now had all its members promoted to full knights. The newly formed Knight Squads have also become apprentice knights. In addition to Krei's Beastmaster Knight Squad, the Knight Squads led by Roger, Eric, and Thomas have also reached an elite level. Among them, Hill, under Roger's command, has been promoted to a first-class knight. The new Knight Squad led by Ingmar, Tobin, and Fletcher was merged into the newly formed cavalry company. Ingmar and Tobin were selected as the company commanders, with Fletcher serving as their deputies. Levin will then instruct Krei and his team to begin training successors, because they can only stay in Storm Territory for 2 years, and that time is now less than a year. After that, they will return to Tulip Territory. However, Levin will still try to talk to Krei and his team, hoping they will consider staying. He could also use his merits to redeem them from the contract they signed with the Tulip family, provided they agree. Compared to the significant increase in the number of knights, a large number of infantry soldiers have also been promoted. Currently, the 1st Infantry Company, including Captain Parker, has 6 first-class warriors. The 2nd Infantry Company has 5 first-class warriors, while the 3rd and 4th Companies each have 4. The 5th and 6th Companies each have 3, and the 7th through 10th Companies each have 3. And the 7th through 10th Companies each have 2. There were no changes in the 11th Infantry Company. However, all necessary equipment has been issued, and the strength of the Lyman Wolf subrace has significantly improved. The archery units have been expanded to 2 companies, with Will and Lori leading one each. Currently, each company has 2 first-class warriors and 20 senior archers. In the personal guard unit, in addition to Kip, who went to Frostmoon City, and George, who manages the Storm Territory cannons, there are now 4 first-class soldiers. Therefore, within the military structure of Storm Territory, there are currently 2 3rd-level mages, 1 5th-level mage, 1 2nd-level mage, 44 first-class warriors, 1 2nd-class knight, 13 first-class knights, for a total of 62 professionals. After finishing his training, Levin immediately reviewed Jenkins' report and nodded approvingly. The better my territory develops, the more time I'll have to study magic. Otherwise, how am I supposed to learn all those spells with 10 different attributes? Whether it was in terms of knightly skills or magic, Achilles' progress was rapid due to his solid foundation. He quickly advanced in both martial techniques and spells. Subsequently, Achilles allocated all available attribute points to maximize the effectiveness of each newly acquired skill. Soul Manipulation, Tier 3 Advanced Mage. 0-10,000. Death Illusion, Tier 1 Spell. Tier 1, Maximized Touch of Death. Tier 2 Spell. Tier 2, Maximized. Earthflow Wall, Tier 3 Spell. Tier 3, Maximized. Earthflow Wall, Tier 3, Maximized. Golden Whirlwind Slash, Tier 4, Maximized. Meteor Arrow Technique, Tier 3, Maximized. Chasing Wind Arrow Technique, Tier 4, 2/10, Tier 3, Maximized. Attribute points, 7,387. For now, this is enough. Achilles thought silently. I'll wait until I reach Tier 4 to learn the Tier 5 Sword Technique, Lightning Strike, and the Tier 3 spell, Summoning of the Dead. I should also hold off on learning wind and water manipulation techniques. He then asked Mia, "Mia, has Clay returned?" Achilles had ended his training early not to investigate the military situation, but because Clay had brought him a message. Lady Haley had sent a Tier 3 Knight training potion to Clay, asking whether Achilles wanted it delivered directly, or if he would come and collect it himself. This was incredibly exciting for Achilles. He hadn't expected that Lady Haley would actually provide him with a Tier 3 Knight training potion, and without any conditions attached. However, he couldn't understand why the potion had been sent to Clay instead of directly to the Shadow Agency headquarters. Clay probably didn't understand either, but he was hesitant to have his subordinates deliver it, so he asked Achilles first. Achilles then instructed Clay to go to Grey Fortress to retrieve the Tier 3 Knight Training Potion. "My lord," Mia replied. "Clay just returned this morning." It's about what I estimated. Have him come to the reception room now." "Yes, sir." Mia then instructed Horus to go find Clay, which made Achilles both amused and exasperated. The captain of the personal guard had become Mia's errand boy. Half an hour later, in the reception room of the Baron's estate. "Sir, this is what you requested." Clay arrived first and handed Achilles the Tier 3 training potion formula. Please sit down. Tell me what you found out." Instead of immediately opening the formula, Achilles asked Clay about the situation. Achilles had sent Clay to gather information not only about the potion formula, but also about the recent activities of the Crown Prince. The assassins from the Eye of God Guild organization had been dispatched over 2 months ago, and yet they hadn't contacted him. This indicated that something was definitely happening with Haley. "Sir," Clay said he doesn't know much. "Currently, he only has information about the Frostmoon province," Clay reported. "It seems that the Crown Prince's influence in the Frostmoon province has completely withdrawn. The captain of the 2nd Battalion at Makar Fortress and the deputy commander of the 6th Battalion at Puss Fortress have both requested transfers simultaneously. Furthermore, many officers in Frostmoon City have also been transferred or retired, likely all loyal to the Crown Prince. And it seems that Fis, the eldest son of the ranch family, has had his claim to the succession revoked and has already left Frostmoon City, returning to the capital city of Changlan. As for news from the mainland and the capital, Captain Clay hasn't been able to gather any information yet." Clay slowly reported the information he had gathered from Grey Fortress. Achilles raised an eyebrow after hearing this. He thought to himself, what kind of secret deal has Haley made with the Crown Prince? Why has the Crown Prince completely withdrawn his forces from the Frostmoon province? Could it be related to the upcoming war against the orcs in the south? Perhaps he withdrew from the Frostmoon province to ensure the safety of Storm territory during that conflict. After a moment of contemplation, Achilles gave up. He realized that with only information from the Frostmoon province, it was impossible to analyze anything useful, because the most crucial information was still located in the capital city, Changlan City. Without that intelligence, it would be impossible to know how far along Haley and the Crown Prince had progressed. So, Achilles sent Clay back. Then, he examined the Tier 3 Knight Training Potion ingredients that Haley had sent. Upon opening it, he found Flaming Serpent Potion, with its primary ingredient being the gallbladder of a Tier 3 Flaming Serpent, and auxiliary ingredients like no-need grass and water orchid. A Flaming Serpent Potion? It's this kind of potion. Haley actually managed to obtain the formula for such a powerful concoction. She's truly remarkable. However, this makes crafting potions much easier for me now. Achilles was both surprised and delighted by the potion recipe. The Flaming Serpent Potion was a military-grade potion used by the elite Flaming Serpent Legion of the kingdom. It was something that ordinary people simply couldn't obtain. The most significant characteristic of this potion was its primary ingredient, the gallbladder of the Flaming Serpent. These magical beasts were very common in the Alpha Kingdom, found in large numbers throughout both the southern regions and the northern wilderness mountains. Therefore, obtaining them was relatively easy, and their abundance made them suitable for supplying an entire legion. After reviewing the potion recipe, Achilles rested for 3 days and also inspected his territory. He learned that the Arrow Tree Grove had yielded another harvest, producing 492 Tier 1 arrow trees and 385 Tier 2 arrow trees, which was better than last year. Achilles decided that in the future, he wouldn't directly sell the arrow trees. Instead, he would have Archibald use them to create enchanted arrows. After ensuring a sufficient supply for his own needs, the surplus could be sold. Regarding the water lily and mutated wind thistle, which were the primary ingredients for mage training potions, Achilles instructed Archibald to continue expanding their cultivation on a larger scale. He temporarily postponed harvesting them for potion crafting because the territory currently lacked Tier 1 and Tier 2 mages. Furthermore, other areas of the territory were also developing steadily. The housing in the Lyman Wolf village had been completed, and the Lyman Wolf subraces were happily moving into their new homes. They had never seen such beautiful houses before. This significantly reduced their previous anxieties and fears. Now, under the leadership of their new chieftain, Gavin, they were learning about modern farming tools from the territory's serfs and cultivating land for themselves. After inspecting his territory, Achilles led a team of beast knights consisting of Mia, Wendy, Mordo, and Clay out of storm territory, heading towards the barrens to hunt flame serpents. The general strength of a flame serpent is at level 3. Most individuals reach this level by adulthood, although very few, such as queens or exceptionally powerful serpents, can attain level 4. Although there are many flame serpents, they are not social creatures. They only gather together during mating season. Therefore, for this hunting expedition, Achilles only brought a small group of people, which made things easier. Within this vast mountain range, the area with the highest concentration of flame serpents is near the former Goblin tribe's territory, located between the Pighead Valley and the Swift Wolf territory. Carton was familiar with that area. Currently, there are no large tribes in this region. The main inhabitants are a few small orcish tribes led by level 4 leaders, along with some scattered orcs tribes led by level 4 leaders, along with some scattered orcs. However, these tribes and individual orcs do not have fixed settlements. The scattered orcs wander aimlessly, while the smaller tribes frequently migrate to avoid being wiped out by humans. Following Carlton's guidance, Achilles and his group arrived at the former Goblin tribe's territory and began their hunt for flame serpents. "Sir," Carlton suddenly approached Achilles and reported, "I think I may have found a level 4 flame serpent queen." "Oh, a level 4 queen, lead us there quickly," Achilles said excitedly. "The venom of a level 3 flame serpent can be used to create 5 doses of flame serpent potion. The venom from a level 4 flame serpent after being diluted can produce 50 doses of the same potion. If they could hunt down 2 or 3 level 4 flame serpents, this hunting expedition could be concluded early." "Sir, follow me," Carlton said as he led the way. "I've found traces of many flame serpents in a dense forest not far from here. I believe it was likely caused by the queen attracting a large number of males during mating." When everyone arrived at the dense forest, they indeed discovered numerous signs of flame serpents, which appeared to be remnants from their mating activities. The time since these traces were left seemed relatively recent. Achilles confirmed this and immediately used his earth tremor technique to scan the area. He detected movement from a magical beast approximately 1 kilometer north. "It's in the north," he said. Then, Achilles led the group in pursuit. Generally, after mating, flame serpents don't stray far. They choose a suitable spot nearby to rest and wait for egg laying. It was June, which is precisely the time of year when flame serpents lay their eggs. Using his earthquake technique, Achilles accurately located the nest of the female flame serpent. This particular serpent had indeed just laid her eggs recently. If they had arrived even a little later, the female might have already left. Next, without much difficulty, Achilles and his companions killed the 4-level female flame serpent and collected its gallbladder. Carlton and Clay then proceeded to break down and pack the remains of the 4-level flame serpent. The serpent's skin is an excellent material for enchanted armor, and the meat can accelerate the training speed of soldiers. While Clay and his team were packing up the remains of the female flame serpent, Achilles looked at the 6 intact eggs remaining in the nest and asked Wendy, "Wendy, can you hatch these eggs and tame them?" "I think I can, but I haven't tried it before," Wendy replied uncertainly. "Then take them back and try." So, Achilles instructed Clay and his team to carefully pack the 6 eggs. Over the next 15 days, the group hunted in this area, killing a total of 16 3-level flame serpents and 2 4-level flame serpents, which was enough to produce 180 doses of flame serpent potion, sufficient for Achilles to advance to the 4th-level Grand Knight rank. Then, Achilles led the group back. However, as Achilles and his party were leaving the Wildlands mountain range and had just reached the Cane River, they suddenly spotted Lyle in the distance. "Sir, our tribe has been attacked by a mage. Only Dane and I managed to escape." Lyle rushed forward anxiously and reported. "What mage? Where did he come from?" Achilles asked, somewhat puzzled. As long as Lyle and Dane were safe, Achilles wasn't overly concerned about the other scattered orcs. There are plenty of them in the Wildlands mountain range. However, the sudden appearance of a mage attacking Lyle's tribe was something that needed to be investigated. "Sir, there was only one attacker, a 4th-level fire mage, and he had a 4th-level corpse puppet with him. He must have sensed the magical barrier set up by the adults, so he snuck out at night and crossed the barrier before I and Dane could arrive. We couldn't defeat him in the valley, so we were forced to retreat. Just one person? A corpse demon puppet? Or an evil mage? Achilles speculated when he heard that there was only one person. A fire-based mage with a corpse demon puppet. It must be an evil mage. Creating a 4th-tier corpse demon puppet requires refining a large amount of essence and soul energy. Clay, Wendy, you take the flame serpent eggs and other things and return to storm territory. I'll go see where this mage came from. Since there was only one person and just a 4th-tier grand mage, Achilles, along with Mia and Carlton, plus Lyle and Dane, would be enough. When Achilles and his companions arrived at the Pighead Valley, they found that the 4th-tier grand mage was studying the wolf dance magical formation left by Achilles, and he was also interrogating several goblinoids. After using the earthquake spell to scan the surroundings and confirming that there were no other hidden individuals, Achilles first used a 5th-tier enslavement ring to control Dane, then broke the dominance pact with Dane. This freed up a slot for Achilles' own dominance pact. If he had the opportunity, Achilles still wanted to use the dominance pact to control this evil mage. With that, all the fire-based meditation techniques and spells that Archibald needed were taken care of at once. Achilles then instructed Mia to lead Lyle and the others in an attack on the evil mage, while he provided support from behind with his bow and arrows. After all, the evil mage wouldn't easily commit suicide. As soon as Mia and the others charged forward, the evil mage immediately unleashed a large fireball towards them, then quickly fled north into the forest. Sure enough, evil mages are extremely afraid of death. Seeing Mia, a 5th-tier mage, with several 4th-tier companions, he immediately wanted to escape. However, Achilles was well prepared and immediately used his meteor arrow technique, firing 5 arrows at the evil mage. One arrow hit the evil mage's thigh, while the other 4 were blocked by the corpse demon puppet. At that moment, Mia, who had dodged the fireball, rushed forward and entangled the 4th-tier corpse demon puppet, preventing the evil mage from using it to escape. Seeing this, Achilles was completely relieved. Now let's see where you can run. He then put away his bow and arrows and walked over. At that moment, the evil sorcerer was completely surrounded by Lyle, Dane, and Motuo. When Achilles emerged from the forest, the injured 4th-tier evil mage hadn't surrendered. Instead, he was constantly casting fire spells to attack Nuyi and their group. What surprised Achilles was that this evil mage didn't have a magic wand, yet his spellcasting speed was incredibly fast. Even while unable to move, he managed to fend off the attacks of 3 4th-tier orcs. Seeing this, Achilles quickly cast a ground spike spell once he was close enough, slightly disrupting the evil mage. Nuyi and the others saw their opportunity and were about to rush forward. However, something unexpected happened. The evil mage suddenly released numerous vengeful spirits from an unknown source. These spirits were extremely eerie and could disrupt one's mind, effectively blocking Nuyi and his companions. The evil mage then pulled out a bloody object that looked like a heart, which was still beating. "Ha ha ha, you insignificant creatures," the evil mage laughed maniacally. "You forced my hand. Now, let me show you the terror of demons." After laughing for a moment, the 4th-tier evil mage began using some kind of magic ritual, sacrificing the bloody heart and releasing the vengeful spirits. Immediately afterward, Achilles sensed a familiar yet terrifying aura. Damn it, hell, this madman is summoning demons from hell. The aura emanating from the evil mage was the same as that felt when the altar in Mist Valley was activated. An aura originating from hell. It was clear that the 4th-tier evil mage was attempting to summon a demon. Achilles couldn't understand how a fire magic user could possess such abilities. He immediately grabbed his enchanted bow and fired 6 arrows in rapid succession. He no longer cared about capturing him. This guy was too dangerous, so it was better to just kill him. However, the arrows were deflected by the vengeful spirits and the terrifying aura of hell, and none of them hit the evil mage. As Achilles watched, he saw a spatial rift appear behind the evil mage. The evil mage's body had become gaunt, as if all his blood had been drained. The vengeful spirits were also being one by one swallowed by the spatial rift. Warning: this area is extremely dangerous. A 6th-tier demon avatar is about to manifest. Danger! Achilles' expression grew increasingly grim. Even a danger warning had appeared, although it was only a level of danger. However, Achilles knew nothing about the methods used by demons. He gritted his teeth and ordered Nui and their group to force their way in. Achilles himself dropped his enchanted bow, drew his enchanted longsword, and charged forward. Achilles instructed Nui and Dane to block the remaining vengeful spirits, while allowing Carlton to use his body to shield him from the impact of the demonic energy. This allowed Achilles to reach the 4th level evil mage. Haha, even if you kill me, you can't stop the arrival of the demon. Kaha, even if you kill me, you can't stop the arrival of the demon. Come, let's all go to hell together and return to the embrace of the great Shadow Lord. The 4th level evil mage, seeing Achilles approaching, knew that his death was inevitable, yet he continued to laugh maniacally. This made Achilles, who had intended to behead him with a single sword, hesitate. Can't you kill him? He looked at the spatial rift slowly tearing open before him, and could even hear the eerie laughter emanating from within. Then, Achilles grabbed the 4th level evil mage's head and began to frantically use the power of the Dominator contract. At that moment, the 4th level evil mage had almost all of his power drained by this evil summoning ritual, leaving him with no ability to resist Achilles' actions. Ah! Achilles and the 4th level evil mage both screamed loudly at the same time. However, the 4th level evil mage's scream was one of pain, while Achilles' was a furious outburst of power. Achilles now had only one option: to try using the Dominator contract to control the 4th level evil mage and have him prevent the arrival of the demon avatar. If that failed, he would have to face the demon avatar in a difficult battle. Just as the rift to hell was growing larger, Achilles finally managed to enslave the evil mage. Immediately, he gave orders: stop the summoning immediately and bring back this demon from hell. Then, he began to gulp down restorative potions, and also offered some to the 4th level evil mage. Yes, master, said the 4th level evil mage after drinking a potion. He first gathered all the remaining vengeful spirits and then destroyed the remnants of the sacrificial flesh and heart. You bastard! What are you doing? You're my servant, yet you dare to betray me. The power I gave you. The demon from the rift in hell discovered the 4th level evil mage's actions and immediately roared angrily. Then, it unleashed a tremendous amount of power, attempting to forcibly tear open the rift and escape. Seeing this, the 4th level evil mage immediately began to draw magical runes, preparing a 4-ring spell, Fire Spirit Fury, to bombard the rift to hell. Ah, you damned vermin! How dare you attack me? When I capture your soul, I will make you experience all the tortures of hell. The fire magic from the 4th level evil mage struck the rift to hell, clearly hurting the demon, which only made it angrier. Master, I can only stop the summoning ritual, but I cannot forcibly prevent the demon from descending. To stop the demon's arrival, you must constantly attack and weaken its power so that it cannot forcibly tear open this rift. This is just a projection, without a physical body to support it. It can't exert much power, and the rift will close within 2 hours thanks to the world's energy. After casting a 4th-tier spell, the evil mage was visibly exhausted. He took a restorative potion while explaining to Achilles how to prevent the demons from arriving. Achilles immediately called Mia and the 2 cows over, and together they used their warrior blood energy to attack the black mist. As for Mordo, he had shielded Achilles from the strongest blast of hellish energy, but without enchanted armor, he was now beyond repair. The demons were constantly attacked by Achilles and his companions, preventing them from having enough power to tear open the rift further. Upon realizing that the rift was slowly starting to heal, they abandoned their plan to invade the Noah continent. Boy, said Lord Jasper, I, Lord Jasper, will remember you. After your death, I will find your soul in hell and show you what happens when you defy me. Lord Jasper left that harsh message and then disappeared through the rift. Achilles remained on high alert, watching the rift carefully. 2 hours later, the rift finally vanished completely due to the world's energy repairing it. Only then did Achilles truly relax. He immediately asked the 4th-tier evil mage about his identity, why he knew about hell, and how he could summon demons. Master, replied the mage, I'm from the Shadow Temple. My name is Torvald. I was once a slave mage in the Blackstone Kingdom, but I was discovered by a servant of the Shadow Temple and brought into the temple. The method I use to summon demons isn't just a simple spell. It's a contract-based exchange ritual. The Shadow Temple worships one of the 10 lords of hell, the Shadow Lord. All members of the temple can offer flesh and souls as sacrifices to the Shadow Lord in order to gain power, or to summon demons under the Shadow Lord's command to invade the Noah continent and help us. However, summoning demons requires a vast amount of flesh and souls. Otherwise, it will backfire and result in death. But most of the demons that are summoned are just projections, because our summoning spells are not complete. The rifts we create cannot contain the true bodies of the demons. Unless we find a gateway to hell and open it, those demons will lead their undead armies to invade the Noah continent, devour its souls and flesh, and use them to strengthen themselves. Achilles was stunned by what Torvald had said. He couldn't believe he had stumbled upon such an organization that could summon demons, and they were even followers of the Shadow Lord. Achilles had previously merged some memories from an ancient 7th-tier necromancer, so he knew exactly what kind of being the Shadow Lord was. It was a powerful entity far beyond the 10th-level legendary rank, one of the rulers of Hell, and a formidable figure in the entire multiverse. Later, Achilles asked Torvald for more information about the Shadow Temple. However, this necromancer from Puss knew very little. He only understood that the Shadow Temple was incredibly vast, and that his own branch was just a small part of its overall structure. The more Achilles inquired, the more astonished he became. This Shadow Temple was far more terrifying than the Eye Society, and it was definitely something he couldn't afford to provoke in his current state. He had to stay far away. He then asked, "Torvald, why is your casting speed so fast?" "Master," the evil sorcerer replied respectfully, "my innate magic allows for rapid casting." Innate magic? There was such a thing as innate magic. Achilles found it quite novel and continued to ask, "So, did you come to the Barren Mountains on your own to search for magical materials, or were you sent here on a mission?" "Master," Torvald replied, "I was sent by my superiors to locate a gateway to Hell. Recently, the temple detected traces of Hell's influence in the eastern part of the Barren Mountains and suspects there is a gateway there. However, after I arrived, using the Shadow Orb, I didn't detect any signs of Hell. So, I planned to control some orcs to help me investigate if there was anything unusual here. That's why I attacked that weak orc tribe. A gateway to Hell. A gateway to Hell in the Misty Valley." Achilles' expression grew increasingly serious after hearing this. The Shadow Temple had detected the gateway to Hell in the Misty Valley. If they found it and opened it, it would be disastrous. At that time, the entire eastern region of the Barren Mountains, including the Grey Mountains, would likely be consumed by Hell, and this area could become a battlefield between the Dawn Church and Hell. It seems I need to report this to the kingdom. The kingdom and the Dawn Church should handle the gateway to Hell in the Misty Valley. After thinking for a while, Achilles decided to report the existence of the gateway to Hell in the Misty Valley to the kingdom. Otherwise, the Shadow Temple would likely continue sending people to investigate, and he might not be able to stop them, and he could even get himself involved. After making his decision, Achilles went to Mordo's corpse and picked up the 4th grade enslavement ring. Ah, it's a shame. Mordo was still useful. Achilles sighed regretfully. He then put the 4th grade enslavement ring on Lyle's neck and broke the master contract with him. He re-established a contract with them. He re-established a contract with Dane and stored Dane's 5th grade enslavement ring. Then, Achilles left with Mia, Lyle, and the newly enslaved Torvald. As for the Pighead Valley, he would leave it to Dane for now. Lyle was wearing an enslavement ring and wasn't suitable to stay here. Furthermore, all the scattered orcs in the Pighead Valley were currently imprisoned by Torvald. The few orc craftsmen who had been tortured by him had already died from the recent surge of hellish energy, so Dane wouldn't need to explain anything. Just as Achilles and his companions were leaving, Torvald waved his hand towards the severely injured corpse golem, and it vanished without a trace. This made Achilles ask, "Torvald, is that magic ring you're wearing a storage ring? How much space does it have?" "Sir," Torvald replied, "I use a storage ring. It's only about 1 cubic meter in size. The bag I just took from the necromancer is called a soul pouch. While it has a large internal space, it's filled with heavy necrotic energy, making it suitable for storing vengeful spirits and undead creatures." Achilles nodded. He remembered something similar from the memories of the ancient necromantic mage he had absorbed. Achilles had planned to create his own soul pouch after mastering the 3rd-level spell, Summoning of the Dead, because that spell allows him to summon enemies he has just killed, while their souls are still tethered to the world, and reanimate them by binding them to their corpses, turning them into undead servants. However, these undead would be one level weaker than they were in life. These undead puppets are usually stored in spaces like soul pouches, which allows for easy transport and utilizes the necrotic energy within to sustain the undead. As they traveled back, Achilles went through Torvald's belongings again. He found 20,000 gold coins, a storage ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, 6 magic crystals, levels 2 and 3, several potions, a 5th level fire magic meditation technique, blazing meditation, fire spells from level 1 to 5. The most useful ones were the 2nd level chain of flames and flame arrow, the 3rd level shield of flame and fireball, the 4th level wrath of the phoenix, and the 5th level 5 fireballs. A summoning spell for a demon from hell, a soul pouch containing some vengeful spirits and 1 level 4 undead creature, various magical materials including necrotic stones used to create soul pouches. These stones can be artificially created, but it requires killing a large number of living beings. Creating a soul pouch only requires some dark magic materials and necrotic stones. It doesn't require the use of space-enhancing crystals like a storage ring. According to the memories of the ancient 7th level necromantic mage, the space formed by necrotic stones is essentially a primitive, low-quality miniature version of hell. Achilles returned the soul pouch to Torvald and instructed him to hide in the wildlands, pretending to continue his mission. Achilles was concerned that Torvald might have been marked by the Shadow Temple, and he didn't want to inadvertently lead them to storm territory. After Achilles and his companions left the wildlands, they didn't immediately return to storm territory, but instead headed towards Grey Fortress. Achilles intended for Archibald to report on the events in Mist Valley to the kingdom, as he wanted to avoid getting involved in those matters. However, he would instruct Archibald to only mention that there was a significant amount of necrotic energy present in Mist Valley, and not to mention anything about a hellish portal. He decided to keep the Shadow Temple a secret for now, as it was too sensitive an issue. If the kingdom knew about the situation in Mist Valley but didn't take action, then Achilles would entrust both the affairs of Puss and those related to the Shadow Temple to Haley, allowing her to handle them. Archibald was not capable of taking on the responsibilities associated with the Shadow Temple. The next day, after briefing Archibald, Achilles left Grey Fortress and returned to Storm Territory. Returning to Storm Territory, Achilles temporarily put the affairs of the Shadow Temple aside. With Storm Territory's current strength, worrying about that would be suicidal. He then summoned Archibald. Archibald, I've obtained a Tier 5 fire-based meditation technique and corresponding fire spells. However, with your current contribution to the territory, you might not be able to redeem them all. So, I'm going to deduct all of your territorial contributions and give you the meditation techniques and spells from Tiers 1 through 4. Once you accumulate more contributions in the future, you can redeem the Tier 5 ones. Archibald was overjoyed. He had previously thought he would only ever reach Tier 3 as a mage, but now he had the opportunity to possess a Tier 5 meditation technique. Meditation techniques for mages are extremely valuable, even in the southern continent where magic is prevalent. Techniques that can be cultivated to Tier 4 or higher are considered intermediate level and are typically only possessed by nobles. Commoners have no chance of obtaining them. Archibald then respectfully bowed to Achilles, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lord. Archibald will dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the territory and to serving you. He knew that Achilles was giving him a special favor. With his current contribution level, there's no way he could have earned enough to redeem a Tier 4 meditation technique, let alone the corresponding spells. Achilles had Archibald sit down and continued. However, Archibald, the fire-based meditation technique I obtained is called blazing meditation. You will need to start from scratch with this, which may take quite some time. Be prepared for that. Even though he already has a foundation in strength when switching to a different meditation technique, it still takes considerable time, even if it's faster than starting from zero. Achilles was able to master the soul meditation technique so quickly because he directly used attribute points to accelerate the process. Archibald smiled. It's okay, Lord. It's unavoidable. And I have prepared for this. I have Tier 1 water lily potions and Tier 2 wind thistle potions. But rest assured, those weren't deducted from my contributions. I have already given the corresponding gold coins to Uncle Justin. Ha ha ha, I know that. You wouldn't be accused of corruption. After you switch to blazing meditation this time, you probably won't need to change it again. This technique can be cultivated up to Tier 9. Once you reach Tier 5, I will find a way to get you the subsequent techniques. Achilles learned from Puss that the complete version of blazing meditation exists in the Blackstone Kingdom and can be cultivated up to Tier 9. Legendary Tier 10 cultivation methods are something one must discover on their own. There aren't any specific Tier 10 meditation techniques or breathing exercises. Lord, you're joking. I don't even know if I can reach Tier 4. How could I dare think about anything beyond that? Archibald said with a wry smile. You have to be confident, Achilles encouraged Archibald, then tossed him Nice's storage ring. This guy always looked incredibly envious whenever he saw Wendy using the awakening magic ring. When Achilles suddenly threw a ring at him, Archibald caught it and immediately recognized it, expressing his gratitude with renewed excitement. After asking Archibald some questions about enchantment constructs, Achilles went to rest. The next day, after raising his alchemy skill to level 3, Achilles began crafting the Flame Serpent Potion. At the same time, he also started studying the Wind Spirit Wings meditation technique. Time passed, and another 2 months went by. One day, after finishing a batch of Flame Serpent potions, Achilles felt that he had completed the 3rd stage of the Blazing Breath technique. I can advance to the next level, he thought. It's only been a year and a half to reach level 4, which is quite amazing. I should avoid going to Grey Fortress for a while. Then, Achilles added an attribute point to the Blazing Breath technique. Immediately, the life seed within him began to strengthen rapidly. The advancement from level 3 to 4 was significantly greater than the previous advancements. The transformation of the life seed was just as noticeable and took much longer, similar to the transformations he experienced when advancing to previous levels. It took a full 2 hours for Achilles' life seed to complete its transformation. At that moment, Achilles officially advanced to the rank of Grand Knight. He immediately opened his character panel to check his stats. Name, Achilles Louis. Basic skills, Blazing Breath Technique, Level 4 Grand Knight, Maximum. Chaos Meditation, Earth, Fire, Wind, Darkness. Level 3 Senior Mage, 0-100,000. Alchemy, Level 3, Maximum Array Magic. Level 3, Maximum Array Magic. Level 3, Maximum Lightning Strike. Level 5, Maximum. Attribute Points, 65. Unique Talents, Enhanced Precognition, Top Tier Provision, 0-100,000. Passively predict danger 6 times a day, within a range of 10 kilometers, with an effect lasting 5 days. Also able to sense malice directed towards you from within 2 kilometers. Extreme Speed, Top Tier Speed, 0-100,000. Increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by a factor of 5. Absolute Defense, Top Tier Defense, 0-100,000. Increases current physical defense, 0-100,000. Increases current physical defense, key defense, and magical mental defense by a factor of 5. Dominion Contract, Top Tier Contract, 0-100,000. Can forcibly establish an unequal contract when the other party is unable to resist and can override any existing contract. You can then control everything about the person bound by the contract. The contract level can only be 1 level higher than your own. Currently, you can bind up to 4 people, 4/4. Energy. Essence, 16,573. Can click to randomly awaken. Basic level enhancement. Panel function upgrades. Gain 1,000 attribute points daily. Cultivation methods will automatically merge and transform to become cultivation techniques suitable for the host. Any new cultivation methods acquired in the future will automatically integrate into the existing ones, increasing the overall limit. Achilles' heart stirred. He knew that meditation techniques could also be combined, but he had thought that, like combat skills, they would require mastering various techniques to their limits before gradually merging them. However, after advancing to the 4th rank and his stats improved, it automatically merged directly, and it merged into the multi-attribute meditation technique that Achilles desired most. Although currently it only encompasses earth, fire, wind, and darkness elements, he can simply learn other attribute meditation techniques later, which will then be automatically integrated into the chaotic meditation technique. In other words, after this, Achilles' progress as a mage would only require him to cultivate the chaotic meditation technique. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Next, Achilles sensed his spiritual realm. The various magical energies representing different attributes that were previously present now existed as only one color, chaotic energy. This is the spiritual energy generated by the chaotic meditation technique. In the future, when Achilles casts spells of different attributes, he won't have to go through the trouble of manipulating various meditation techniques. Achilles' current chaotic meditation technique can directly learn earth, fire, wind, and darkness spells, and he can also freely inscribe spells of these 4 attributes. Perfect. It perfectly complements my stats. Mastering 10 elemental systems doesn't seem so difficult now. After understanding the merged chaotic meditation technique, Achilles began to check other data on his stat panel and discovered that there was still no merge option for combat skills. The 3 4th-rank sword techniques and 1 5th-rank sword technique he currently possesses have all reached their limits, but they still cannot be merged. It's likely because he hasn't mastered enough sword techniques. Perhaps, once he masters a sufficient number of sword techniques, they might automatically merge into the combat skills that best suit him, just like the meditation techniques. Then there was Achilles' night breathing technique, which has also reached its 4th-rank limit. Next, Achilles has 2 choices for his nightly training. One is to use merit points to directly exchange for the subsequent stages of the flame-breathing technique from the kingdom. This is the fastest way to acquire the next stage of breathing techniques. However, the acquired breathing techniques can only be cultivated by himself, and the flame-breathing technique can only reach a maximum rank of Sky Knight, 8th rank. Another option would be to find a more powerful breathing technique, one that could directly reach the 9th level of the Sacred Realm. If he had such a technique, he wouldn't have to worry about breathing techniques anymore. However, these breathing techniques capable of reaching the 9th level are all held by the nobility and royal families. Even within the military's merit-based system, only breathing techniques up to the 8th level are available. This is why, for thousands of years, the Alpha Kingdom has only had a handful of powerful noble families. These noble families thrive because of their Sacred Realm heritage and the presence of powerful individuals with lifespans of 300 years. A family without someone possessing the power of the Sacred Realm simply cannot survive within the ranks of the nobility. They would eventually decline back to the rank of Viscount within a few centuries. The Alpha Kingdom operates on a merit-based system, so every century or so, some families accumulate enough merit to be elevated to the title of Count. However, even these families rarely last for more than 300 years. For Achilles to obtain a 9th-level breathing technique is not an easy task, unless he gets lucky and finds one unexpectedly in some ruins or similar place. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to acquire one from the current nobility. Therefore, Achilles can only currently use his merits to exchange for the subsequent flame-breathing technique, and then, once he has sufficient strength, try to find a way to obtain a 9th-level breathing technique. Next, Achilles checked his innate talent and discovered that breaking through to the ultimate level indeed required 100,000 energy essence. This meant either killing 1 6th-level creature or 10 5th-level creatures. Where am I going to find enough 5th and 6th-level creatures to kill? Achilles sighed, realizing that improving his innate talent became increasingly difficult as he progressed, and now he could awaken another innate talent, which was a happy problem to have. He then clicked on the option to randomly awaken an innate talent. A new column appeared on the panel. Ultimate Power. Initial Power. 0/100. Increases current physical strength, internal energy strength, and magical spirit power by 2x. Energy. Essence. 16,563. Next awakening requires a higher base level. Sure enough, it's another talent focused on power. This makes me even more well-rounded. Speed, defense, and now strength, all improving comprehensively. Achilles thought to himself as he saw the newly awakened power talent. My current strength can no longer be measured by levels alone. Next, he used the existing energy essence to directly boost his primary stats to the highest level, increasing them all by a factor of 5. After enhancing his strength attribute, Achilles closed the panel and ended this advancement training session. He would then wait for his other attributes to increase, which would allow him to advance his mage level to tier 4. Once he reached that level, he needed to quickly learn all the spells available to a tier 4 grand mage. Spells of tier 3 and 4 were no longer just supplementary tools for knights, they would become Achilles' primary means of combat. After finishing his training, Achilles rested for 3 days. His 2-month training period had mostly involved practicing night-reading techniques and combat skills, leaving him quite exhausted. If not for the fact that Achilles was still a Tier 3 senior mage and that Wendy could now create Tier 2 life springs, it would have been impossible for him to advance to a Tier 4 Grand Knight in just 2 months. After resting, Achilles began inspecting his territory with Jenkins's assistance. It was already late August, and the autumn harvest season was fast approaching. Therefore, Achilles needed to get a comprehensive understanding of the current situation within his territory so that he could identify areas for improvement and reinforcement after the harvest. First, he inspected the construction of North Castle, which was nearing completion. The addition of the Lyman Wolf subrace would likely allow them to finish building the walls ahead of schedule. The foundations for basic structures within the castle were also being laid. All buildings here were designed for military purposes. Achilles' original plan involved 3 castles. North Castle would serve as a military base. This location would eventually house a large army camp, along with facilities like storm cannons, storm ballistae, and blacksmith workshops to support the military. The West Castle and Storm Territory, which were yet to be built, would become commercial centers, one focused on land-based trade and the other on maritime trade. Once all 3 castles were connected, a central inner castle would be constructed. This would serve as the political heart of the Storm Territory, where Achilles and other high-ranking officials would reside, surrounded by residential areas for commoners. After inspecting North Castle and several factories, Achilles finally visited the military camp. The current barracks in Storm Territory were already quite crowded. This was mainly due to the addition of 300 war horses, which significantly expanded the stables. However, things will improve once the northern fortress is completed. At that point, we can resume expanding the army. After Pastor Morin completed her patrol of the territory, Achilles instructed Clay to go to Grey Fortress. He was tasked with purchasing 2,000 young men and 1,000 women slaves from Archibald. The walls of North Castle were almost complete, so acquiring this batch of slaves now would allow them to accelerate construction within the city, ensuring there would be enough space for them to spend the winter. Furthermore, there was little work during the winter months. If Achilles was willing to provide sufficient food, he could train new recruits over a single winter. Achilles was now preparing to expedite the development of his army, making thorough preparations for the orcs who would eventually move south. What Achilles didn't expect was that Clay had only left for a day and had already returned. He reported that Captain Archibald and representatives from the Church of Dawn were waiting for him northwest of the Cane River and urged Achilles to hurry over. Hearing that representatives from the Church of Dawn had arrived and wanted to see him, Achilles' expression immediately changed. What business could the Church of Dawn possibly have with him at this time? It was clear that it concerned the matter of the Hell Passage. What is Archibald up to? Didn't I tell him not to involve me? Although the Hell Passage posed little danger now, the Shadow Temple had taken notice of this place. Achilles knew he couldn't avoid the church's summons, so he reluctantly headed towards the Cane River with Mia. When Achilles and Mia reached the Cane River, they saw Archibald waving at them from a distance, running towards them quickly. "Captain Archibald, what's going on?" Achilles asked as soon as they met. "I don't know," Archibald replied innocently. "I was about to lead the church representatives to the Misty Mountains when Pastor Nelson suddenly told me to bring you along. I have no idea why. From the report sent to the kingdom to Pastor Nelson bringing the church representatives to Grey Fortress, my name was never mentioned." When Achilles heard the name Pastor Nelson, he was startled. How could Pastor Nelson himself have ordered him to come? Dawn Church is unlike other churches. It doesn't have a pope-like figure at its head. The leaders of Dawn Church are a group of ordained ministers, and Pastor Nelson is the highest leader of Dawn Church are a group of ordained ministers. And Pastor Nelson is the highest leader of Dawn Church in the Kingdom of Alpha, a 9th-rank Holy Domain minister. He's someone even His Majesty the King would show respect to. How could he know about someone as insignificant as me? Could it be that he suspects I'm some kind of heretic? However, Dawn Church isn't one of those rigid organizations with strict doctrines. They have never engaged in large-scale purges of pagans. Achilles, feeling uneasy, approached Pastor Nelson. He saw that Pastor Nelson was just a thin, ordinary-looking old man with white hair, wearing simple linen clothes, but his eyes were unusually bright and deep, as if he could see into people's souls. As Achilles got closer, before he could even bow to Pastor Nelson waved his hand, and a brilliant holy light enveloped Achilles. Achilles was immediately shocked and instinctively wanted to turn and run. But Pastor Nelson said gently, "Child, it's okay. This holy light won't hurt you. In fact, it's an opportunity for you. Just try to understand it." He didn't know what method the other person had used, but after hearing Pastor Nelson's words, Achilles actually calmed down and closed his eyes to carefully feel the holy light. As the holy light entered Achilles' mind, he sensed some magical knowledge within it. Gradually, as Pastor Nelson coughed weakly with a pale face, the holy light enveloping Achilles slowly began to dissipate. Then, it completely disappeared, and Achilles awoke from his meditative state. "Child, did you gain anything?" Pastor Nelson asked slowly, seeing that Achilles was awake. "Pastor Nelson, I think I received a meditation technique for understanding holy light and a spell, remove curse. But it seems I can cast this spell without needing to create a magic model," Achilles said, puzzled. "It's like an innate ability, but I'm not even a 4th-tier grade mage yet." "Oh, to receive a divine gift is quite rare indeed," Reverend Nelson smiled. "It appears you have the potential to ascend to the holy realm. A divine gift is a spell bestowed by a deity. It's similar to an innate ability, both being spells that can grow stronger, and it doesn't take up a slot for your innate abilities." The other members of the Dawn Church were astonished to hear that Achilles had comprehended a divine gift. As Reverend Nelson said, those who receive a divine gift have a high chance of ascending to the holy realm. Achilles wasn't particularly concerned about the possibility of ascending to the holy realm. He had a character panel, and his goal was to become a legendary figure. However, receiving a light-based divine gift was unexpected. It would perfectly complement his existing innate abilities, allowing him to have a growable spell in each of the 10 schools of magic. Furthermore, Achilles obtained a sacred light meditation technique from the holy light. With this addition, his current chaos meditation technique now possessed 5 attributes. Just as Achilles was about to thank Reverend Nelson, Nelson continued, "Child, I asked you here because little Angelia requested it. She wants you to accompany me to the Misty Mountains. The Alpha Kingdom will reward you with a 4th-class merit for your service. However, I didn't expect you to receive a divine gift. That's quite surprising. Those who receive a divine gift are eligible to become priests in the Dawn Church. If you wish, I can recommend you. But if you do that, you won't be able to continue serving as the ruler of the Alpha Kingdom. Oh, by the way, I'm Angelia's teacher." "Oh?" Achilles was stunned. It turned out that Angelia had orchestrated this whole thing, and it was all for him to earn a 4th-class merit. If he hadn't unexpectedly received a divine gift and a sacred light meditation technique, Achilles would have been furious. However, he didn't expect Angelia to have such powerful connections. Could it be that Angelia grew up in the Dawn Church? Otherwise, how could she have a priest as her teacher? Regarding Nelson's suggestion that he become a pastor at the Dawn Church, Achilles immediately and without hesitation rejected the idea. He wasn't ready to serve any deity, not even a goddess. Achilles declined the suggestion to become a pastor, and Pastor Nelson didn't say anything. While the Dawn Church doesn't have strict rules like celibacy, it also lacks absolute authority. Achilles' refusal was understandable. Nelson then explained to Achilles that this mission was simple. He just needed to guide them. This trip was only for reconnaissance and wouldn't be dangerous. Achilles breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to participate in destroying the Hell Passage. From the memories of the ancient necromancer Ryan, he knew. Destroying the Hell Passage wasn't easy at all. It might even require entering Hell itself to destroy it from within. The group then headed towards the Misty Valley. Mia was arranged to return to Storm Territory. Her presence or absence wouldn't make a difference, so it was better for her to stay behind. Along the way, Archibald introduced Achilles to the members of the Dawn Church. This time, only 13 people were accompanying them. Besides Pastor Nelson, who was a 9th-tier cleric, there was also an 8th-tier Sky Knight, an 8th-tier Archmage, 2 7th-tier Earth Knights, 2 7th-tier Earth Warriors, 3 6th-tier Golden Knights, and 3 6th-tier Golden Warriors. Achilles was astonished by the impressive lineup. No wonder Pastor Nelson said it was just a simple escort. With such a powerful group, he only needed Achilles to guide them. Although there were 3 powerhouses above the 8th tier in the group, they could fly, but they didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. They all rode horses alongside Achilles and the others. However, everyone was a strong individual in their respective fields. So, on the afternoon of the next day, the group arrived at the Misty Valley. Archibald quickly explained that they couldn't enter until noon. Nelson then simply waved his hand, and the dense fog in the Misty Valley cleared, revealing a clear path. Achilles was amazed. Nelson truly was a 9th tier powerhouse. Just a wave of his hand could alter the natural weather patterns. The group followed Pastor Nelson into the Misty Valley. 3 hours later, they reached the location of the Hell Passage altar. At that moment, Nelson's expression suddenly turned serious. He said softly, "It is indeed the Hell Passage. This might be more complicated than we thought." The 2 8th-level mages also sensed something was amiss. After all, they were quite powerful themselves. Their expressions immediately turned serious, and they sternly addressed Achilles and Archibald. What happened here must not be revealed to anyone, understand? However, before Achilles and Archibald could even nod, Nelson turned to say, "All right, Drake, don't scare these kids. They knew about this before we did, didn't they? You said it yourself, little Achilles. You set up the invisible barrier here, right?" Indeed, experience speaks volumes. Seeing the invisible barrier and the friendly relationship between Achilles and Archibald, Nelson guessed that there was more to the discovery of this place than just Archibald alone. Achilles could only silently acknowledge what was said. This surprised the 8th-level Archmage Drake a bit. "So, you know about the Hell Passage?" Achilles reluctantly nodded. "You 2 little rascals hiding something so serious," Drake said, clearly annoyed. He knew why these youngsters hadn't reported everything in detail. They simply didn't want to get involved. Achilles remained silent, while Archibald looked at Achilles with an innocent expression. He was just dragged into this mess by Achilles. They'd agreed that all he needed to do was report it, but instead, he was brought here and scolded for no reason. Nelson then asked, "What happened when you discovered this place? Otherwise, why would little Achilles have set up an invisible barrier?" "Yes, Lord Nelson," Achilles said half-truthfully. "We were chasing a pack of jackals when we came here. We found that there was an ancient undead mage who had possessed a 5th-level jackal and was trying to open this hell passage. We stopped him." Archibald remained silent, lowering his head in resignation. "An ancient undead mage. Where is he now?" Drake quickly asked. "We drove him away," Achilles replied. "He said he would return after finding the people of the Shadow Temple, and then we'd see who was boss. But we don't know anything about the Shadow Temple, so we were planning to report it to the kingdom and let them handle it." Achilles, in his usual rambling manner, inadvertently revealed information about the Shadow Temple. Since he didn't know what the Shadow Temple was, and Nelson was Haley's teacher, no one would likely blame him. When Achilles mentioned the name Shadow Temple, the members of the Dawn Church present immediately changed their expressions, but quickly recovered. Instead of reprimanding Achilles or asking further questions, they simply had a few 6th-level knights and warriors escort Achilles and Archibald away. After Achilles and Archibald left, Bishop Drake expressed some concern. "Lord Nelson, this situation is more complicated than we initially thought. If the fanatics from the Shadow Temple find out about this portal to the underworld, it will be trouble." "Don't worry too much," said Pastor Nelson. "That necromancer couldn't even possess Achilles, a 3rd-level mage, so he must be quite weak. It won't be easy for him to find the current location of the Shadow Temple." Bishop Drake agreed with this assessment. Nelson then gave instructions. "Drake, you and I will set up a holy light barrier here. Then, Captain Pansy, take your people and guard this place. Once I activate the artifact, we'll return and destroy this portal to the underworld." Both Bishop Drake and Captain Pansy, powerful 8th-level individuals, readily agreed. Nelson and Pansy then began setting up the Holy Light Barrier, a complex 8th-level magical formation. With Captain Pansy, an 8th-level Sky Knight, overseeing it, even if the Shadow Temple arrived prematurely, she would be able to hold them off. After all, the Shadow Temple wouldn't likely send their strongest members right away. They didn't have many high-ranking individuals in this northeastern region of the continent. 10 days later, Nelson and Pansy finally completed the Holy Light Barrier. They then took Achilles and Archibald with them and flew out of the Wasteland Mountains. This gave Achilles and Archibald a taste of aerial travel. Once they were outside the mountains, they were allowed to disembark. As Captain Pansy was leaving, she intended to cast a silence spell on Achilles and Archibald to prevent them from talking carelessly, but Pastor Nelson stopped her. This relieved Achilles and Archibald, who had no idea what a silence spell was. After Nelson and Pansy left, Archibald immediately confronted Achilles. "You said you were just going to pass on some information. How could you almost get us punished by an 8th-level archmage?" Fortunately, he also received a 4th-class merit award as recognition, so it wasn't entirely for nothing that he had been so worried and anxious. Achilles didn't know that after receiving the news, the Dawn Church had immediately dispatched such a large and impressive delegation to investigate. He was indeed close to getting Archibald into trouble, so Achilles quickly apologized and promised to send Archibald a batch of high-quality liquor as compensation. Next, Achilles found Sir Eric's patrol unit by the Cane River. He arranged for 2 warhorses, one for Archibald to ride back to Grey Fortress, and the other for Achilles himself to return to Storm Territory. Upon returning to Storm Territory, the autumn harvest had already begun. So Achilles immediately sent Archibald on his previous mission to go to Grey Fortress to purchase serfs and also to buy some magical materials needed for crafting soul pouches and to check with the slave trader Jethro to see if the blacksmith masters he ordered had arrived. After checking on the progress of the autumn harvest in his territory, Achilles found that Jenkins was doing a good job, so he didn't interfere further. Achilles hoped that his subordinates would take care of managing the territory so that he could have more time to study magic. Therefore, Achilles returned to the Baron's mansion and continued his studies. He still had many spells left to learn. More than 20 days later, Achilles finally mastered the 3rd-level spell, Necromantic Summoning, along with the accompanying enchantment techniques. He then immediately pushed the Necromantic Summoning skill to its 3rd-level limit and the enchantment techniques to their 2nd-level limits. Next, Achilles prepared to craft his own soul pouch. Archibald had already purchased the auxiliary materials needed for crafting it, and the 2 blacksmith masters had also been brought back. Before starting the crafting process, Achilles briefly met with the 2 blacksmith masters. One was named Maxwell, and the other was named Maswell, and the other was named Marlowe. However, they were not related in any way. These 2 blacksmith masters came from the kingdom of Philo, located south of the kingdom of Alpha. What surprised Achilles was that they weren't purchased by slave trader Jethro from Philo, but rather from another slave trader in the capital city of Changlin. This made Achilles feel like he had been scammed. Fortunately, Jethro was quite astute. He also bought the families of these 2 blacksmith masters and brought them along, which made it difficult for Achilles to cause any trouble. After explaining the rules of Storm Territory to the 2 blacksmith masters, Achilles had them sign contracts and then instructed them to get to work immediately. The cavalry unit was still waiting for their armor after all. It wouldn't be right to have them charge into battle wearing only leather armor. After dealing with the matter of the blacksmith masters, Achilles began crafting his soul pouch. The magical beast hide used in Achilles' soul pouch. The magical beast hide used in Achilles' soul pouch was from a 6th-level axle, which was 2 levels higher than the material used in Ninus's soul pouch. Following the techniques he remembered, Achilles drew special spell patterns on the axle hide and then gradually incorporated various auxiliary materials into it. Finally, after placing the soul stone inside and releasing its power, the soul pouch immediately began to generate a large amount of necrotic energy, and the space within it also started to expand rapidly. Once the necrotic energy subsided, the soul pouch was successfully crafted. Achilles immediately picked it up and examined it, discovering that its storage capacity was more than 10 times larger than Puss's. Inside, there was a miniature undead world spanning over 300 square meters. This should be able to hold quite a few living corpse puppets. It's definitely enough for now. After successfully crafting the soul pouch, Achilles didn't immediately go out to test it. Instead, he went to the North Fortress. The construction of the fortress walls was complete, and Achilles needed to use his Petrify spell to reinforce their strength. However, just as Achilles was about to finish petrifying the North Fortress walls, he received a dangerous warning, one he desperately hoped not to see. Storm Territory Alert. In 5 days, a level 7 Peak Gale Wolf King, accompanied by 2 level 6 Gale Wolves, 4 level 5 Gale Wolves, 7 level 4 Gale Wolves, will attack Storm Territory from the northwest direction. Extremely dangerous. The Gale Wolf King is still coming. Fortunately, it's only at level 7 peak. Perhaps its breakthrough attempt failed, Achilles thought to himself, looking at the sudden warning. He then decided to consult with Panda, the black and white giant bear, to see how he had recovered. After all, a level 7 peak Gale Wolf King was something that Panda needed to handle personally. "Panda, the Gale Wolf King is coming," Achilles said directly upon arriving at Panda's cave. "What? That despicable wolf is coming? What have you discovered?" The black and white giant bear, Panda, who had been slightly tipsy, instantly sobered up upon hearing about the Gale Wolf King. "Yes, my scouts in the easternmost part of the Wasteland Mountains reported that the Gale Wolf Pack has gathered. Also, we've spotted Gale Wolves on the northwest side of Storm Territory Peninsula. They were likely sent as scouts. The Gale Wolf King hasn't broken through to level 8 yet. It's only at level 7 peak. In addition, the Gale Wolf Pack includes 2 level 6 Gale Wolves, 4 level 5 Gale Wolves, 7 level 4 Gale Wolves, 7 level 4 Gale Wolves, and over 200 level 3 or lower Gale Wolves. Panda, what should we do?" Achilles relayed the information about the Gale Wolf Pack to Panda, hoping to see how he would react. That despicable wolf still hasn't managed to break through to level 8. It must be planning a final attempt to devour me." Upon hearing that the Gale Wolf King was only at level 7 peak, Panda immediately understood what the wolf intended. Panda, are you saying that the Gale Wolf King wants to break through to level 8 by devouring you? But you're a fire-type creature, and it's a wind-type. How is that possible?" Achilles asked in confusion. "Different types of demonic beasts can consume flesh and blood," explained the black and white giant panda. "Panda, I'm already at level 8. If it consumes my flesh and blood, it still has the potential to advance. Moreover, that despicable wolf is nearing old age. If it doesn't break through soon, it won't have another chance. In that case, its remaining days will be spent slowly waiting for death. So, if consuming my flesh and blood isn't enough, that creature might go crazy and directly devour my demonic core. In that case, either it would undergo a mutation and successfully advance, or it would explode and die." Achilles suddenly understood why the pack of wolves led by the swift-winged Wolf King was acting so recklessly. It turned out the Wolf King itself was fighting for its life. "Can you, Panda, handle it now?" Achilles asked directly, voicing his most pressing concern. After a moment of silence, Panda, the black and white giant panda, said solemnly, "Although I've only recovered to level 7 and haven't reached my peak, I still have the foundation of level 8. Plus, I can fly. And thanks to your strong liquor last time, it helped me break through a realm. So, if it were just me against that despicable wolf, I'm confident I could crush it. However, that despicable wolf has over 200 wolves with it, especially those 15 or so swift-winged wolves of level 4 or higher. If they attack me relentlessly, they would create an opportunity for the despicable wolf to seriously injure me. Last time, the despicable wolf used the lives of 5 level 6 wolves, dozens of level 4 and 5 wolves, and over 200 level 3 or lower swift-winged wolves to inflict a serious injury on me." Achilles immediately began to think things through. Panda could handle a level 7 Wolf King. Achilles' own strength should be enough to deal with one level 6 swift-winged wolf. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he could at least hold it back. With Mia and Lyle and their group using the pack frenzy formation, they should be able to hold off the level 5 swift-winged wolves. If he converted all his recently earned merit points into magical crossbows, along with adding storm cannons and storm ballistae, the soldiers should be able to handle the pack of swift-winged wolves. As for that particularly troublesome level 6 swift-winged wolf, he could talk to Archibald about it. After carefully considering a plan, Achilles looked at Panda with determination and explained his strategy. Panda listened silently to Achilles. "Kid, are you sure you want to help me deal with the swift-winged wolves? This is a very dangerous undertaking. If we fail, people could die. And even if you help me, I won't establish a contract relationship with you. That's my principle." "Panda, you're joking," Achilles said firmly. "Given our current relationship, do we really need to sign a contract? As for the danger, I've no way out either. This is my territory, and if I don't deal with the swift-winged wolves, they will eventually wear me down and kill me. So, it's better to team up with you now and eliminate them completely." "Ha ha ha, okay, I'm really starting to like you. Since you're so decisive, what else is there to be afraid of? Let's go and wipe out those despicable wolves together," the black and white giant bear decided. After discussing the plan with the panda, Achilles immediately returned to storm territory. He instructed Clay to lead a cavalry unit and rush to Grey Fortress. They only had 5 days. They needed to quickly transport all the magical crossbows that needed to be exchanged. Without those crossbows, the army of Storm Territory would have difficulty containing the pack of swift wolves. Therefore, Achilles planned to exchange 2 Tier 5 magical giant crossbows, requiring 6 Tier 5 skills, 20 Tier 5 explosive crossbow bolts, requiring 2 Tier 5 skills, 5 Tier 4 magical giant crossbows, requiring 15 Tier 6 skills, 50 Tier 4 explosive crossbow bolts, requiring 5 Tier 6 skills, 30 Tier 3 magical hand crossbows, requiring 90 Tier 7 skills, and 100 Tier 3 explosive arrows, requiring 10 Tier 7 skills. In total, this would require 1 Tier 4 skill and 1 Tier 5 skill. Achilles had previously saved 2 Tier 5 skills, one of which was used to acquire the Tier 5 Flame Breath technique. The remaining Tier 5 skill, combined with the Tier 4 skill reward from the Dawn Church, was just enough. He wouldn't even need to use the corpse of a Tier 6 minotaur. After Clay left, the panda carried Achilles towards Grey Fortress. Achilles also needed to summon Archibald, the Tier 6 Golden Knight, to help deal with the Tier 6 Swift Wolves. Furthermore, exchanging so many crossbows would require Archibald to open a back door. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't be possible in the limited time. Once the panda flew outside Grey Fortress, it released Achilles. This Tier 8 creature certainly couldn't enter the fortress itself. Inside Grey Fortress, Archibald was stunned when he heard Achilles' request. He asked incredulously, "What did you say? You want to help the panda deal with the swift wolf pack?" "It's not that I want to help the panda. It's that we both need to eliminate this threat. So, it's a good opportunity for us to work together." "Besides," Achilles explained, "strictly speaking, the panda is actually helping me. It already knows about the swift wolf pack and could easily avoid them. But my storm territory is there. If I don't deal with this pack of wolves, storm territory will return to its former state and all my efforts will be in vain." Archibald was silent after hearing Achilles' explanation. He knew that what Achilles said was true. Whether the panda remained in storm territory or not, the swift wolf pack would eventually attack. And those ferocious wolves wouldn't care about anything. They would undoubtedly wreak havoc on storm territory. Even if Achilles managed to lead his people away and escape this crisis, what then? The swift wolf pack would continue to harass storm territory relentlessly. If Achilles retaliated, he would inevitably face the wrath of the Tier 7 Swift Wolf King, and storm territory's fate would still be sealed. "Tell me about your plan. What do you need me to do?" Archibald asked, his voice serious after considering the situation. "I need to exchange for a magic crossbow immediately, and I also need Captain Archibald to join the battle and help me deal with the 6th-level wind wolves," Achilles said directly. He then explained the specific plan he had discussed with the Black and Lyman Bear to Archibald. After listening, Archibald didn't waste any time. He immediately took Achilles to the military judge to exchange for the magic crossbows Achilles needed, using his merits. Then, ignoring the dissuasion of Deputy Captain Corey, he directly retrieved a batch of magic crossbows from the 8th Battalion's reserves, which were intended for use in the Orcish Southern Campaign, and gave them to Achilles. These magic crossbows weren't something that could be used casually. Besides, during the Orcish Southern Campaign, when they could be freely used, they were normally only available when Grey Fortress was facing a crisis. Although Archibald was just temporarily diverting them, there would be no issues once Frostwind City sent the magic crossbows Achilles had exchanged for. However, if an unexpected event occurred at Grey Fortress due to the lack of these magic crossbows during that time, Archibald would definitely face trouble. In a serious situation, he could even be sent directly to the Suicide Squad. Furthermore, Archibald was also going to join Achilles in fighting in Storm Territory. So he was taking a huge risk by helping Achilles. After obtaining those magic crossbows, Archibald led his personal guard and personally escorted them to Storm Territory. However, along the way, when they encountered Achilles' cavalry unit, Archibald's personal guard would return to Grey Fortress. They wouldn't participate in this battle. Achilles, on the other hand, was taken by the Black and Lyman Bear and arrived at Storm Territory ahead of schedule. This time, Achilles chose the newly built North Castle as the main battlefield. This castle was designed and built according to Achilles' specifications, and it was also an empty fortress. Therefore, whether on the walls or inside the city, more storm territory cannons and magic crossbows could be deployed. In addition, the walls of North Castle were reinforced with a large amount of steel during construction, and Achilles had also used petrification spells on them. This made North Castle even stronger than storm territory itself, capable of withstanding the impact of 6-level magical beasts even without any protective magic arrays. Then, Achilles left behind some auxiliary troops and evacuated all the residents of his territory to the surrounding islands in Storm Territory Bay for safety. After all, the Windwolf pack wouldn't engage in a prolonged battle. At most, it would take 1 or 2 days. Either they would win and bring them back, or they would fail and escape from Storm Territory by boat along the coastline. Finally, on the night before the arrival of the Windwolf pack, Achilles completed the deployment for the battle at North Castle. Archibald, who was visiting Storm Territory for the first time, was deeply impressed when he saw the unique architectural style of North Castle and the numerous Storm Territory cannons and ballistae lining the walls. He felt that it was even more intimidating than Grey Fortress, especially those massive catapults that hurled projectiles and the enormous boulders weighing over 200 pounds each, all of which filled him with a sense of unease. The great battle between bears and wolves. After seeing so many massive catapults, Archibald finally understood how the Storm Territory had managed to accumulate so much military merit in just 1 year. With these terrifying weapons, if the orcs dared to attack Storm Territory, it would essentially be suicide for them. After Achilles finished his work, Archibald couldn't contain himself any longer and finally asked him about these things. "Captain Archibald," Achilles said, "these were all built within my territory. I plan to sell them to the kingdom after the next Orc Southern campaign is over. So, I hope you can keep this a secret for now. However, once you are promoted to Baron and receive your own fiefdom, I will provide you with these." Achilles only gave Archibald a brief explanation. These things weren't essential for Grey Fortress. It already had a large amount of magical equipment. However, only 1/10 of the military merit earned from killing orcs using that magical equipment would be credited to individuals. Although Archibald nodded calmly on the surface and didn't ask any further questions, his mind was in turmoil. He felt he couldn't quite understand Achilles anymore. The second son of a noble family from the mainland had been expelled from his family for refusing to serve in the military to earn them military merit. He was then recruited by Haley and married into the Tulip territory, where he was ridiculed as a pretty boy. Later, due to some hidden conflicts, he became a scapegoat and was exiled to the remote Storm Territory, essentially sent to his death. But now, this pretty boy, who had been mocked and underestimated by everyone, had created so many terrifying weapons. This proved that either Achilles had been hiding his true abilities all along, or he was simply a genius. However, Archibald then thought about Achilles' character and their relationship and realized that this might still be a good thing for him. If he were to become a baron in the future, Achilles would definitely be able to provide him with considerable help. The following night was filled with anxiety for everyone, as they all knew that the enemy this time was incredibly powerful. Around noon, Panda, the black and white giant panda who had shrunk down and was sitting on Achilles' shoulder, was the first to sense the arrival of the Swiftwind wolf pack. The overwhelming scent emanating from the massive wolf pack allowed it to detect their approach from a great distance. "Kid," Panda said, "those despicable wolves are coming. Prepare your people." After informing them about the impending arrival of the wolf pack, Panda leaped off the city wall and returned to its normal size. It then charged towards the Swiftwind wolf pack at incredible speed. Since the North Castle was not protected by a magic barrier, the wall certainly couldn't withstand the impact of a battle between 2 level 7 magical beasts. Therefore, Panda needed to be the first one to engage, distracting the level 7 Swiftwind Wolf King, and then slowly retreat towards the North Castle. Only after leading the wolf pack within range of the North Castle's defenses would Achilles and his companions launch their attack. As soon as Panda attacked, a terrifying roar echoed from the west, followed by the howls of numerous swift-winged wolves. Then came the intense tremors of battle. Achilles and Archibald, standing on the city wall, could already see the swirling air currents and dancing flames in the distance. The bear-wolf battle had officially begun. Half an hour later, 2 massive figures appeared just 1 kilometer outside the western city wall. At this point, both the Swiftwind Wolf King and Panda were covered in various injuries, a testament to how fiercely they were fighting. Soon after, the wolf pack caught up, and Panda moved closer to the castle once again. The swift-winged Wolf King also sensed Panda's intentions. However, he could feel that there was only one level 6 creature and one level 5 creature on the human castle, posing no real threat to his pack. Therefore, the swift-winged Wolf King didn't pay much attention. For him, as long as Panda couldn't fly away, it was fine. After all, Panda was the only known way for him to advance to level 8. As the battle progressed and the distance closed to within 800 meters, 2 5th-tier magical crossbows and 6 4th-tier magical crossbows on the city walls immediately fired 6 4th-tier explosive bolts. The effective range of 4th and 5th-tier magical crossbows reached over 1 kilometer, but accuracy could not be guaranteed. However, at that moment, there were over 200 swift wolves swarming around the black and white giant bear panda. Therefore, the 6 explosive bolts caused significant damage to the wolf pack instantly, and one unfortunate 4th-tier swift wolf was directly hit and killed on the spot. This immediately enraged the alpha wolf and the entire pack. The alpha wolf intended to shift the battlefield towards the human castle, but how could the black and white giant bear agree? Its strength was already greater than that of the alpha wolf. So, after only advancing 200 meters, the alpha wolf was seized by the black and white giant bear, who slapped it heavily. This made the alpha wolf unable to focus on the humans anymore. However, Achilles' 4th-tier explosive bolts continued to fly towards the wolves, causing damage with each shot. This further enraged the wolf pack, which then ordered 2 6th-tier swift wolves to lead the pack and eliminate all the weak humans first. Upon hearing this, the 2 6th-tier swift wolves immediately broke away from the black and white giant bear and charged towards the north castle, leading the pack. The black and white giant bear did not intervene. It was part of their plan. The plan was to lure the alpha wolf and the pack within range of the magical crossbows. Then Achilles would continuously provoke the alpha wolf with the crossbows, while the black and white giant bear panda would keep the alpha wolf occupied. This would force the alpha wolf to send the pack to attack the north castle, allowing Achilles and his team to effectively target the swift wolf pack. Therefore, as the wolf pack charged towards the north castle, the black and white giant bear panda even started to hold back some of its attacks, fearing that it would inflict too much damage on the alpha wolf and cause the pack to retreat. On the city walls, Achilles saw the approaching swift wolf pack and immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Their plan had succeeded. Now, all they needed to do was inflict as much damage as possible on the swift wolf pack, giving the black and white giant bear panda a chance to kill the alpha wolf and win the war. Intense battle with the wolf pack. After Achilles, following his plan, used the magical crossbows to kill a dozen swift wolves, thoroughly enraging the Wolf King and the pack, the Wolf King finally sent the pack to attack the North Fortress. As the wolf pack charged forward, Achilles' side was already prepared. At a distance of 500 meters, over 30 magical crossbows and storm catapults fired simultaneously, instantly killing more than 10 swift wolves at the front of the charge. This devastating firepower caused the wolf pack's attack to momentarily falter. 2 6th-tier swift wolves, seeing the large number of magical crossbows held by the humans, immediately ordered the pack to disperse. Then, they themselves accelerated forward, intending to destroy the magical crossbows and clear a path for the main force of the wolf pack. With their strength as 6th-tier creatures, the 4th-tier explosive arrows would not inflict much damage on them, and their agile speed made it difficult to directly hit them. Seeing the 2 6th-tier swift wolves charging rapidly towards them, Achilles and Archibald immediately prepared for battle. As the wolf pack drew closer, all the magical crossbows and storm catapults deliberately avoided targeting the 2 leading 6th-tier swift wolves, firing 2 volleys of bolts. However, the effect was minimal. Firstly, the wolf pack was too dispersed, and secondly, the 2 6th-tier swift wolves unleashed several wind blades, shattering some of the ordinary arrows. Seeing this, Achilles ordered 2 5th-tier magical crossbows and 6 4th-tier magical crossbows to switch to 5th-tier explosive arrows, aiming them directly at the 2 6th-tier swift wolves. At a distance of 200 meters, Achilles gave the order, and all 6 5th-tier explosive arrows were fired towards the 6th-tier swift wolves. This prevented the 2 wolves from focusing on protecting the rest of the pack. Immediately following this, over 30 3rd-tier magical crossbows and 20 storm catapults simultaneously fired, and in the sky, 3,100 Jin stone projectiles and 60-50 Jin stone projectiles were hurtling towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, boosh. Boom! Boom! As countless bolts flew through the air and the giant stones roared overhead, followed by a series of explosions upon impact, the wolf pack let out cries of pain. This sudden attack further reduced the number of wolves by over 30, and Achilles seized the opportunity to use his third-tier enchanted arrows to kill one fourth-tier swift wolf and injure another fifth-tier swift wolf. However, despite Achilles' fierce offensive and the significant casualties inflicted on the wolf pack, this did not frighten them. Instead, it further fueled their anger. These swift wolves were known for their reckless charges, even against powerful Tier 8 black and lineman giant bears. Achilles' attack wouldn't scare them easily. As the wolf pack approached within 100 meters, over 100 archers with Tier 1 and Tier 2 magical crossbows began firing simultaneously. At this point, all the storm cannons had been loaded with large stones weighing 100 and 200 jin, approximately 45-90 kilograms, which were hurled at the wolf pack. This barrage killed over 30 swift wolves, along with a Tier 4 swift wolf and a Tier 5 swift wolf that had already been wounded by Achilles. The number of wolves in the pack was reduced to below 200. However, the wolf pack had now entered the range of their wind blade attacks. Over 200 wind blades screamed towards the north fortress, instantly shattering parts of the fortress walls and sending debris flying. Simultaneously, 2 large storm cannons and 1 storm bedbow on the wall were destroyed, causing casualties among the soldiers. Seeing the 2 Tier 6 swift wolves had reached the base of the wall, Achilles handed over command to Clay and Parker. Then, along with Clay, he drew his long swords and blocked the wind blades fired by the 2 Tier 6 swift wolves. Clay was astonished by this display. He had assumed Achilles would use other tactics to distract the Tier 6 swift wolves, but he hadn't expected that Achilles already possessed the strength to directly confront them. If Clay remembered correctly, when Achilles first arrived at Grey Fortress, he was only a newly promoted Tier 1 apprentice knight. Now, his advancement to a Tier 4 Grand Knight was incredibly rapid. And now, as a Tier 4 Grand Knight, he could withstand the wind blade attacks of a Tier 6 swift wolf. This wasn't just an anomaly, it was terrifying. Next, after blocking 1 round of wind blades from the Tier 6 swift wolves, they swung their swords at another pair attempting to leap onto the wall, cleaving them down. They then engaged in fierce combat with the 2 remaining Tier 6 swift wolves at the base of the wall. Achilles' speed, defense, and attack power had all been increased 5-fold. Although none of these attributes had yet reached the standards for a Tier 6 being, they were incredibly close. Furthermore, Achilles was developing comprehensively across all aspects, and his overall strength was already comparable to that of a Tier 6. Dealing with 1 Tier 6 swift wolf was no problem at all, especially since Achilles still hadn't used any magic. Seeing Achilles' speed, attack power, and defense, Clay immediately realized that Achilles must have awakened an incredibly powerful innate talent as a knight. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his abilities to improve so comprehensively. Just as Achilles and Archibald had successfully entangled 2 6-tier swift wolves, the remaining 3 5-tier swift wolves charged towards the city walls. 2 of them were being pressured by magical crossbows under Archibald's command. One a giant crossbow and the other a 3rd-tier magical crossbow. Achilles had prepared several 3rd-tier formations beforehand, Pack Wolf Frenzy arrays. One of these Pack Wolf Frenzy arrays was controlled by Torvald, a 4th-tier necromancer from the Shadow Temple. At this point, Achilles no longer cared whether he would attract attention from the Shadow Temple. After all, the Dawn Church had already interfered with the Hell Passage. Even if the Shadow Temple came, they would have to deal with the Dawn Church first. Besides, Achilles had specifically asked Torvald to come last night, and he would send him back to the Wasteland Mountains immediately after defeating the Swift Wolves. The other Pack Wolf Frenzy array was being controlled by Archibald, along with Niue and Newer. Archibald was no longer a weak fighter who couldn't use magic. He had already learned 2nd-tier fire spells like Flame Arrow and 3rd-tier spells like Fireball, allowing him to fully utilize the combat capabilities of a 3rd-tier advanced mage. The remaining 4 4th-tier swift wolves were specifically targeted by 8 giant magical crossbows, ranging from 4th to 5th tier. Therefore, compared to the 5-tier and 6-tier swift wolves that were being held back, these 4 4th-tier swift wolves were actually the most dangerous. At this point, it wasn't just about preventing them from attacking North Castle. Their own lives were at risk. If not for the large number of swift wolves and the fact that other swift wolves were often blocking the arrows for them, these 4 would have already been blown to pieces by explosive arrows. As for the over 100 lower tier, 3rd tier, or below swift wolves, they were relentlessly attacking North Castle. While dodging arrows, they constantly unleashed windblade spells, destroying the storm cannons and ballistae on the city walls. The over 100 magical crossbowmen from Storm Territory were also continuously firing back, resulting in a chaotic battle where both sides suffered casualties. Not only were swift wolves being killed, but the soldiers defending the city walls of North Castle were also taking heavy losses. However, at this point, Storm Territory had the advantage of holding the castle, and their casualties were far lower than those of the Swift Wolf Pack. Therefore, some of the Swift Wolves began trying to climb the city walls, working together and using each other as stepping stones. This made the defenders nervous. But under the counterattack of dozens of first-tier warriors from Storm Territory and a dozen first-tier knights wearing enchanted armor, those swift wolves that had managed to climb up were quickly killed. After all, the number of swift wolves capable of climbing was already limited, so they were naturally overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of defenders. In this way, the battle between the Swift Wolf Pack and Storm Territory reached a stalemate. At this point, the Swift Wolf Pack faced a choice: either break through North Castle and kill humans, or suffer heavy losses and retreat. Regardless of which type they were, these swift wolves wouldn't be able to help the Wolf King in the short term. Seeing his opportunity, the black and white giant Panda, immediately launched a full-scale attack on the Swift Wolf King. Initially, when the wolf pack attacked the northern fortress, the Alpha saw that the human stronghold concealed so many powerful weapons. This caused significant casualties among his pack, and he began to regret attacking the human fortress. His pack was already small in number, and further losses could prevent him from defeating the black and white giant bears. Then, when he saw that even the Tier 5 and Tier 6 swift wolves were being held back, the Alpha immediately realized that this human stronghold might not be so easy to conquer. Continuing the attack would inevitably result in heavy losses for his pack. Therefore, the Alpha began subtly maneuvering towards the northern fortress, intending to shift the battleground to the human stronghold and destroy those human weapons. However, Panda, who had originally planned to unleash his power and crush the Swift Wolf King, noticed the Alpha's intentions. His bear mouth immediately curved upwards, and he pulled out a jar of strong liquor that Achilles had given him. He then circled around the Alpha, drinking from the jar while looking up at him. Panda's actions left the Swift Wolf King completely bewildered, unsure what this clumsy bear was doing. But things became even more confusing for the Alpha as Panda continued to drink 2 full jars of liquor. Panda's panda eyes began to glaze over, as if he were drunk, and he seemed unsteady on his feet. The Alpha, momentarily stunned, saw an opportunity to counterattack this clumsy bear. He lashed out with several wind blades before lunging forward, intending to bite Panda on the neck. However, the seemingly wobbly Panda was surprisingly agile, dodging all of the wind blades. Then, as the Alpha lunged again, Panda lightly jumped aside, avoiding the attack. He then sat heavily on the Alpha's head, pinning him to the ground. At that moment, the Alpha had no idea what had just happened. He had been trying to ambush this clumsy bear, but how could he have suddenly been pinned down by a single butt from the bear? Roar! Feeling deeply humiliated, the Swift Wolf King let out an angry roar and immediately pushed Panda away. He then turned to attack Panda again, but Panda easily dodged his attacks. Each time Panda evaded an attack, he would also take the opportunity to swipe at the Alpha with a claw. Soon, not only was Panda struggling to stay upright, but even the Swift Wolf King was feeling unsteady. However, the Alpha was completely disoriented from being hit by Panda. This made the Alpha even more furious, so he roared towards the northern fortress, seemingly issuing commands to his pack. 2 Tier 6 swift wolves heard the Alpha's roar and immediately abandoned their plan to destroy the weapons on the walls. Instead, they turned and ran towards the Alpha. Achilles and Archibald noticed the situation and immediately intervened. Archibald, a 6th-tier Golden Knight, easily blocked the 6th-tier Swift Wolf he was facing. However, it was difficult to determine who would win in the short term. Achilles' strength barely reached the 6th tier. The 6th-tier Swift Wolf he was dealing with could potentially escape, and Achilles would struggle to stop it. Therefore, Achilles began using magical assistance, trying to hold back the Swift Wolf while occasionally casting small fireballs or earth spikes to disrupt its retreat. Despite this, the Swift Wolf still managed to retreat 80 meters away from the city wall. This distance was quite dangerous for Achilles, as there were many more swift wolves in that area. If Achilles got surrounded by the wolf pack, he would be in serious trouble. However, this was all part of Achilles' plan. Upon noticing this, Archibald, who was commanding the battle on the city wall, immediately dispatched 4 fourth-tier magical crossbows and 10 storm catapults, along with a third of the magic archers and bowmen to support Achilles, forcing the wolf pack that wanted to surround him to retreat again. At this time, Achilles finally completed drawing the spell model for the 3-ring spell, Earth Wall. While engaging in intense close combat and simultaneously focusing on drawing the complex 3-ring spell, it was quite challenging for Achilles, who was only a 3rd-tier advanced mage. Fortunately, he managed to complete it successfully. The earth wall formed a barrier of earth in front of the 6th-tier swift wolf. Although this wall wouldn't completely stop the swift wolf, it would create an obstacle. If the swift wolf tried to break through the wall to escape, Achilles would have another opportunity to inflict serious damage. Achilles was hesitant to let go of his pursuit of this 6th-tier swift wolf because the presence of the wolf pack accompanying the 6th-tier swift wolf posed a threat to Panda. If Achilles allowed this swift wolf to escape, even if the other wolf packs suffered heavy losses, they would still choose to retreat. At that point, with the help of the wolf pack, Panda would face a difficult battle. Although Achilles' assistance would prevent Panda from being defeated and killed by the Wolf King, Panda wouldn't be able to kill the Wolf King either. If the Wolf King realized it couldn't kill Panda and chose to leave, Achilles would be in trouble. Being targeted by both a 7th-tier peak Swift Wolf King and its pack would make it extremely difficult for Achilles to go anywhere. Therefore, Achilles could only grit his teeth and continue to hold back the 6th-tier Swift Wolf. He would only let it go once it was outside the range of the storm cannons. Only then would there be a chance to kill the Wolf King, or at least inflict serious injuries on it, while also leaving behind most of the wolf pack. Even if the Swift Wolf King eventually escaped, it wouldn't be able to establish itself in the eastern part of the Wasteland Mountains, as it had offended many powerful 7th-tier magical beasts. Severely injured and without the protection of its pack, those 7th-level demonic beasts would surely target it, driving it out of the eastern end of the Wasteland Mountains. So, when Achilles used Earthwall again to restrain the 6th-level Swift Wolves, the Swift Wolf King became increasingly anxious. If things continued like this, it was highly likely that it would be killed by the Black and Lyman giant bears. The Swift Wolf King glanced at the humans in North Castle, its eyes filled with hatred. "It's those damned humans," it thought. "I should have sent the pack to kill all the humans here from the beginning." Seeing its injuries worsening, the Swift Wolf King immediately recalled all the Swift Wolves below 4th level. Disregarding everything else, the wolves, obediently following the king's orders, began to withdraw from the attack range of North Castle. Finally, only 2 4th-level Swift Wolves and less than 100 3rd-level or lower wolves managed to escape the range of the storm cannons and the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-level magical crossbows. Since these Swift Wolves posed no threat to Panda, Achilles and Panda didn't pay much attention. However, what Achilles and Panda hadn't anticipated was that when the retreating pack joined Panda in its battle with the Wolf King managed to break free from Panda and charge towards Achilles and the others. Seeing this, Panda immediately tried to intercept it, but those Swift Wolves below 4th level recklessly attacked Panda. In the end, the Swift Wolf King broke free from Panda's obstruction and rushed at full speed towards Achilles, who was closest to it, as if intending to take them all down with it. "This Panda is unreliable," Achilles thought in terror, watching the Wolf King charge towards him. At that moment, Panda was also very panicked. It immediately used Flame Burst to scatter the remaining wolves, and then flew towards the Swift Wolf King. What neither Panda nor Achilles expected was that the Swift Wolf King wasn't trying to die with the humans. It was planning to drag them down before its own demise. Just as Panda was about to come to Achilles' rescue, the Swift Wolf King suddenly turned and unleashed a storm breath attack at the flying Panda, then immediately followed up by charging towards Panda. Because Panda had just taken off and was focused on saving Achilles, it was directly hit by the storm breath, causing its vision to blur with golden stars. It was then pinned to the ground and torn apart by the Swift Wolf King. Despite fighting desperately, Panda couldn't break free from the Swift Wolf King's relentless attacks. Even the remaining 4th level or lower Swift Wolves joined in, Finally, the swift wolf king gathered a large amount of wind energy on its claws and plunged them into Panda's chest, which was already torn and bloody, directly piercing its heart. Roar! The excruciating pain caused Panda to throw off the wolf king that was pinning it down. But before Panda could even get up, the wolf king bit down on Panda's left leg and then shook its head, sending Panda flying into the air. Boom! The giant panda, black and white in color, appeared suddenly from a distance of several hundred meters and crashed down near Achilles. Everyone on Achilles' side watched with grave expressions as the massive black and white panda crashed heavily to the ground. If Panda died or lost his combat ability, they would be in serious trouble. Panda was indeed severely injured, especially with the large hole in his chest and the pierced heart. If it weren't for the breakthrough he had achieved previously, granting him the unique Realm Guardian of the black and white giant panda clan, he might already be dead. Panda then clutched his chest and struggled to stand up. However, during the impact for being thrown, a large chunk of flesh was torn from his left leg by the Wolf King, making it difficult for him to maintain his balance. However, the Wolf King's situation wasn't much better either. He was lying on the ground, panting heavily. He had already been injured by Panda earlier, and the series of counterattacks that severely wounded Panda were a desperate attempt by the Swiftwind Wolf King to unleash his full potential and push himself to the brink of death. If the Wolf King couldn't break through soon, his demise was inevitable. Seeing that Panda could still stand up, the Swiftwind Wolf King immediately ordered all the remaining Swiftwind wolves to attack Panda. He himself slowly rose to his feet and followed behind the pack. At the same time, he launched a barrage of wind blades towards the walls of North Castle, instantly overwhelming Clay and the others, preventing them from retaliating. He also destroyed numerous storm crossbows and magical siege cannons on the walls. The cunning Wolf King knew that his ordinary wind blade attacks couldn't inflict significant damage on the heavily injured black and white panda, so he decided to eliminate Panda's human allies instead. Without those weapons on the walls, humans would have a much harder time helping the black and white panda. The Wolf King's actions caused Achilles and Clay's expressions to become even more serious. They were currently fighting with all their might, and it was impossible for them to kill 6-level Swiftwind wolves quickly enough to go help Panda. Now, they could only rely on Panda himself. So Achilles quickly called out, "Panda, are you all right? The black and white panda, are you all right?" The black and white panda, who had been angrily staring at the Wolf King, turned his head and glanced at Achilles after hearing his call. His expression then became conflicted and complex, as if he was making a difficult decision. Finally, he sighed in resignation. "I never thought I, Panda, would have to take this step." He immediately sent a telepathic message to Achilles. "Kid, let that 6-level Swiftwind wolf come at me." Ah! But, hearing Panda's request, Achilles was completely bewildered. He was desperately trying to hold back the level 6 Swift Wolf. Otherwise, the creature would have already pounced on the severely injured Panda. "It's okay, let it come. You two follow me, quickly," Panda urged, then took a large gulp of a potent-looking liquid. Seeing Panda's actions, Achilles guessed that Panda must have a way to deal with the Wolf King. He immediately followed suit, releasing his hold on the level 6 Swift Wolf. The level 6 Swift Wolf, seeing its chance, charged madly towards Panda. Achilles quickly caught up. As the level 6 Swift Wolf lunged at Panda, he instantly expelled a cloud of mist, enveloping the wolf. Then, incredibly, the mist lifted the wolf high into the air and began to rapidly burn. The level 6 Swift Wolf let out a terrifying shriek before plummeting back to the ground. Panda immediately collapsed onto the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. It was clear that Panda had forced himself to unleash that attack, but before Achilles could even ask what happened, Panda's mental energy surged towards him. "Kid, listen carefully. I need you to enter into a life pact with me. This way I can temporarily borrow your power to heal my injuries. It's the only way we have a chance of turning things around. However, entering a life pact means our lives will be intertwined. If one dies, so does the other. Open your mind and cooperate with my life pact." Achilles was stunned by this revelation. A life pact? Our lives linked together? But the black and lime giant panda's lifespan is several times longer than that of a human. Hurry up. What are you hesitating about? I'm the one at a disadvantage here, not you. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you don't want to do it, then I'll just fly away, Panda grumbled impatiently. He had already broken his own bear principles. This kid was still hesitating, which infuriated Panda. It made it seem like he was taking advantage of the situation. Achilles, realizing that Panda probably wouldn't intentionally harm him, decided to trust him. He immediately followed Panda's instructions and began to cooperate with the life pact. In a flash, the pact was established, and Achilles' mental energy became intimately connected with Panda's. But before Achilles could even investigate further, he felt an excruciating pain in his chest, forcing him to crouch down in agony. My heart has been pierced by the Wolf King, making it impossible for me to fight intensely. I need to borrow a portion of your life force to repair my heart. Just endure it, Panda explained. Borrow life force? Is that even possible? At that moment, Achilles felt 1,000 different kinds of displeasure in his heart. However, the power of the contract prevented him from stopping the loss of his life force. Gradually, as his life force dwindled and the excruciating pain intensified, Achilles eventually lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Achilles finally regained consciousness and opened his eyes. He found himself in a misty environment, lying naked in a warm pool. Huh? Isn't this Wendy's magic lab? I'm not dead? Looking around, Achilles realized he was still alive. However, things quickly took an unexpected turn. After examining his surroundings, Achilles saw someone else sitting in the pool with him. It was Wendy, also naked. Gulp. Achilles involuntarily swallowed hard, gazing at the beautiful scenery before him. Suddenly, Wendy opened her eyes, startled by Achilles' movement. "Sir, you're awake," she exclaimed happily. Achilles nodded silently, his gaze fixed elsewhere. Seeing that Achilles was moving, Wendy immediately rushed towards him and embraced him tightly. Then she began to sob. "Wah, sir, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for a month, I thought." Wendy continued to ramble on, but Achilles wasn't listening. He was lost in the feeling of warmth and softness. Suddenly, Wendy felt something and reached into the water. She immediately froze, then seemed to understand something. "Ah!" She let out a shriek, covered her chest, and retreated to the other side of the pool. Then, she grabbed some clothes from behind and quickly escaped. Achilles chuckled softly as he watched Wendy flee in disarray. The feeling had been quite pleasant. After savoring the moment, Achilles began to recall the previous battle. "I'm not only alive, but I'm also lying in Wendy's lab. It seems that the treacherous fat panda must have defeated the swift wolf king." Just as Achilles was speculating about the outcome of the battle, a voice suddenly entered his mind. "Kid, who are you calling treacherous? And what do you mean by fat panda?" Achilles then realized there was something next to him. He turned around and saw that the shrunken black and white giant panda was lying beside him. It was Panda who had been speaking to him telepathically. "Ah ha ha ha, no, no," Achilles said awkwardly. After a moment of awkward laughter, Achilles quickly changed the subject. "Panda brother, how did the final battle go?" Panda snorted dismissively but didn't dwell on it. He immediately recounted the results of the previous battle to Achilles. After Achilles fell into a coma, Panda regained some of its strength. However, it didn't show it immediately. Instead, it used a cloud of mist to transport Achilles to the North Fortress, and then prepared to defend against the 20 swift wolves that were charging forward. The other swift wolves had already been killed by the stone projectiles and remaining crossbow arrows from the North Fortress. These 20 swift wolves were the last of the pack. As the wolves charged, the Wolf King followed closely behind. Panda then stopped hiding and unleashed its full power, rushing directly towards the swift Wolf King. This sudden change caught the Wolf King off guard, who had been confident in victory. However, it believed this was a desperate struggle from the panda because the Wolf King knew that it had already pierced the bear's heart. The more fiercely it fought, the faster it would die. So, after being initially caught off guard, the Wolf King used the remaining wolves to regain control of the situation. Then, the Wolf King began cautiously dealing with Panda's frantic counterattack, preparing to slowly wear down and kill Panda. However, as time passed, the Wolf King realized something was wrong. The Wolf King itself was barely holding on, but the panda was still relentlessly attacking. At this point, the Wolf King finally understood. The panda's injuries had healed. Immediately after, the Wolf King tried to escape, but how could the panda let it go? Panda suddenly appeared in mid-air and landed directly on top of the swift Wolf King. Then, with a series of powerful slaps, Panda killed the frenzied, peak-level 7th rank Swift Wolf King. Afterward, Panda used its remaining strength to kill the 6th rank Swift Wolf that Archibald had been fighting. Finally, Panda also fell into unconsciousness. But before it did, it shrunk its body and lay directly on top of Achilles. Achilles listened to this story with a sigh, never expecting that a legendary, peak-level 7th rank Wolf King would fall so easily in the Storm territory. Knowing that the Swift Wolf King was dead, Achilles finally felt relieved and began to inquire about the life contract. After all, it had almost killed him. Panda, what exactly is this life contract? This is a secret technique of our Panda clan. By the way, I'll tell you a secret. I'm not some kind of mutated Earth bear, and my name isn't Panda. Our true name is the Panda clan. And we are not native to the Noah continent. We come from another dimension. We just drifted here a long, long time ago. Our original world was called the Panda continent, where our Panda clan ruled. Panda explained this to Achilles. Achilles was immediately stunned by this news. The Panda clan were actually outsiders. Thank you to Chen, the village chief, for his role. Thank you to Chen Shi for providing the summoning spell. Thank you to Feng Ling, Wind Fright, Zhang Xinyi, Yao Shen, Yuan Nanting, Qiu Han, and others for their contributions. Thank you to Chen Qian Yu, Baolong Zhanxi, Tyrannosaurus Warrior, Yu Mu, Shen Yu, Yu Quan, Fu Zi, Qian Jie Wan Fu Zi, Qian Zhen, Tyrannosaurus Warrior, Yu Mu Han, Yang Shen Yu, Yu Quan, Fu Zi, Qian Zhe, Yu Kuang, Yang Xin, Sichu, Zhen Kuang, and others for their support. Thank you to all our readers for your continued support. When Achilles heard Panda say they came from another world, he immediately thought of the ancient era's dimensional wars. Would those black and white giant bears come to attack the Noah continent? Thinking this, Achilles directly asked, "Did you come from the time of the ancient dimensional wars?" Panda, lying in the pool, tilted his head and glanced at Achilles. "You actually know about the ancient dimensional wars. How is that possible? Are you trying to ask if our Panda clan also came to invade your Noah continent?" Panda said dismissively, then explained directly. "Don't worry about that. Our Panda clan was invited here as reinforcements by a powerful legendary mage from the Noah continent. We came to help the Noah continent side. As for why we stayed on the Noah continent later, I don't know. It seems our ancestors in the Panda clan deliberately didn't pass down information about the ancient dimensional wars." Hearing Panda's explanation, Achilles felt relieved. Although he wasn't from the Noah continent himself, associating with invaders still carried some risk. Since the Panda clan was invited by the Noah continent, there should be many people who know their identities, so it shouldn't be a problem. He then continued with his previous question. "So, what exactly is this life contract technique? Why can you still draw on my life force?" Hearing the words life contract again, Panda immediately felt frustrated. He explained weakly, "The life contract of our Panda clan was specially developed for cooperation with highly intelligent races. It's a unique contract designed to foster that partnership. Because our cultivation requires very high intelligence and understanding to comprehend our unique path of enlightenment. The drunken enlightenment I achieved while drunk the other day is one example of that. Therefore, we usually seek out races with extremely high intelligence to sign life contracts. In this way, both parties become equal partners, can absolutely trust each other, and can share each other's life force and intelligence. Simply put, it's a sharing of lifespan and intelligence. And in necessary situations, you can temporarily borrow the other party's life force and intelligence. Furthermore, when one side is weak in life force, the life contract will automatically regulate and balance the life force. The Panda clan is not only powerful but also a long-lived race. Therefore, races with high aptitude but short lifespans are very willing to enter into contracts with us. After all, aptitude can be temporarily borrowed when needed, so there's little loss. However, lifespan is something that is actually shared. Even if life force is temporarily lent, it can only be used for healing, and eventually, it must be returned. Otherwise, if the other party dies, you might die too." Upon hearing this, Achilles was overjoyed. He could share in their lifespan, which meant he now had a significantly extended lifespan. He eagerly asked, "Panda brother, how long exactly do you pandas live, and how much lifespan do I have now?" "Our Panda clan's lifespan is similar to that of the elven race, 4 times longer than yours as humans. I am only 80 years old, just an adult. You can calculate for yourself." Panda said somewhat impatiently. 4 times. 80 years. 18 years. Achilles immediately began calculating in his mind. He was then surprised to exclaim, "Wow, that means I still have 200 years of lifespan left." "And it's even more than that," Panda added. "I've already comprehended the 9th level realm. Once I ascend to the 9th level sanctuary, my lifespan will be 1,200 years." Achilles was even happier after hearing this. This life contract he signed on this adventure was a huge bargain. He would now possess several centuries of lifespan without having to reach the sanctuary or legendary levels. "However, my injuries have worsened again," Panda reminded him. "Although I can still barely exert 7th level power, it will likely take 10 years or more to fully recover without external help. So, you need to quickly find me some magic crystals or fire elemental cores." Yes, don't worry, Panda brother. I'll take care of it," Achilles immediately assured him. Panda was now a powerful figure in the Storm territory. The sooner he recovered, the sooner the territory could have a 9th level sanctuary expert, and it would also add hundreds of years to his lifespan. Achilles would naturally do everything he could. Just as Achilles and Panda had finished talking, Wendy's voice came from outside the laboratory. "Sir, you can come out when you're ready. Otherwise, there won't be any more life spring water left." Upon hearing Wendy's voice, Panda immediately warned Achilles, "Listen, I'll take care of this girl from now on. If you dare to mistreat her, I'll kill you." Achilles looked puzzled. Both our lives were saved by that girl. She used the potential of the life element child and forcefully raised the level of this life-sustaining formation with elven magic, which is what saved your life. And I survived thanks to the vitality you restored." Panda explained how Wendy had saved Achilles. "Is there any harm to her?" Achilles immediately asked worriedly. Seeing Achilles' reaction, Panda nodded approvingly. "There is a little, but it's not a big problem. We can just give her some life-related treasures later to help her recover." Achilles felt relieved after hearing this. He then got up, put on his clothes, and walked towards the door. However, when he came out, Wendy and the girl had already run away, probably feeling embarrassed. After all, what just happened? Achilles smiled slightly. He would get Wendy some delicious food in a couple of days and she'd be fine. Then, Panda flew back to his cave. Despite Achilles' repeated attempts to persuade him, Panda insisted on going back, saying he needed some peace and quiet. Before leaving, he asked Achilles to send him the flesh and blood of the Wolf King. Although he didn't usually like eating meat, the flesh and blood of a 7th level Wolf King would help him recover faster. Achilles then instructed Horus to notify Mia, Clay, and others to immediately come to the conference hall. Achilles needed to understand the details of the battle with the swift wolf pack. Upon learning that Achilles had summoned them, Mia and the others rushed to the conference hall. They knew that Achilles had been unconscious for a month. If anything happened to Achilles, most of them would lose their homes and have nowhere to go. "Sir, are you all right?" "That's great, sir. You're finally awake." "Thank you, Artemis, for your blessing." Everyone greeted Achilles with concern. "All right, everyone, I'm not seriously injured. I just need a few days of rest," Achilles reassured them. Achilles hadn't actually been injured. He had simply gone into shock because Panda was so severely wounded and he had drawn too much vitality from him. The reason why he remained unconscious for so long was because Panda's life force was unstable, and the life pact was constantly working to balance the life energy between him and the bear. After the battle, Achilles assured everyone that he was all right and calmed them down before getting to the main topic. He first asked Archibald. Archibald, who knew him best, immediately replied, "Sir, after the panda fell unconscious, Captain Archibald quickly helped Mia and the others kill the last 3 Tier 5 Swiftwolves. He then waited for 3 days in Storm territory, but when you still hadn't woken up, he returned to Grey Fortress. However, he didn't take anything with him, only asking that you inform him once he regained consciousness." Achilles nodded. Archibald was indeed a man of integrity. Not only did he not take any spoils, but he also stayed behind for 3 days to protect them. He knew that Archibald was the highest-ranking officer in Grey Fortress, and Achilles had been very rushed when he called for his help. He hadn't had time to arrange things properly at Grey Fortress, and besides, Achilles had taken a large number of magical crossbows. Staying there for 3 days would have been a significant risk. Achilles silently acknowledged Archibald's kindness. He then asked in a serious tone, "Our losses this time must be considerable. Tell me the details." Hearing Achilles' question, several infantry company commanders fell silent. Finally, Jenkins stood up and replied solemnly, "Sir, our losses were indeed very heavy. A total of 136 soldiers from the companies responsible for defending against the swift wolves that jumped onto the walls were killed, including 8 mages. Additionally, 3 knight squads led by Roger, Eric, and Thomas lost 4 men each. Archibald's Beast Knight squad suffered minimal casualties, only a few injuries. The 2 archer companies responsible for archery fire lost a total of 59 soldiers. The elite guard company responsible for firing the magical crossbows lost 48 soldiers, and the siege unit responsible for operating the storm cannons, storm ballistae, and giant magical crossbows lost 96 soldiers. In total, 343 people were killed, including 8 mages. Additionally, 56 people are disabled. While many others were injured, they received minimal treatment and should be able to return to duty soon." After hearing the casualty figures, Achilles sighed quietly. With a force of less than 2,000 soldiers, including auxiliaries, the death and injury rate exceeded 20%. This gave him a grim understanding of how fierce the battle had been. Without magical defenses protecting the castle, fighting against a horde of beasts was extremely disadvantageous. Most of the casualties were caused by wind blades released by the swift wolves. If there had been protective magic arrays, the losses could have easily been reduced by half or more. He realized that he needed to acquire large-scale defensive magic arrays as quickly as possible. Despite the heavy losses, at least they had eliminated the greatest threat to storm territory, the pack of swift wolves. The sword hanging over storm territory had finally been lifted. Now, the territory could develop without constant fear and anxiety, and the sacrifices made by the fallen soldiers would not be in vain. Achilles then asked George, "What is the condition of the storm cannons and storm ballistae?" "My lord," George reported, "all 10 large storm cannons on the walls were destroyed. The giant storm cannon, being located beneath the wall, sustained no damage. 21 out of 24 storm ballistae were destroyed. One of the 2 5th-tier magical ballistae were destroyed. One of the 2 5th-tier magical ballistae was destroyed, and 5 out of 6 4th-tier magical ballistae were also destroyed." Hearing these numbers, Achilles felt a pang of regret. The Storm series weapons could be rebuilt, but the key issue was the 4th and 5th-tier magical ballistae. These had been earned through meritorious service, 3 5th-grade merits and 15 6th-grade merits, all gone. This significantly reduced Storm Territory's defensive capabilities by half. He would need to find a way to replenish them before the upcoming orcish invasion from the south. Perhaps the corpses of the 6th-tier Minotaur could be put to use. Furthermore, the over 200 swift wolves represented a valuable resource for Storm Territory. 8 professionals had died in the battle, and their flesh and blood needed to be utilized immediately. Beastly remains not only allowed soldiers to quickly reach their peak, but also accelerated the training of professionals. Over the next 6 months, if they could properly utilize the swift wolf's flesh and blood, combined with training potions, the current professionals in Storm Territory should be able to advance 1 rank. And the number of new professionals would likely increase significantly. Then there were the demon cores and wolf pelts, which could be exchanged for many needed resources. For example, Archibald needed 3rd or 4th tier fire element demon cores, while Wendy needed magic crystals. Even Panda could receive 2 6th tier and 1 7th tier fire element demon cores, which would speed up its recovery. After understanding all the details, Achilles encouraged everyone. Although we suffered significant losses this time, we completely eliminated the swift wolf pack, our biggest threat. We no longer have to worry about being attacked by the swift wolves every day, and we can reduce the frequency of patrols in the northwest. Now, we can focus on developing our territory and improving our skills. The next orc invasion from the south will be an opportunity for us to earn a lot of merit points. And after the orc invasion, I plan to establish my own vocational academy within the territory. All children of officers and professionals in the territory are welcome to apply. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Sending their children to a vocational academy where they could learn systematic professional knowledge from a young age was a privilege usually reserved for noble children. Now, Achilles was offering this opportunity to their children, which meant that their next generation would surpass them and have the chance to earn merit and titles. "Thank you, Lord," everyone said respectfully. Some had already decided to bring their families from Grey Fortress over. Now that the threat of the swift wolves was gone, the territory was very safe. As for the orc invasion, It was just a way to earn them some merit points. Next, Achilles instructed each unit to quickly replenish its manpower and restore its combat effectiveness. Regarding expanding the army, that would have to wait until after the Dawn Festival, because so many soldiers had been killed or injured this time that even after replenishing the ranks, it might not be possible to expand further. Finally, Achilles sent a squad of knights led by Roger to Grey Fortress to check on Archibald and report back. He also brought Archibald 2 5th-tier Swift Wolf pelts and 1 6th-tier Swift Wolf pelt as compensation for this operation. As for exchanging demon cores, that would require consulting with Archibald first, because 7th-tier demon cores are not easy to obtain. After arranging the post-battle tasks and instructing everyone to continue their regular duties, Achilles began to focus on practicing his magic. In just over 20 days, he would be able to use attribute points to advance to a 4th-level Grand Mage, and then he would have to learn many new spells. After resolving the issue with the pack of Swift Wolves in Storm Territory, the development of the territory could be accelerated, and it wouldn't need to be concentrated solely around the castles. Therefore, before the onset of deep winter, Jenkins, who was responsible for managing the territory, selected several suitable locations for villages within a 5-kilometer radius of each castle. Next spring, serfs would be brought in to build houses and establish permanent settlements there, allowing them to cultivate new farmland nearby. Meanwhile, Achilles, who had been diligently practicing his magic, finally mastered the 3rd-tier wind and fire spells, Swift Movement and Flame Shield, after 25 days. He also successfully learned the water-based Deep Blue meditation technique he obtained from the enslaved 4th-tier Dark Agent, Puss, bringing the total number of attributes in Achilles' chaotic meditation to 6. Achilles then began using attribute points to enhance his magical abilities. Name: Achilles Louis Basic Skills, Blazing Breath Technique, 4th-tier Grand Knight, 0-1 million, Chaotic Meditation, Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, Light, Darkness, 4th-tier Grand Mage, 0-1 million, Swift Movement, 3rd-tier Spell, 3rd-tier Spell, 3rd-tier Spell, 3rd-tier Maximum, Flame Shield, 3rd-tier Spell, 3rd-tier Maximum Flame Shield, 3rd-tier Spell, 3rd-tier Maximum. Attribute points, 2,902. Next, I need to start working on 4th-tier spells and also begin searching for 4th-tier training potions. Also, I need to focus on formations and sword techniques. They're all difficult to acquire. After silently planning his next steps, Achilles ended his practice. It was already December and the outside world was covered in thick snow, forcing many tasks within the territory to be temporarily halted. Therefore, Achilles had initiated winter training for auxiliary troops, and several literacy classes had already been established. Workers and officers within the territory were willing to spend money sending their children to these literacy classes. Achilles' plan to establish a vocational academy had made them realize the importance of early education for the next generation. Because Achilles had stated that the minimum requirement for entering the vocational academy was basic literacy, as the academy would not be responsible for teaching those fundamental skills. After finishing his training, Achilles spent 3 days inspecting his territory to ensure everything was in order. Then, he set off for Grey Fortress with Mia, Lyle, a squad of Clay Beast Knights, and a small contingent of Ged's personal guards. He intended to exchange the 2 6th-tier Swift Wolf Demon Cores for Fire Elemental ones from Archibald. However, Archibald stated that he had no channels for exchanging 7th-tier cores, so Achilles would have to find another way. Achilles also brought along the corpse of a 6th-tier Minotaur, planning to exchange it for a 4th or 5th-tier magical crossbow. On their way through the Pighead Valley, Achilles instructed Lyle to discreetly contact Dane and inquire about any sightings of 5th-tier beasts or demons in the outer regions of the Savage Mountains. During his previous battle with the Swift Wolves, Achilles hadn't managed to obtain any 5th or 6th-tier monster heads, so he hadn't been able to advance his innate abilities. Furthermore, Achilles was hesitant to enter the Savage Mountains at this stage, fearing that he might become entangled in the events surrounding Mist Valley. He actually missed the days when the Crown Prince tried to assassinate him. At least then, he could occasionally obtain monster heads. However, just as Lyle had left, he quickly returned, and Dane followed him. "Sir," Dane said respectfully, presenting a letter written on animal hide. Torvald sent this letter via a corpse demon puppet. Achilles' expression darkened upon hearing this. He immediately felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly opened the letter and read it. As expected, the letter confirmed Achilles' suspicions. Torvald stated that the Shadow Temple had located the Hell Passage and requested him to immediately travel to the depths of the Savage Mountains to rendezvous with the main force. After reading the letter, Achilles hastened his pace and arrived at Grey Fortress. He left Mia and Ged's personal guards outside and entered the fortress with Lyle and Clay. Since the Dawn Church had previously registered Achilles as a 4th-tier Grand Knight when awarding him the 4th-tier merit, he registered himself as a 4th-tier Grand Knight upon entering the fortress this time. Archibald, Achilles asked directly upon arriving at Archibald's residence. Can you contact the Dawn Church from here? Because Grey Fortress was a military stronghold and the Dawn Church had not re-established a church there, Achilles couldn't relay the message to them. No, Archibald replied. I can only use flying magical beasts to contact the Northeastern Legion in Frostman City. However, the southern region of Lord Fisher's territory has a Dawn Church. What happened? Is something wrong? After listening to Archibald's question, Achilles didn't answer directly. Instead, he immediately handed a letter to Archibald and instructed him to quickly travel to the territory of Lord Fisher, where he should deliver the letter to the local church official. Only after watching Archibald leave did Achilles respond to Archibald. My goblin slaves have discovered people from the Shadow Temple. They must already know about the Hell Passage in Mist Valley. Hearing this, Archibald's expression immediately turned grave. It seemed that things were going to get turbulent in the Wasteland Mountains. If the Dawn Church couldn't stop the Shadow Temple, this place would be doomed. What should we do now? Archibald asked anxiously. What else can we do? We can only wait. Fortunately, Mist Valley is located deep within the Wasteland Mountains, so it hasn't affected us yet. Right now, we can only pray that the Dawn Church can repel the Shadow Temple and quickly destroy the Hell Passage, otherwise we might have to flee for our lives, Achilles said helplessly. Archibald remained silent after hearing this, perhaps regretting not leaving Grey Fortress. Next, Achilles gave Archibald the magic core of a swift wolf, asking him to exchange it for fire-based magic cores. After exchanging the corpse of a 6th-level minotaur for a magical crossbow, he quickly returned to Storm territory. Achilles needed to go back and discuss this matter with Panda. If the Hell Passage was opened, they would need to plan an escape route. Just as Achilles was preparing for the worst, a major battle had already broken out in Mist Valley. The Dawn Church's knights were engaged in a fierce melee with 8-level Sky Knights led by Pansy. She watched the members of the Shadow Temple attacking the Holy Light Formation, her expression becoming increasingly grim. The first group of people from the Shadow Temple included 1 8-level Sky Knight and 2 8-level Sky Warriors, along with 5 7th-level individuals, 12 6th-level individuals, and over 20 4th or 5th-level professionals. Among them were also 1 7th-level mage and 2 6th-level archmages. With such a force, Captain Pansy dared not go out to counterattack. She could only stay within the Holy Light Formation for defense. I hope Lord Nelson arrives soon, she thought. Currently, neither side in Mist Valley could defeat the other. The next step would depend on which reinforcements arrived first. At the same time, upon learning about the Shadow Temple, the church official in Lord Fisher's territory immediately used a unique divine technique of the church to transmit this news to the main cathedral in the capital city of Changlan. Upon receiving the news, the Morning Light Church immediately notified the royal family, and within less than a day, the first wave of reinforcements quickly moved north. While Achilles was sending the message, Pansy, the captain of the Sky Knights stationed in Mist Valley, also used a secret church technique to relay information about the Shadow Temple back to the main cathedral in the capital city of Changlan. Upon receiving the news, Pastor Nelson immediately dispatched Bishop Drake to inform the Alpha Royal family of the gravity of the situation. The royal family wasted no time and immediately sent Cato, an ancient 9-rank Holy Knight, along with 2 8-rank Sky Warriors, accompanied by Bishop Drake from the Dawn Church and another 8-rank priest, forming the first wave of reinforcements. These 5 individuals were led by Bishop Drake, an 8-rank archmage, who quickly flew towards the Wasteland Mountains. They had to reach Mist Valley before the Shadow Temple's 9-rank sanctuary did. If they arrived first, they could fully unleash the power of the Holy Light Formation, which would hopefully hold out until the second wave of reinforcements and Pastor Nelson's group arrived. Maintaining the Holy Light Formation was crucial to ensuring that the subsequent operation to destroy the Hell Passage could proceed smoothly. Otherwise, they might face a bloody battle with the Shadow Temple. After the first wave of reinforcements led by Cato and Bishop Drake departed, King Adam Falconbridge immediately summoned all the major nobles of the Alpha Kingdom to discuss the selection of personnel for the second wave of reinforcements. Pastor Nelson had already informed King Adam that he needed the Alpha Kingdom to contain the forces of the Shadow Temple for 2 months. 2 months later, the artifact, the Goddess's Scepter, would be activated and fully charged, allowing them to proceed with destroying the Hell Passage. Meanwhile, as a tense atmosphere quickly spread throughout the capital, the Caleb also learned about the appearance of the Hell Passage in the Wasteland Mountains and the news that it had attracted the Shadow Temple. He immediately began plotting something, intending to exploit this incident involving the Hell Passage for his own purposes. Far away in Storm territory, Achilles, upon arriving at Panda's cave, immediately told him about the Hell Passage in Mist Valley, as well as the impending arrival of the Shadow Temple. "Brother Panda," Achilles asked, "do you think the Alpha Kingdom and the Dawn Church can stop the Shadow Temple?" Panda shook his head and replied, "I don't know. All I can tell you is that there are likely many hell demons within the Shadow Temple, and possibly even members of the 9 great Shadow Kings under the Shadow Lord." "The 9 great Shadow Kings? Demons of the 9-rank prince level?" Achilles asked in surprise. They are not ordinary 9th-rank princes, but ancient monsters that have lived for at least tens of thousands of years. It shouldn't be a problem for one to defeat 3 or 4 holy knights. Otherwise, they wouldn't be recorded in the ancestral memories of our Panda clan. We younger generations should just run away if we encounter them. Do demons also have lifespans? Aren't they supposed to be inanimate objects? Who said they don't have lifespans? Becoming a demon or undead is simply losing their memories and being reborn in the underworld. They still possess lifespans, but usually twice as long as before, and higher-level demons live even longer. Panda explained. "Is that so? Then what happens to them when they die?" Achilles persistently asked. Panda glared at Achilles with annoyance. "Should I just kill you now, and then you can go ask the demons in hell?" No need." Achilles was speechless. Why couldn't he just not know? It's hurtful to say things out loud. Besides, if I die, won't you have to die too? Then Achilles and the bear returned to the original topic, discussing how to deal with the situation after the Hellgate opened. Finally, they realized there was only one solution: run away, and that meant heading south by sea. Otherwise, Achilles' soldiers and citizens wouldn't be able to escape, and all his hard work for over a year would be wasted. However, there weren't enough large ships for a sea voyage, and it was too late to build new ones. So, Achilles decided to have Panda lead him to find a larger island in the open sea, which could serve as a temporary base. Fortunately, Storm Territory's shipbuilding technology had also improved, so sailing in the open sea wasn't much of a problem unless there was bad weather. Of course, these were just worst-case scenarios. If the Dawn Church in the Kingdom of Alpha could destroy the Hellgate in Mist Valley, that would be even better. Meanwhile, as Achilles and Panda headed out to sea to find an island, the reinforcement troops from the royal family of Alpha, led by Elder Cato, and the Dawn Church, led by Bishop Drake, had already arrived at Grey Fortress. After a brief rest, they immediately set off for Mist Valley. Archibald also informed Achilles' people that the kingdom's reinforcements sent to Mist Valley had arrived. Just as Elder Cato and Bishop Drake were about to reach Mist Valley, 3 8th-rank demons from the Shadow Temple were still attacking the Holy Light Formation. However, with Pansy guarding the Holy Light Formation, it would take months for even 3 level 8 powerhouses and a dozen level 6 or -7 mages to break through. Suddenly, a level 7 mage from the Shadow Temple sensed something and immediately shouted, "Quickly retreat! The powerful warriors from the Alpha Kingdom have arrived. Let's withdraw first." "So soon? No time for talk, just go." The 3 level 8 powerhouses immediately flew away, with 3 mages. The remaining 4 level 7 mages and 10 level 6 mages retreated with over 20 level 4 or -5 mages, quickly disappearing into the dense forests deep within the Wasteland Mountains, then scattering in different directions. Pansy, the leader stationed at the Holy Light Formation, did not pursue them, fearing it might be a trick by the Shadow Temple. However, he soon dismissed this concern because he sensed the presence of Bishop Drake. "Pansy, are you all right?" Upon arriving, Bishop Drake immediately inquired about Pansy and his companions. Pansy shook his head, indicating that they were fine. Drake, we're all okay. When the people from the Shadow Temple arrived, we didn't leave the Holy Light Formation. They couldn't do anything to us. At this moment, Kato, an ancient knight of the royal family, sensed something and asked, "Did those from the Shadow Temple just leave?" Pansy immediately understood and said with a murderous glint in his eyes, "Yes, they just left. If we pursue them now, we should be able to kill some of them." He had been feeling incredibly frustrated. As the leader of the Dawn Church's Guardian Knights, an 8th-level Sky Knight, he was confined to defending within the formation. "Warren, Dwayne, let's go after them," Kato said, immediately leading 2 level 8 Sky Warriors to pursue the members of the Shadow Temple. "Pansy, you should go too, but don't chase them too far. Just a little bit is enough." Bishop Drake also allowed Pansy to join the pursuit, giving him only a slight warning because he could tell that Pansy was eager to go. Understood. Pansy immediately flew towards the depths of the Wasteland Mountains. Unlike Kato, who was pursuing the level 8 powerhouses from the Shadow Temple, Pansy went after the level 6 and -7 mages who couldn't fly. The next day, Kato and Pansy returned. Kato caught up with a level 8 Sky Warrior from the Shadow Temple and killed him. However, the level 6 Archmage he was with had disappeared. It was likely that he had been abandoned along the way. Pansy killed 1 Earth Knight of level 7, 2 Golden Warriors of level 6, and 5 unfortunate individuals of levels 4 and 5, finding trouble. After the royal ancestor, Sir Kato and Pansy returned from the Mist Valley, Bishop Drake immediately reported the situation back to Kanglan City. Upon receiving the news, King Adam convened another meeting of the most powerful nobles. During the meeting, King Adam said loudly, "Everyone, the situation in the Mist Valley is currently under control. Sir Kato and Bishop Drake have repelled the first wave of Shadow Temple forces. However, the Shadow Temple will undoubtedly send stronger reinforcements and they will likely have countermeasures against the Holy Light Array. Therefore, we cannot delay any further. We must finalize the number of troops to be sent today. The Dawn Church will dispatch Norn Paladins along with 2 8th-rank mage bishops." After King Adam finished speaking, the 18 noble representatives present looked at each other in silence, no one willing to speak first. Just as it seemed that King Adam was about to become angry, Howard, the eldest son and heir of Duke Lincoln, representing the Lincoln family, spoke up. "The Lincoln family will send 2 8th-rank Sky Knights, 4 7th-rank mages, and 10 6th-rank mages. We will arrive at Grey Fortress within a month." After Howard finished speaking, King Adam nodded approvingly, then turned his sharp gaze to the others. Seeing that the Lincoln family had set an example, the other nobles no longer remained silent and began to announce the number of troops their families would send. "The Lothar Duke family will send 1 8th-rank Sky Knight, 1 8th-rank mage, 3 7th-rank mages, and 8 6th-rank mages. The Venus Duke family will send 2 8th-rank mages, 2 7th-rank mages, and 6th-rank mages. The Felix Duke family will send 1 8th-rank Sky Knight, 1 Lyman, 1 7th-rank mage, 2 7th-rank Earth Knights, and 10 6th-rank mages. The Voda Duke family will send 2 8th-rank Sky Knights, 4 7th-rank mages, and 10 6th-rank mages. No mages." After all 5 dukes had declared their contributions, Haley paused for a moment before saying, "The Tulip Marquis family will send 1 Tier 8 Sky Knight, 1 Tier 7 mage, 2 Tier 7 Earth Warriors, and 5 Tier 6 Warriors." King Adam nodded in agreement with the number of personnel proposed by the Marquis family. Seeing this, representatives from the other 4 major Marquis families began to calculate their own family's contributions, preparing to report the numbers. However, a sarcastic voice suddenly interrupted the other representatives. "Haley, I recall you can command a Brain-Ice Sky Knight within your family, but are you certain you can effectively lead a Tier 7 mage? This is not a trivial matter. If the Tulip family cannot provide enough personnel, it will be more than just a loss of face. Your Majesty's punishment might be too much for you to bear." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the seat reserved for the Earl families, anticipating what would happen next. The person who had made the sarcastic remark was Ian, an Earl from the Dalton family. The Dalton and Tulip Marquis families were bitter rivals, having been in conflict for centuries, with neither side willing to back down. However, the topic being discussed at today's meeting was extremely serious and important. It seemed that Ian was not considering the context. King Adam, seeing the sudden shift in atmosphere from a formal meeting to something unsettling, frowned and addressed Ian. Ian, be mindful of your words. When did I say I would punish Haley? Are you trying to make decisions for me? Upon hearing King Adam's reprimand, Ian immediately stood up, bowed deeply, and said, I am very sorry, Your Majesty. That was not my intention. The matter of the Hell Passage is extremely serious, and I am concerned that some families might cause problems. If this leads to the opening of the Hell Passage, it will be a disaster. In the heat of the moment, I may have offended Your Majesty. Please forgive me. Ian's words were well crafted, leaving King Adam with little room to find fault and therefore unable to blame him. And with Earl Ian's words, if any family truly sent fewer representatives than required, or if the individuals they sent were not strong enough, problems would arise. In that case, King Adam would have no choice but to severely punish that family. Therefore, after hearing Earl Ian's remarks, the representatives of the various noble families turned their attention to Haley. Everyone present knew about the current situation within the Tulip family. Haley, barely 20 years old, had taken over the Tulip family and become the Lady Baroness of the Tulips. This deeply angered her 2 uncles and 3 cousins who believed that she was too young to be the Baroness of the Tulips. As a result, internal conflicts within the Tulip family erupted and escalated, with the potential for a full-blown civil war. This gave other families an opportunity to exploit the situation. However, Haley ultimately demonstrated her cunning and ruthlessness by uncovering evidence that one of her cousins was colluding with outsiders to harm the family's interests, and she had him executed directly. Haley's actions silenced the others, temporarily quelling the conflict within the Tulip family. This disappointed many who were hoping to take advantage of the situation, especially the Dalton Earl family. However, the Tulip family is a vast organization, and even the ancient patriarchs cannot completely control it. Therefore, although Haley quelled the internal conflicts, she did not manage to bring everyone under her control. The members of other factions within the family often disregarded Haley's orders, finding ways to delay or avoid fulfilling them whenever possible. They would also occasionally cause trouble for Haley within the bounds of the rules, such as her marriage to Achilles. This is why Earl Ian questioned Haley's authority. Although the Tulip family is a magical lineage, Haley cannot command even a 7th-tier mage within the family. Even if she could fully control the Phineas Sky Knights, they are under the protection of her mother. Otherwise, Haley might not be able to summon any powerful individuals on her own. At that moment, Haley remained calm and composed, leaning back in her chair and using a small file to trim her fingernails. Angelia saw that everyone was looking at her. She adjusted her nails, a slight smile playing on her lips. Then, she leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on the table and supporting her head with her hands. She then playfully said to Ian, Lord Ian is still as concerned about the affairs of our Tulip family. I suppose he doesn't have much time to manage the Dalton family anymore, otherwise your son wouldn't constantly be getting into trouble. It must be because you don't have time to discipline him. Perhaps I should step in and help. Ian's eldest son was known for his outrageous behavior and lack of intelligence. So, when he heard Angelia teasing him about his son, Ian gritted his teeth and said, Angelia, stop talking nonsense. The affairs of the Dalton family are none of your concern. And what business is it of yours whether or not I can deploy people from the Tulip family? She retorted sharply, Why do you have to worry so much? Besides, whether His Majesty punishes me or not is also not something you need to interfere with. Otherwise, maybe he should just give you his throne. Everyone present stifled their laughter. Angelia's words were as sharp and biting as ever. Hearing this, Ian immediately became angry. Angelia, don't put words in my mouth. I am doing this for the sake of the kingdom and the northern frontier. If you can't provide assistance, just say so, otherwise you might end up causing problems. The two then began arguing back and forth, but it was clear that Angelia had the upper hand. Although some of Ian's points were valid, Angelia always managed to twist his words and shift the focus, making him increasingly frustrated. Seeing the two of them arguing loudly during such a serious meeting, Adam felt a headache coming on. He mentally cursed Ian and his ancestors. Even though he knew he couldn't win against Angelia, he kept trying to provoke her, only to end up feeling helpless and angry. Enough. Everyone, be quiet, Edward said finally. Adam had no choice but to personally intervene to stop the spectacle, as reinforcements were still waiting in the Misty Valley. We are currently discussing the Hell Passage. There are still people waiting for our reinforcements there. Do you nobles have any sense of responsibility? Haley scoffed after hearing this, then looked at Earl Ian with disdain. She continued to file her nails, having already reported the number of mages sent by the Tulip family. Earl Ian, who had already been arguing and losing, was about to retort again when he saw Haley's behavior. King Adam immediately intervened, saying, "Earl Ian, perhaps you could tell us how many people the Dalton family intends to send." Ian swallowed his angry words and retorted, "If Haley can prove that she can deploy 7-tier mages, then the Dalton family will be willing to contribute the same amount of power as the Marquis family. If not, I hope your majesty will punish Haley for disrupting the order of the battlefield." The crowd gasped in surprise. Ian was truly ruthless. In the kingdom of Alpha, disrupting the order of the battlefield was a serious offense. Whether it was a member of the nobility or the royal family, anyone found guilty would be sent to a suicide mission camp. Only after completing 3 missions with a 9 in 10 chance of death could they clear their name, but no one had ever succeeded so far. So, Ian was essentially trying to condemn Haley to her death. After hearing this, King Adam's expression changed slightly. Ian and Haley were not his people, so he wouldn't take sides. He just wanted to resolve the situation with the Hell Passage as quickly as possible. Therefore, after Ian pledged that the Dalton family would fulfill the obligations of the Marquis family, Adam remained silent and waited for Haley to respond. When Haley heard Ian pledge, she stopped what she was doing and sat up straight. She knew that now that Ian had spoken so strongly, she couldn't continue to be frivolous. She needed to make a concrete counterargument. So Haley slowly said, "Your Majesty, I believe that Earl Ian is deliberately provoking and insulting the Tulip family. I cannot accept such accusations, so I demand a noble duel with the Dalton family." Haley's words instantly electrified the room. The aristocratic representatives began to murmur amongst themselves, while several ducal families looked grave. King Adam's face turned pale. At this moment, how could he allow a duel between 2 powerful noble families? However, Howard of the Lincoln family intervened. "Haley, things aren't as serious as you think. Please don't be rash. Let's talk about it calmly." Other representatives from various ducal families also chimed in, urging her to reconsider. But Haley remained unmoved, waiting for Pierce to speak. So, everyone turned their attention to Pierce, trying to persuade him. This put Pierce in a difficult position, his expression fluctuating between determination and hesitation. How could the Dalton family possibly engage in a noble duel with the Tulip family? Pierce was about to concede and retract his previous offer when Haley seemed to sense his change of heart. She smiled slyly and then abruptly changed her tone. "Of course, if Lord Pierce is willing to commit double the manpower of a Marquisate family, I am willing to demonstrate here that I can summon a 7th-tier mage." When everyone heard Haley's revised condition, their expressions were filled with surprise. Now, Pierce had no way out. He could either agree to a noble duel with the Tulip family or commit double the manpower of a Marquisate family. Moreover, it seemed that Haley was very confident in her ability to summon a 7th-tier mage, suggesting that her previous aggressive behavior was merely a tactic to pressure Pierce. At this point, Pierce was unsure whether Haley could actually summon a 7th-tier mage. However, faced with the expectant gazes of everyone present, Pierce gritted his teeth and agreed to Haley's condition. "All right, I agree. Haley, I refuse to believe you can actually summon a 7th-tier mage." "Haha, Lord Pierce is indeed quite bold," Haley said with a smile. "I may not be able to summon a 7th-tier mage, but the Dalton family is certainly going to suffer a significant loss this time." She then removed a bracelet and released an aura of immense power, characteristic of a 7th-tier mage. Everyone present was stunned. When had Haley become a 7th-tier mage? She seemed to be only 23 years old. A 23-year-old 7th-tier mage. This was unprecedented in the kingdom of Alpha. Haley has the potential to become a saint-level being in the future, and perhaps even achieve legendary status. There's a glimmer of hope for that. The demon king of the giant elephant and the grand nobles of Changlin City. Inside the grand hall where the nobles of Changlin City were gathered, King Adam and the other high-ranking nobles were all stunned. None of them knew when Haley had ascended to the rank of 7th-level mage. And she was only 23 years old. When this news reached Tulip City, the leaders of the various factions within the Tulip family would likely be filled with anxiety. Even when Haley was a 5th-level mage, she could defeat them in internal power struggles. Now, at the age of 23, having ascended to the rank of 7th level mage, their future prospects were probably even bleaker. Furthermore, Haley had now demonstrated extraordinary talent and potential. The ancient ancestors of the sanctuary might immediately offer her their full support. However, these were matters concerning the Tulip family itself, and not many of the other nobles were particularly concerned. So, everyone was looking at Earl Pierce with a strange expression. They all knew that this guy had been tricked by Haley. Of course, he had actually dug his own grave. Haley simply expanded it and then kicked him into it. Now, Earl Pierce was in a very difficult situation. Mobilizing twice the strength of a marquis family was no small matter. When the news reached Dalton City, the Dalton family would likely be quite upset. After all, the mission to destroy the Hell Passage was extremely risky. Even powerful figures at the 9th level sanctuary could perish. If something happened to those sent by the Dalton family this time, it might take decades or even centuries for them to recover. After concealing her 7th level mage aura, Haley smiled and said to Pierce, "Earl Pierce, it's your turn now." At that moment, Pierce's face was grim, his eyes fixed on Haley. He then gritted his teeth and said, "Haley, you are ruthless. It seems you are planning to go to the Misty Mountains yourself." "Then there's no need for you to worry about it, Earl Pierce," Haley teased. "I suppose you have no choice but to go." Seeing that the two were about to argue again, King Adam immediately spoke up. "Enough. From now on, no more idle chatter. If you have any conflicts, resolve them yourselves after this meeting. Now, let's continue with the discussion about sending reinforcements. Pierce, we'll start with you." After hearing this, Pierce glared at Haley and then said through gritted teeth, "The Dalton family will send 2 8th level Sky Knights, 1 8th level Sky Warrior, 1 7th level Mage, 4 7th level Earth Warriors, and 10 6th level Warriors." King Adam nodded approvingly. "Continue." The others then looked at each other with sympathy before continuing to report the number of people their families were sending. After a short time, all 18 noble families had confirmed the number of individuals participating in this expedition to the Misty Valley. Adam felt that was enough and said, "All right, everyone, now that we have determined the numbers for the second wave of reinforcements, I expect everyone to arrive at Grey Fortress within 1 month and then follow the orders of the Norn warriors. If any family fails to arrive on time or disobeys the commands of the Norn warriors, don't blame me for assigning them to the Suicide Squad." "Yes, Your Majesty." Furthermore, in 2 months, Reverend Nelson will lead a team with an artifact to destroy the Hell Passage. If there are too many Shadow Temple members at that time, we will need to organize a third wave of reinforcements. Please prepare accordingly, and I will issue direct orders to each family when the time comes. Adam was not certain whether the people being sent now would be able to assist Reverend Nelson in destroying the Hell Passage. If they couldn't, more troops would be needed. Therefore, Adam had notified everyone in advance, knowing that there wouldn't be time for a meeting and discussion later. The royal court would directly issue orders, specifying the number of people to be sent. The attendees then left the hall, needing to quickly relay the news to their families, especially those in the south, who didn't have much time to spare. Earl Ian clearly understood this urgency. After the meeting adjourned, he immediately dispatched a Tier 8 Sky Warrior to the Tulip Duchy in the southeast. After Earl Ian sent his Sky Warrior, almost all of the major nobles received the news and understood what Ian was trying to do. Inside the mansion of Haley, Madam, reported Anna, the housekeeper, angrily. "Earl Ian has dispatched a Tier 8 Sky Warrior to the Tulip Duchy. He's likely trying to have those disloyal members within your family delay things." I knew that old fox wouldn't give up so easily," said Haley dismissively. "But it doesn't matter. I was already planning on going to the Misty Valley myself." "But, Madam," Anna expressed her concern. "Don't worry, Aunt Anna. The overall commander of this mission is Reverend Nelson. Otherwise, I wouldn't be going," Haley reassured her. Hearing that Reverend Nelson was in charge, Anna felt much better. Haley then continued, "However, we still need to send the instructions to them. It will be interesting to see how they react, what choices they make after learning that I have been promoted to a 7th rank mage. After I return from the Mist Valley, it will be easier to deal with certain issues within the family." "Understood, miss." While the Kingdom of Alpha was frantically preparing its second wave of reinforcements, deep in the Savage Mountains, 2 massive 7th rank demonic beasts, Crimson Fire Phoenixes, were carrying over 20 humans and beastfolk rapidly towards the Mist Valley. Another 12 humans and beastfolk were flying alongside, keeping close to the Crimson Fire Phoenixes. Among these individuals were the Shadow Temple's 8th rank Sky Knights and Sky Warriors who had previously appeared in the Mist Valley, as well as those 3 6th or 7th rank mages. In addition, there was a group of about 15 figures cloaked in black robes, also mixed among them. These robed individuals emanated a strong aura of dark energy. This rapidly approaching force heading towards the Mist Valley was indeed the Shadow Temple's reinforcements. More than 20 days later, these reinforcements from the Shadow Temple arrived outside the Mist Valley before Alpha Kingdom's second wave of troops could reach it. The Royal Elder and Holy Knight, Kato, who was stationed in the Mist Valley, immediately sensed their arrival. He then said with a grave expression, "Prepare for battle. The people from the Shadow Temple have arrived, and there are 2 9th-ranked entities among them." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately prepared for combat. 2 9th-rank beings were still within their capabilities to handle. However, at that moment, Bishop Drake and 8th-rank Priestess Rosabelle suddenly sensed something amiss. "Everyone, be careful. The Shadow Temple has brought demons from the underworld. Do not step outside the Holy Light formation." As soon as they said this, everyone present saw a vast amount of dark energy in the distance, followed by a terrifying and immense figure descending. What delicious prey! The aura emanating from this massive and terrifying figure was chilling. Bishop Drake and Priestess Rosabelle recognized the identity of the demon before them, their faces turning pale with apprehension. Arden. This enormous figure was a 9th-rank demonic prince from the underworld, and moreover, he belonged to the giant elephant clan, known for its immense power. This was a serious problem. Bishop Drake immediately sent an urgent message to Pastor Nelson. Now that a 9th-rank demonic prince had appeared here, Pastor Nelson would have to hurry and destroy the portal to the underworld. Otherwise, once Arden used his infernal magic to reveal the location of the portal in the Mist Valley to other demonic princes in the underworld, a large number of demons and undead would gather on the other side of that portal. If they want to destroy this gateway to hell, it might require the mobilization of the entire nation. They may even need to seek help from other kingdoms and the Church of the Dawn. That would likely lead to a long and arduous war. The damnable curiosity. As the level 9 giant demon, Demetrius, arrived outside the Holy Light formation, the others from the Shadow Temple also gathered there. 25 humans, 11 orcs, 5 demons, and 8 undead. Among the orcs was Francis, a level 9 orcish saint, along with 13 other level 8 warriors, 19 level 7 warriors, 16 level 6 warriors. Sir Kato, seeing the level 9 orc, was surprised and said, "Francis, you've joined the Shadow Temple?" "Ha ha ha, Kato, I never thought we would meet like this. Last time I almost died at your hands." Francis laughed heartily. "But this time, I brought Demetrius with me. Let's see if you can escape from my grasp." Hearing Francis's threat, Sir Kato ignored him and turned to Bishop Drake, asking, "Bishop Drake, what did Lord Nelson say? Can he arrive earlier? And where is the second wave of reinforcements from the kingdom?" "Lord Nelson has responded and will be arriving sooner than expected, within 6 or 7 days at most. He should still have time. Moreover, Lord Norn has already arrived at Grey Fortress and will bring his troops here tomorrow," Bishop Drake replied. "That's good. I hope everything goes smoothly," Sir Kato said heavily. Of the 25 humans accompanying Francis, 20 were mages, with 4 at level 8, 6 at level 7, and 10 at level 6. They were clearly sent specifically to target the Holy Light formation. The sooner Lord Norn's warriors arrive, the less pressure Sir Kato and the others will face. At this time, Francis the Orcish Saint and Demetrius, standing outside the formation, wasted no more words and immediately launched an attack. Demetrius and Francis were the first to break into the Holy Light formation. Bishop Drake immediately increased the power of the formation to its maximum, trying to suppress Francis and Demetrius. This allowed Sir Kato to successfully hold back these 2 level 9 warriors. Once the battle between the 3 level 9 warriors began, the others dared to join in. The 20 mages from the Shadow Temple immediately started searching for weaknesses in the Holy Light formation. The rest charged directly into the formation, dispersing its power and creating opportunities for the mages outside to break it. Pansy, Warren, and Dwayne, 3 level 8 warriors, also used the power of the formation to hold back their opponent's 9 level 8 warriors. Pansy, being a knight from the Dawn Church, possessed many holy arts, allowing him to single-handedly hold off the most difficult opponents. a level 8 demon duke, and a level 8 undead creature. The other level 6 and 7 warriors under Pansy formed the unique holy battle formation of the church, facing the remaining enemies. Reverend Rosabelle remained by Bishop Drake's side throughout the battle, protecting him while using various divine spells through the Holy Light formation to support everyone. So, the people facing the most difficult challenges on the battlefield were actually Drake and Rosabelle, who weren't directly involved in the fighting. Drake, the bishop, had to control the Holy Light formation to suppress the enemy while also dealing with the 20 Shadow Temple mages outside. Rosabelle was responsible for providing support throughout the entire battle. Immediately after the Battle of Mist Valley began, Pastor Nelson ordered the Norn paladins to go and reinforce Mist Valley. He would accelerate their progress, and the remaining people would follow him to Mist Valley. At the same time, King Adam and the 5 Grand Duke families each dispatched a 9th-rank saint to Mist Valley. The difficulty of destroying the Hell Passage was increasing significantly. Angelia, who had just arrived in Frostmoon City, also received the latest information about Mist Valley. She understood what the appearance of a demon prince meant. She immediately led her team to accelerate their journey, accompanied by Pix, a 9th-rank paladin from the royal family. Pix had just returned from abroad and arrived in Frostmoon City when she received the order to reinforce Mist Valley, so she joined Angelia's group. Meanwhile, as the battle raged in Mist Valley, Achilles and Panda had just found a suitable island in the open sea, only about 100 kilometers from Storm Bay. With favorable winds, they could reach it in a day. When Achilles returned to Storm territory, he learned that the Kingdom of Alpha and the Dawn Church had already sent a 9th-rank Saint Knight and 4 8th-rank powerhouses to Mist Valley a month ago. He didn't know if they had managed to repel the group of Shadow Temple members reported by Puss. Through his connection with the Dominator contract, Achilles knew that Puss was still alive. After spending 3 days settling matters in his territory, Achilles couldn't resist going to Grey Fortress to inquire about the specific situation. The population of Storm territory was considerable, so it would be impossible to transport everyone at once. Therefore, Achilles needed to stay informed about the situation in Mist Valley, and he was also curious about how those 9th-rank saints were performing. With Panda accompanying him, Achilles believed that there wouldn't be any danger outside the Barren Mountains. However, as Panda flew with him towards Grey Fortress, they unexpectedly encountered Pastor Nelson and his group. Before Achilles could react, Pastor Nelson suddenly waved his hand, summoning Achilles and the Black and Lyman giant bears to his side. Then he led them onward, flying in the direction of Mist Valley. At that moment, Achilles finally realized where they were going and immediately exclaimed, "Pastor Nelson, where are you taking me?" "Little Achilles, don't be alarmed. I just need some mages to help me operate the formation. You don't need to participate in the mission to destroy the Hell Passage. It's not dangerous. Besides, you have a panda familiar of the 8th rank, so there's even less to worry about. The rewards for this mission from the kingdom are quite generous." Pastor Nelson explained kindly. "Can I not go?" Achilles didn't want any rewards. He was already itching to test himself. That insatiable curiosity of his was truly maddening. "No, you can't. You've acquired the divine skill, curse removal, although it's only at level 4 now. But it can still be helpful to those mages who are levels 4 or 5. Nelson maintained his benevolent demeanor. However, seeing this seemingly kind face, Achilles' inner thoughts were filled with a torrent of curses. At this time, Achilles also noticed that there were over 20 mages in the group, all of level 4 or 5, and they all looked dejected, clearly unwilling to be there. Meanwhile, Panda, perched on Achilles' shoulder, was digging its claws into him. Achilles could only endure it. He had inadvertently gotten Panda into this situation. Just then, Reverend Nelson took a closer look at Panda and suddenly asked, "Little Achilles, I see that your black and white bear seems to be seriously injured." Achilles, who had been looking utterly hopeless just moments before, immediately perked up at Nelson's question, realizing something. He exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, Reverend Nelson. You are a 9th-level priest, so you should be able to heal him. That way I can better assist you in the Mist Valley later." Panda, hearing this, brightened its eyes. Could there be such good fortune? It looked at Reverend Nelson with an adorable expression. Reverend Nelson smiled and reached out to touch Panda. Immediately, a holy light emanated from Panda, and it quickly returned to its normal size. Nelson quickly pulled Achilles away and said, "Little Achilles, now you won't be cursing me in your heart, will you?" Seeing that Panda seemed to be recovering, Achilles was overjoyed. However, after hearing Nelson's words, Achilles looked at Nelson with astonishment. Could a ninth-level priest see into people's hearts? Nelson seemed to have seen right through Achilles and said softly, "I don't read minds, but the stronger you are, the more sensitive you are to others' malice. You are criticizing me so openly in your mind, and I could naturally sense it." Achilles was immediately embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject and asked, "Reverend Nelson, what is the current situation in the Mist Valley? I heard that a paladin has already been sent there. They should have driven away the Shadow Temple forces, right?" "Yes, we did drive them back, but 5 days ago, reinforcements from the Shadow Temple arrived, led by a 9th-level Terra Crocodilian and a 9th-level Archduke from Hell. Therefore, we sent 2 more 9th-level paladins to assist, and there are still 5 other paladin orders on their way. This time, I'm going to completely destroy the demonic portal there," Nelson replied. Achilles swallowed hard and was about to turn around and run away. He now knew that there were already 5 9th-level powerhouses fighting in the Mist Valley. With the additional 5 coming, plus Nelson himself, that would be a total of 11 paladin strongholds. How could his small frame possibly survive? Seeing Achilles' expression, Nelson reassured him. "You don't have to worry too much. The Holy Light Barrier in the Mist Valley is still active. You just need to stay within the barrier and help me operate the magic array, providing energy for the goddess's scepter. You don't need to confront the enemies from the Shadow Temples, and your black and white giant bears can follow you." Achilles felt a little better after hearing this. As long as no high-ranking Holy Domain powerhouses were watching him, he should be relatively safe once Panda recovered. 2 hours later, the holy light within Panda finally dissipated. Panda then looked refreshed and was about to let out a roar, but seeing Nelson, he held it back. He quickly shrank his body and returned to Achilles' shoulder. First, he told Achilles that he had recovered. Then, he sent a mental message to Pastor Nelson. "Thank you, Reverend, for helping me recover. It's nothing. You pandas have a good relationship with Lady Dawn, and we are allies. Also, I have a spatial rune here. Once you ascend to the 9th rank of the Holy Domain, if you encounter any danger that you cannot overcome, you can use it to teleport directly to me." As Nelson sent the message, he left the spatial rune in Panda's spiritual realm. Panda was surprised to receive the spatial rune from Nelson. He couldn't believe that Nelson would give him something so precious. Did the pandas and Lady Dawn have such a close relationship? Before Panda could even thank him, Nelson continued mentally. "Little Panda, you signed a life pact with little Achilles, didn't you? You're quite lucky. He will become very powerful in the future." Panda turned to look at Achilles. Could this kid really become that powerful? Would he be able to help me break through to the peak of the realm? Half a day later, as they were approaching the Mist Valley, Achilles realized that he hadn't received any danger warnings. He felt relieved. It seemed that Pastor Nelson was right. He wouldn't be in any immediate danger. When everyone arrived at the Mist Valley, they saw 5 powerful figures engaged in fierce combat from afar. One of them, a towering elephant man, was even holding his own against 2 opponents. Clearly, these were extremely powerful beings, even among the devil princes. Besides the 9th-rank powerhouses fighting within the Holy Light Barrier, all other 8th-rank and lower-ranked powerhouses were also battling inside the barrier. Moreover, a powerful formation had appeared next to the Holy Light Barrier, emitting a strong aura of death that was slowly eroding the barrier. Seeing this, Nelson immediately led everyone into the Holy Light Barrier. First, Achilles and several other mages of levels 4 or 5 were sent to the depths of the formation, near the Hell Passage. The 2 counts and 1 Marquess family who had come to reinforce them immediately joined the battle. The 4 level 8 priests from the Dawn Church remained close to him. At this time, Pastor Rosabelle approached Pastor Nelson and reported, "Pastor Nelson, more than 30 powerful individuals of levels 7 and 8, along with a large number of mages of levels 4 and 5, have arrived behind the Shadow Temple. They have directly set up an 8th level formation, a necromantic formatic, next to the Holy Light Array. Currently, neither side can gain an advantage. We are at a stalemate." Nelson immediately understood the situation. He knew that many level 8 mages were controlling this necromantic formation, and even he would find it difficult to break through. "Let's ignore them for now. I will set up another Holy Spirit array outside the Hell Passage. You will control it. I have brought over 20 mages of levels 4 and 5. That should be enough." Then, I will lead a group into hell and set up a Holy Spirit array there as well. Finally, using the goddess scepter, I will connect the two Holy Spirit array there as well. Finally, using the goddess scepter, I will connect the two Holy Spirit arrays, one inside and one outside, and we can easily destroy the hell passage. Pastor Rosabelle nodded and then went to instruct Achilles and the other 20 mages of levels 4 and 5 on how to control the Holy Spirit array. As Pastor Nelson was setting up the Holy Spirit array, all the powerful individuals from the 5 great ducal families arrived. There were 1 law sage, 2 paladins, and 2 holy warriors, a total of 5 powerful beings. This almost made the crocodilian Francis flee in terror. However, these powerful individuals ignored Francis and Prince Demetrius, who were fighting outside, and instead flew directly into the Holy Light array. Seeing this, Prince Demetrius burst out laughing. "Haha, you think that with just a few of you, you can defeat the demonic army on the other side of the passage? You should focus on saving yourselves." Sir Cato, the paladin, turned pale. They were indeed worried about wasting time, fearing that more demons would gather on the other side. At this moment, inside the Holy Light array, after the Law Sage entered, he immediately helped Bishop Drake completely suppress the necromantic formation of the Shadow Temple. Then, he randomly selected over 60 individuals and told them to rest quickly so they could help Pastor Nelson attack hell later. To set up the Holy Spirit array as quickly as possible, Pastor Nelson used 1 9th-level magic core and 3 8th-level magic cores, which made Achilles and Panda extremely envious. Once the Holy Spirit array was set up, Pastor Rosabelle immediately led Achilles and the others into the array and began to operate it at full power. Then Pastor Nelson used the goddess scepter to open the hell passage. A torrent of hellish energy immediately poured out from the passage, its overwhelming force tearing a hole in space. Achilles looked up and saw a dense swarm of various undead creatures, which almost gave him a severe case of claustrophobia. After the mutated hell passage was opened, it not only contained a dense swarm of undead creatures, but also many powerful demons. They used hellish magic along with the necrotic energy to surge out of the passage. The 4 or 5 level mages guarding the Holy Spirit formation were immediately affected. This hellish magic and necrotic energy began to erode their minds and souls. Reverend Rosabelle, standing at the front, noticed this and immediately cast a divine spell, Remove Curse, dispelling the negative energies affecting the first dozen or so mages. Seeing this, Achilles also quickly used the same divine spell to remove the corrosive energy from himself and several nearby mages. This surprised Reverend Rosabelle somewhat. However, at this time, some demons were becoming impatient and preparing to break through the hell passage and enter the Noah continent. Reverend Nelson closed his eyes and immediately cast a 9th-level divine spell, Holy Light Illumination. Immediately, his body emitted a brilliant light, like a miniature sun. Any demons or undead that had emerged from the hell passage or were at its entrance were instantly incinerated into ash and bone by the holy light. Even the 9th-level demon prince hiding in the rear immediately moved away from the entrance of the passage upon witnessing this. Priests have a significant advantage against creatures from the underworld, especially those affiliated with the Artemis and the god of light. They are naturally a bane to such beings. When fighting undead creatures, they often demonstrate exceptional combat prowess, even surpassing their own level. Reverend Nelson's 9th-level divine spell, Holy Light Illumination, instantly cleared out a large portion of the demonic and undead army at the entrance of the hell passage. A massive pile of bones suddenly appeared within the hell passage, resembling a small mountain of skeletons left behind by the slain undead. After Reverend Nelson's attack, the 4 8th-level priests standing beside him simultaneously cast an 8th-level divine spell, Holy Light Strike. 4 beams of light appeared simultaneously, like 4 laser cannons. Any demons or undead blocking the holy light were also incinerated into ash and bone. The Dawn Church priests launched their first wave of attack, killing a large number of demons and undead at the entrance of the hell passage, clearing out a significant portion of it. Then, Reverend Nelson and 5 other powerful individuals took the lead, rushing into the hell passage, followed by over 60 people selected by the Archmage. Achilles, who had been operating the Holy Spirit formation at the entrance of the hell passage, suddenly saw a very familiar figure flash past him. The other person also noticed him, and their eyes met, both feeling quite surprised. "Haley, how did she get here?" Is a count so brave as to personally charge into battle in the underworld? Achilles thought to himself. After arriving here, he had been focusing on the Shadow Temple and the demons from the underworld, completely unaware that Haley was also present. It's likely that Haley felt the same way, so she was very surprised to see Achilles. However, what surprised Achilles even more was that Haley's strength had already reached the level of a 7th-tier mage. In his previous memories, when he left, Haley seemed to be only a 5th-tier mage. How could she advance so quickly without any stat boosts? Just as Achilles was pondering Haley's progress, he suddenly sensed a strong wave of malice. Achilles immediately became alert and looked in the direction of the malice. He saw an 8th-tier sky warrior staring at him with a cold expression. Before Achilles could even observe the other person, the 8th-tier sky warrior entered the hell passage. Achilles immediately sent a mental message to Panda. Panda, remember that 8th-tier sky warrior. I sense strong malice from him. He might cause trouble later. Understood. I felt it too. If he dares to act up, I'll crush him with one claw and test my current strength. Panda replied eagerly. Achilles was relieved to see this, indicating that Panda had great confidence in him. Next, Achilles continued to assist the 8th-tier priest, Rosabelle, of the Dawn Church in operating the Holy Spirit array. At this time, violent fluctuations began to emanate from within the Hell Passage, clearly indicating a fierce battle. After nearly half a day, Achilles suddenly sensed that the Holy Spirit array he was in seemed to be being drawn by some force. The power of the array began to flow towards the Hell Passage. Achilles guessed that Pastor Nelson was likely concentrating his energy to destroy the Hell Passage, so he immediately reminded Panda to be cautious and prepared to retreat at any moment. Sure enough, just half an hour later, violent tremors came from within the Hell Passage, accompanied by a piercing scream. Then, the Hell Passage began to become unstable, with the feeling that it was about to collapse. Achilles rejoiced. This was undoubtedly success. His territory was safe. At this moment, Priest Rosabelle shouted loudly, "The foundation of the passage inside has been destroyed. Everyone, prepare to bring back Pastor Nelson and the others." After Rosabelle spoke, he immediately channeled all his energy into operating the Holy Spirit array, and Achilles and the other mages followed suit. Achilles and the others watched as the Hell Passage collapsed, and they began to pray for those who had entered the battle in Hell. If they didn't come out, they would be trapped in Hell. A moment later, people with a strength level of 6th tier or higher began to emerge from the passage, their faces extremely pale. Then came the 7th tier and 8th tier individuals. Some were as pale as if they had been drained dry, unable to even stand properly, while others were severely injured and fainted immediately upon emerging. However, Achilles didn't see Haley. Could it be that she died inside? Just as Achilles was thinking this, he saw Pastor Nelson and 5 sanctuary warriors emerge, accompanied by several 7th or 8th tier individuals. Among them was Haley, and the 8th level sky warrior who harbored a strong animosity towards Achilles. Panda had already been paying attention to him. After Pastor Nelson appeared, he immediately took control of the Holy Spirit array, sealing off the collapsing entrance to the Hell Passage. Achilles and the others retreated to the side. It was then that Achilles noticed that out of the over 60 people who had rushed into the Hell Passage, only about 40 had emerged. These were all powerful individuals, at least level 6 or higher. Suddenly, Haley approached Achilles. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Achilles turned to look at Haley and saw that despite her pale complexion and tired appearance, she still possessed an aura of nobility and breathtaking beauty. Especially those light purple eyes were captivating. One could easily get lost in them. Therefore, Achilles replied calmly, "Oh, I was brought here by Pastor Nelson. He needs mages of level 4 or 5 to help him operate the array." He said this and then turned his attention back to the Hell Passage. This woman was definitely trouble. He didn't want to fall under her spell. Haley was surprised by Achilles' behavior. It seems like little Achilles has changed, she thought. However, she decided not to press him further and would talk to him later. As time passed, the Hell Passage was almost completely sealed. It had shrunk to just a 2-person width. Furthermore, the Shadow Temple and Prince Ordo had already escaped. The 5 Holy Domain warriors of the Alpha Kingdom were pursuing them. Everyone began to relax as they watched the Hell Passage close. Suddenly, the 8th level Sky Warrior who had shown such strong animosity towards Achilles launched a surprise attack in their direction. Panda, who was well prepared, was excited and ready to revert to his true form and kill this 8th level Sky Warrior. However, the 8th level Sky Warrior threw out a huge magic net which ensnared both Achilles and Panda, suppressing their power. Haley, however, somehow managed to instantly dodge the attack of the magic net. Seeing that he hadn't caught Haley, the 8th level Sky Warrior was frustrated. He then charged forward, dragging Achilles and Panda, who were trapped in the magic net, towards the Hell Passage. Haley, having dodged the attack, was furious. She immediately unleashed a special spell, Gathering Sunlight, intending to strike the 8th level Sky Warrior. However, the 8th level Sky Warrior used Achilles as a shield, blocking the spell. Seeing this, Haley had no choice but to direct the spell in another direction and then angrily followed the 8th level Sky Warrior into the Hell Passage. Pastor Nelson also shook the Hell Passage slightly. Then, with a smile on his face, he muttered to himself, "Young people are full of energy. Little Angie, I hope you can seize this opportunity. Otherwise," Pastor Nelson watched as Achilles and Angel entered Hell, but he had no intention of rescuing them. Instead, he seized the opportunity while the gateway to Hell was collapsing and altered its position. This could only be done when the gateway was unstable. He then proceeded to seal off the gateway once again. This caused Phineas, a Sky Knight from the Tulip family, to panic. He immediately tried to intervene, but was stopped by Rosabelle. "Pastor Nelson, Angel is still in there," Phineas shouted. "Phineas, the healing of the Hell Gateway is a self-repair mechanism of the world's power. I can only delay it for so long. However, don't worry about Angel. She went in on her own accord, and she will surely find a way to return. Rest assured," Pastor Nelson said calmly. Hearing Pastor Nelson's words, Phineas calmed down somewhat. However, remembering the Lyman, Phineas immediately drew his longsword and charged towards Earl Ian. The Lyman who had just launched the surprise attack was from the Dalton family. Naturally, Phineas wanted to confront Earl Ian. However, Phineas was stopped by two 8th ranks warriors, Warren and Dwayne, from the royal family. "Phineas, please calm down. We have all seen what happened. His Majesty will provide an explanation for this. However, if you kill Earl Ian now, you will also be implicated in a serious crime." At this time, Earl Ian was surrounded by Captain Pansy and members of several other families. Even the 3 remaining 7th-ranked mages and 7 6th-rank warriors from the Dalton family were surrounded. The Dalton family had sent 2 8th-rank Sky Knights, 1 Lyman, 1 7th-rank mage, 4 7th-rank Earth warriors, and 10 6th-rank warriors. In addition to Earl Ian, who was an 8th-rank Sky Knight and was accompanied by 2 7th-rank warriors and 5 6th-rank warriors, defending outside the Shadow Temple, the rest had entered the battle in Hell. As a result, only the Lyman who had just attacked Achilles, along with 1 7th-rank warrior and 2 6th-rank warriors, emerged. The others were lost within, resulting in heavy casualties. Now, that same Lyman suddenly attacked Achilles and Angel again. Furthermore, he escaped into Hell, which inevitably suggests a connection to the Shadow Temple or Hell itself. Therefore, the remaining members of the Dalton family must be kept under supervision. At this time, Earl Ian was also furious and repeatedly explained, "This has nothing to do with our Dalton family. We had no knowledge of Lyman's involvement with Hell, nor did we authorize him to attack Haley. I am not so foolish as to attack Haley. I am not so foolish as to engage in such a low-level assassination." Although Earl Ian's words were reasonable, and it didn't seem like the kind of conflict that typically occurs between nobles, everyone is aware of the situation. However, now that things have happened, both Baron Storm and Haley are trapped in Hell. Therefore, responsibility must be assigned, and both the Dalton family and Earl Ian will have to pay a price. "Ian, you should go back and explain this to His Majesty. You and your family members should cooperate fully and avoid making things difficult for us," Warren said, trying to calm the angry Earl. "And don't forget about the relationship between Reverend Nelson and Haley. If you anger him, even if Lord Cato returns, he may not be able to save you." Warren's words struck a chord with Earl Ian. He thought of the relationship between Reverend Nelson and Haley and immediately calmed down. He then promptly surrendered his sword and accepted custody. Meanwhile, Phineas glared at Earl Ian before leading the remaining 1 Tier 7 Earth Warrior and 3 Tier 6 members of the Tulip family out of the Misty Valley. After news of Haley's imprisonment in Hell reached the Tulip family, some of its members would undoubtedly be restless. Therefore, Phineas had to make preparations before the news spread. transferring Haley's influence and assets as quickly as possible, and then lay low, waiting for Haley's return. Seeing Phineas leading people away, some others wanted to follow, clearly intending to spread the news. However, just as they were about to move, Reverend Nelson spoke calmly. "Everyone except those from the Tulip family should stay here. We will all return together when the sanctuary experts arrive." Upon hearing Nelson's words, the 4 priests who had been following him immediately dispersed, preventing anyone from leaving. The 4 archpriests, all of the 8th rank, glared at Earl Ian as they passed him, which made the Earl extremely nervous. These 4 archpriests were also students of Nelson, making them Angeline's senior colleagues. Therefore, they desperately wanted to beat up Earl Ian, but since their teacher, Nelson, hadn't given the order, they couldn't bring themselves to do it. Those who had been considering leaving now abandoned that thought and patiently waited for the return of the 9th rank saints. 3 days later, the 8 powerful saints from the Alpha Kingdom and the Dawn Church returned simultaneously. By this time, the portal to the underworld had completely healed, and the dense fog in Mist Valley had dissipated. Furthermore, Bishop Drake had removed the Holy Light Array and the Holy Spirit Array that he had set up there. After all, some valuable magical materials could be recovered and reused, so they shouldn't be wasted. Seeing the saints descend, Bishop Drake immediately stepped forward to inquire. "How was it? Did you kill Arden?" "No," said the Norn holy warrior with a sigh. "He managed to escape." Bishop Drake looked surprised. Not even 8 9th rank saints could defeat him? And there was also the Lost Saint from the Lincoln family among them. "We had him surrounded, but we didn't expect that he had already controlled that 9th rank's Terra Crocodilian," Norn explained. "In the end, he escaped by sacrificing the Terra Crocodilian." Arden, a 9th rank Arden, had been causing trouble in the Alpha Kingdom and several surrounding countries for centuries. The Dawn Church had been trying to hunt him down. However, that guy was too cunning. Just like this time, no one could have imagined that he would control a 9th rank Terra Crocodilian. "Since he escaped, there's nothing we can do," said Pastor Nelson immediately. "Just be more careful next time. We should go back now." He then used divine magic to transport the people of the Dawn Church, along with the 4th and 5th level mages he had brought, away from Mist Valley. At that moment, representatives from the 5 Grand Duke families and the royal family immediately approached the saints and informed them about the situation involving the Dalton family and Angeline's fall into the underworld. The saints from the 5 Grand Duke families simply glanced at Earl Ian and then bid farewell to Cato and Pix, leaving with their respective families. Cato and Pix, however, had unpleasant expressions on their faces. After exchanging a look, Pix said, "Let's take this back and have Edward deal with it." "All right," Cato agreed. Then, the 2 of them led the remaining people back to the Kingdom of Alpha. Within the 9 layers of Hell, the lineman who ambushed Achilles and dragged him into Hell. Achilles immediately became agitated. "Brother Panda, please do something. Otherwise, we'll be trapped in Hell." "I understand," Panda replied angrily. He was extremely frustrated. After recovering from his injuries, this was the first time he had taken action, and it ended up being such a mess. This wouldn't work. So, Panda immediately used the power of his drunken intoxication realm to burn away the magical net that held them captive. This magical net was only 7th ranks. It was impossible to completely restrain him. After all, Panda's drunken intoxication realm had already reached 9th rank. Although limited by his current level, the power of his intoxication fire was still significantly stronger than that of an 8th rank spell. Earlier, he had only been restrained by the Sliman's magical net because he was protecting Achilles and being dragged into Hell. As the intoxication fire burned, the lineman immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to kill Panda and Achilles. However, at that moment, much of the magic within the 7th rank magical net had already been consumed by Panda's intoxication fire. It could no longer contain Panda's true form. Panda immediately forced his way out, expanding the magical net to restore his original size. After forcibly stretching the magical net to restore his original size. After forcibly stretching the magical net, he quickly shrank it and, with Achilles in tow, escaped through a gap in the stretched net. Seeing this, the lineman was furious. This 7th rank's magical net wasn't meant for dealing with demonic beasts, let alone an 8th rank one. However, seeing that Achilles and Panda had broken free from the magical net, the lineman didn't rush after them. Because numerous spatial rifts had already appeared near the entrance to Hell, making it impossible for even this 8th rank's black and white giant bear to pass through. At this moment, Panda also noticed this situation. Achilles, we can't go back. Those spatial rifts are so powerful that even I could tear them apart. We won't be able to get through. Achilles looked at the spatial rifts at the entrance and immediately became angry. Who are you? He pretty boy, the lineman said with a chuckle. Actually, my target wasn't you, it was Haley. So, you can blame yourself for being in this situation. After all, who made Haley insist on standing by your side? Achilles was even more enraged after hearing that. The woman was indeed trouble, and it would be best to stay away from her in the future. However, he decided to vent his frustration by attacking this lineman. Brother Panda, take care of this guy for me. I've been itching to do this, Panda replied. Why are you still talking to him? Just get on with it. After Achilles told him to attack, Panda charged forward and swiped a claw towards the Sky Warrior. The lineman quickly dodged and shouted loudly, Giant Tooth Prince, you can attack now. Just as Panda was about to launch another attack, he stopped immediately upon hearing the title Prince and quickly retreated cautiously. But Achilles immediately said, Brother Panda, don't listen to his nonsense. There is no 9th rank prince here. Since Achilles hadn't received any danger warning since entering this place, it proved that there were no beings of the 9th rank within a 10-kilometer radius. Because of the life pact between Achilles and Panda, the powerful precognitive ability wouldn't send danger warnings about beings below the 9th rank when they were together. This was why Achilles hadn't received any warning before being ambushed by this lineman. Achilles was frustrated with this innate talent, as it had such a bizarre setting that put him in this predicament. Kid, are you sure? He seemed pretty serious, Panda said doubtfully. I'm sure. He's just trying to scare you. Go ahead and beat him up, Achilles assured him. Seeing how certain Achilles was, and also sensing that his own instincts weren't detecting any danger, Panda became even more enraged. He unleashed a drunken intoxication attack on the lineman. At this point, Panda was using all his power, so the lineman quickly began to struggle. He desperately continued shouting about the Prince of Hell, but the more he shouted, the harder Panda hammered him. In less than half an hour, the lineman was covered in bruises and wounds. It was then that he finally realized something. Damn it, why isn't this the 8th layer? The underworld is divided into 9 layers, each corresponding to a different level. The lower you go, the stronger the demons become. The first 3 layers of hell are ruled by lesser demons. The levels from 4 to 6 are ruled by demon lords, a 4th rank's baron, a 5th rank's viscount, and a 6th rank's count, and a 6th rank's count. Levels 7 through 9 are governed by a 7th rank marquis, an 8th rank duke, and a 9th rank prince. However, this isn't always absolute. Some powerful demons may remain in the upper levels of hell. For example, the passage they were just traveling through led to the 8th level of hell, which is ruled by an 8th rank demon duke, but there might also be weaker 9th rank princes lingering there. This was one of the reasons why Nelson and his team suffered such heavy losses when they destroyed the hellish passages. Hearing the complaint from the lineman, Panda didn't have time to pay attention. His claws were already itching for a fight. Seeing that the lineman was becoming increasingly slow, Panda immediately used his intoxicating fist technique, and in just a few moments he smashed the warrior's head. Then, a black shadow emerged from the Sky Warrior's body and quickly fled. However, it seemed that Panda had been prepared. As soon as the shadow appeared, the flames of his intoxicating fist enveloped it, and it was instantly reduced to a puff of black smoke. Pretty boy, you can wait for death in hell, the shadow said before disappearing. Shadow Avatar. Achilles immediately recognized the shadow as a shadow avatar, a 7th circle dark magic spell. This guy is being controlled by a shadow avatar, Achilles said slowly. There must be an 8th rank's dark mage behind this. I knew something was off about him. His use of warrior skills was very unrefined. I thought he might have been possessed, but it turns out he's being manipulated by a shadow. Panda had sensed this from the beginning, which is why he was always wary of the possibility of a soul entity. Let's collect his belongings and leave here, Achilles said after glancing around. He could sense some malice. Undead creatures were already being drawn to the commotion from the battle. If they didn't leave soon, more demons might arrive, potentially leading an army of undead to surround them, which would be a real problem. After hearing this, Panda waved his claws, and the headless body of the lineman vanished. Then, he chose a direction and quickly left. Once they were far enough away from the battle site, Panda landed swiftly and then shrank his form, returning to Achilles' shoulder. Having one person and one bear working together in this hell scenario would be more convenient. 9 pale suns hung in the sky, but they emitted not scorching light, but an aura of death. On the ground, numerous bizarre and grotesque low-level undead creatures lurked. These low-level undead primarily subsisted on the ambient death energy present in hell, a form of negative energy. If they were lucky, they could also prey on lost souls within hell, thereby increasing their intelligence and growing stronger over time. The low-level undead in hell possessed little intelligence. Most acted purely on instinct. True sentience only emerged at the 4th level. At that moment, a fierce battle was unfolding in this desolate landscape. A skeletal knight, mounted on a skeletal warhorse, led a group of skeletal minions, skeleton archers, and so on, against a massive rhinoceros whose body was covered in rotting flesh. Both the skeletal knight and the decaying rhinoceros were 4th-level undead creatures with sentience. Not far from the battlefield on a vast plain stood a grotesque castle. Inside the castle, a motley army of undead resided. Judging by their attire, the skeletal knight mentioned earlier was likely one of them. On the castle walls, a hellish creature clad in noble garments entirely black with goat horns and a crocodile tail watched the distant battle with keen interest. This was a demon lord, Lord Shilren, the very demon whose avatar Achilles had previously prevented from descending into Noah. Lord Shilren's daily amusement was to watch his minions slaughter those foolish undead creatures, forcing these lowly beings to tear each other apart. The inhabitants of hell are divided into 2 categories. One is the undead creatures, such as death skeletons, specters, and so on. The skeletal knight and the decaying rhinoceros belong to this category, and they form the main force summoned by dark mages. These undead are souls from various planes of existence that, after death, entered hell. Due to various reasons, their true essence was not erased, causing them to linger there. They were then gradually transformed into undead by the corrupting influence of hell's necrotic energy. Some powerful souls retain fragments of their memories. The other category consists of the noble lords of hell, the rulers of the 9 layers of hell. They are demons. Demons are evolved undead who have been recognized by the will of hell and can command large numbers of undead to fight for them. After evolving into demons, they are no different from normal creatures except for the heavier aura of death surrounding them. They can still reproduce and form their own clans. Just like the previous giant demon, Ordin, he is the current patriarch of the hellish giant demon clan. The giant demon clan is a very powerful force among the many families in the demon realm. This is also the biggest difference between demons and undead. Demons are inherently evil and enjoy tormenting living beings. They are cunning, treacherous, and skilled at manipulating people's minds. They like to corrupt good people gradually, especially some virtuous women. Because of their extremely long lifespans, they most enjoy invading other planes of existence and slowly causing them to fall into corruption. Meanwhile, Lord Jasper, who was enjoying watching the undead fight, suddenly saw a massive 7th-level bone dragon flying towards his castle. This made Lord Jasper somewhat puzzled, because this 7th-level bone dragon is the overlord of the entire 6th layer of hell, and it's Bloodlake Duke's mount. Bloodlake Duke is an 8th-level demon, and the resources available in the 6th layer are not enough to sustain his cultivation. However, Bloodlake Duke is extremely timid. He doesn't dare stay in the 8th layer, nor even the 7th layer, but only dares to remain within the 6th layer of his lordship's territory. This kind of behavior is generally not allowed in hell. However, because Bloodlake Duke is a descendant of one of the 10 lords of hell, the Sea of Bloodlord, and because Bloodlake Duke is relatively sensible, he mostly just enjoys causing trouble within the 6th layer without creating too much chaos elsewhere, so the other lords have ignored him. Lord Jasper, the 7th-level bone dragon, commanded from above. Duke has ordered you to immediately go to the Mist Swamp and meet with him there to capture a female human mage. This order made Lord Jasper very annoyed. Bloodlake Duke always likes to create trouble for no reason, summoning these lords and marquises just to assert his dominance. Female human mage? Where would such a thing come from in hell? Is he losing his mind? Lord Jasper asked with dissatisfaction. She is a 7th-level fire mage. We captured her, but she escaped into the Mist Swamp. You know how vast the Mist Swamp is, Lord Jasper continued. It's filled with mist, making it incredibly difficult to find someone within it. Therefore, the Duke has ordered that anyone who can find this female human mage will be rewarded with 1,000 soul stones. If they can capture her, the reward is 5,000 soul stones. By the way, that female mage was injured by us. Whether you go or not is up to you. I still have to inform others, said the bone dragon of the 7th rank, before leaving. 5,000 soul stones? Is Duke Bloodlake crazy? What could a female mage possibly be worth? Jasper was astonished by the generous reward offered by Duke Bloodlake. He knew that 5,000 soul stones would be enough for him to advance to the 7th rank marquis. Immediately, Jasper summoned his undead army and headed towards the misty swamp. The reward was too tempting. He had to act quickly. Meanwhile, Achilles and Panda also arrived near the misty swamp. Because of the pursuit by the Alpha Kingdom and the Dawn Church, Torvald, the 4th rank Grand Mage from the Shadow Temple who was bound by a contract with Achilles, had already died. Therefore, there was an empty slot in Achilles' Dominator contract. After leaving the vicinity of the Hell Passage entrance, Achilles used the Dominator contract to enslave a 5th rank Viscount Pig Demon. It was then that they learned they were in the 6th layer of Hell. This relieved both Achilles and Panda, because from the Pig Demon Viscount, they learned that there were only 2 8th rank powerhouses in the entire 6th layer, Duke Bloodlake and one of his subordinates, an 8th rank Wraith. These posed no threat to Achilles and Panda. Therefore, Panda decided to advance to the 9th rank Sanctum first, then find a way out, because a 9th rank Panda would be more powerful than most demon princes, making them both safer. Subsequently, Achilles and Panda were led by the Pig Demon Viscount to the Misty Swamp, a place that offered good cover for Panda to safely ascend. However, upon arriving at the Misty Swamp, Achilles and Panda discovered that it was now teeming with demons and undead, seemingly searching for something. This made Achilles suspicious. He wondered if his and Panda's presence had been detected by the demons. Later, after investigating, the Pig Demon Viscount learned that Duke Bloodlake was hunting a 7th rank human female mage, specifically one who wielded fire magic. Female 7th rank fire mage. Hearing this information, Achilles immediately thought of Haley. But wasn't she supposed to have escaped the confines of the magical net? At that moment, Panda seemed to remember something. Oh, I remember. When we entered the Hell Passage, I think I saw a woman standing next to you. She was also rushing towards us from the direction of the Hell Passage. She must have been trying to save us. I thought she hadn't followed us. Killing Achilles. It was somewhat surprising to confirm from Panda's mouth that the female mage being hunted by demons was indeed Haley. Achilles, who is that woman to you? Panda asked. She's kind of my wife, Achilles said, unsure how else to describe his relationship with Haley. Kind of? Humans are so complicated. Are you going to rescue her? Let's go take a look. Having an extra hand is always good in hell, and it might help you level up safely. Besides, she might know how to get out of here. Achilles figured that if Haley dared to venture into hell, she must be capable of handling the situation. Achilles then put on a black cloak, pulled up his hood, and followed behind his enslaved pig demon Duke as they entered the misty swamp. This black cloak was obtained from the storage ring of an 8th level Sky Warrior controlled by a shadow avatar. It's a 5th level dark magic item. Achilles tested it out, and its purpose is to conceal one's identity and mask their aura. This would be very useful in hell right now. Wearing this cloak, all he needed to do was use a bit of dark magic to generate some negative energy around himself. And even the 5th level Pig Demon Duke wouldn't be able to detect his life force from close range. Furthermore, the storage ring belonging to that 8th level Sky Warrior was 3 cubic meters in size, much larger than Achilles' current one. So he immediately started using it. However, there weren't many items inside. Besides the 5th level Dark Cloak, there were only 50,000 gold coins and some 4th to 6th level warrior training potions, as well as healing potions. This was quite meager for an 8th level Sky Warrior. However, he did have 2 more 6th level enchanted items, a suit of armor and a longsword. The enchanted longsword couldn't be used right now, but the enchanted armor was already being worn by Achilles. Combined with the 5 ice boost from his innate, absolute defense ability, it would be very difficult for even a 6th level professional to injure him. However, Achilles' biggest gain this time was the 7th level magic net that had been used to trap him and Panda. This magical item was definitely a treasure, and its value should exceed that of an 8th level magic core. However, in order to unleash the full power of this magical item, one would need to be at least a 6th level archmage. Achilles is currently only 4th level. Therefore, Achilles planned to sell this 7th level magic net to Haley, and exchange it for formulas for 4th or 5th level training potions, or even a 4th level magical artifact. As Achilles followed the pig demon duke into the misty swamp, he sensed the corrosive effects of the mist. He discovered that, as the pig demon duke had said, the mist here did indeed have a certain corrosive effect on souls. Undead creatures below the 3rd level couldn't survive here. 4th and 5th level undead would feel uncomfortable, but Achilles didn't seem to notice anything. He wasn't sure if it was because his soul was protected by some kind of interface. At that moment, the pig demon in front turned around and said, "Master, there's a patch of death bloom flowers ahead. The strongest ones are at level 4. Should we go around or go straight through?" "Let's go around," Achilles instructed. They were still on the outskirts of the mist swamp, and Haley couldn't possibly be hiding here. As for these so-called death bloom flowers, they are unique plants found in the mist swamp. Because low-level undead or spirits occasionally wander into this area, their souls are corroded by the mist, and the resulting soul energy eventually accumulates in the swamp. This energy is then absorbed by the plants, causing them to mutate. These mutated plants not only possess a degree of intelligence, but also actively attack any undead that stray into their territory, consuming them and growing stronger themselves. Now, many such special swamp plants have emerged in the mist swamp, and death bloom flowers are one of them. The most powerful is a type of madgrass, which exists in large numbers, with even a level 6 specimen having appeared. Unlike the undead in hell, these swamp plants do not inherently obey demonic lords. They attack any soul-based creatures that enter their territory, including demons. This was also why Achilles initially planned to hide here, to avoid both demons and undead. As long as they didn't provoke the swamp plants, Panda could safely ascend to the 9th level of the Holy Realm. After bypassing the Death Bloom Flowers territory, Achilles, led by the pig demon Marquis, continued deeper into the Mist Valley, encountering numerous undead and several demon barons and marquises along the way. Fortunately, the pig demon Marquis and the Shadow Cloak provided cover, preventing those demons from becoming suspicious. Otherwise, Achilles likely would have been exposed. After searching the mist swamp for over 10 days, Panda was the first to detect something unusual. He pointed in a direction and said to Achilles, "Achilles, there's a fluctuation of fire magic coming from that direction. It must be your wife." Panda is also skilled in fire-based techniques, so he is more sensitive to fire elements. Upon hearing this, Achilles quickly moved towards that direction. Sure enough, after walking for several kilometers, Achilles could sense the magical fluctuations. Based on the sounds, Haley seemed to be surrounded by demons and undead. So, Achilles and his companions accelerated their pace. However, at this time, many level 4 demons and undead were also rushing towards the battle area, so they didn't stand out too much. Half an hour later, Achilles and his group reached the outskirts of the battle zone. Achilles hid behind a patch of swamp bushes and saw the female mage who was surrounded. It was indeed Haley. At that moment, Haley appeared like a fire spirit, her entire body engulfed in flames, defending against the attacks of the surrounding demons and undead. She was also occasionally unleashing powerful fire magic spells. Based on the speed at which she cast them, Achilles could tell that these were likely innate abilities. I counted the demons and undead surrounding Jada. There were 2 level 8 creatures, 3 level 7 creatures, and 6 level 6 creatures, totaling 11 powerful beings. This woman is quite resilient, I thought. Even with a level 8 creature leading the attack against a level 7 one, she's managed to hold out this long. That's truly impressive. Fortunately, Jada is a fire mage. Fire magic is not only incredibly powerful but also highly effective against creatures from the underworld. Otherwise, Jada might not have been able to last this long. I then sent a mental message to Panda. "Panda, can you handle those 2 level 8 and 3 level 7 creatures?" "No problem," Panda replied confidently. "When you engage, focus on the Blood Lake Duke. He's extremely afraid of death. If you scare him enough, he might run away. However, absolutely do not kill him. He's a descendant of the Lord of the Blood Sea, and we can't afford to provoke him." I emphasized, "Don't worry, I understand," Panda responded. Next, I gave Panda a few more instructions before telling it to quietly leave the bushes. Since Panda had many enemies to deal with, I didn't follow. I wanted to avoid distracting Panda, and besides, there were other reasons why I chose to stay behind. Just as Jada was struggling to hold on, Panda stealthily approached and suddenly attacked a level 7 undead creature that was lingering on the periphery of the battlefield, instantly crushing it with a fiery palm strike. This level 7 undead creature had been using soul attacks from the edge of the battle to harass Jada because it feared fire. This gave Panda the perfect opportunity to eliminate it. After killing the level 7 undead creature, Panda immediately charged towards the Blood Lake Duke. This startled the Blood Lake Duke, who sensed Panda's immense power and realized he was no match. He immediately ordered his subordinates, the level 8 undead and level 7 undead, to come and assist him. He also shouted to Jasper and the other demon dukes, "Jasper, I'll hold off this level 8 beast. You continue to help me capture that woman. She's heavily wounded now, and you will receive your share of the soul stones later." Jasper and the other 2 demon dukes exchanged glances before continuing their attack on Jada. Although they were unhappy that the Blood Lake Duke had diverted all the level 7 and level 8 creatures to help him, they were tempted by the promise of soul stones and were willing to take the risk, given how severely injured the mage was. At that moment, seeing Panda, Jada finally let out a sigh of relief. She then prepared to fight against the remaining level 6 demons and undead. However, she suddenly received a mental message from Panda and immediately used her fire teleportation technique to escape the encirclement, heading towards a distant thicket. Seeing this, Jasper and the others immediately gave chase. Once Jada reached the thicket, she saw Pig Demon Duke and Achilles. After quickly killing Pig Demon Duke, she continued to flee, but slowed down her pace slightly. Several nobles from the Jasper family who were pursuing them entered the thicket and saw the deceased Pig Demon Duke and the undead creature kneeling on the ground. They didn't notice anything unusual. However, as they passed this undead creature, a demon noble trailing behind was suddenly pierced through the chest by an enchanted longsword, shattering his demonic core and killing him instantly. It worked. My innate ability can finally be upgraded. Tomb of the Departed. Achilles suddenly attacked and killed a devil duke, which startled the other devils and undead creatures. They hadn't expected this undead to be an imposter. Moreover, their opponent was only at level 4. So how could they be so powerful? How could they ambush and kill a devil duke? Before the remaining devils and undead could recover, Haley, who had been fleeing, suddenly turned back and unleashed a firebird arrow, hitting a level 6 undead creature directly in the head. Its soul flame instantly extinguished, killing it outright. The remaining 2 devil dukes immediately scattered and fled. They weren't interested in the soul stone of the Blood Lake Duke. Their own lives were more important. The 2 level 6 undead creatures, who weren't under the command of the Blood Lake Duke, naturally followed them in fleeing. However, as they were escaping, Achilles tried to intercept Jasper Duke. Achilles recognized this creature as the level 6 devil that had been summoned by Torvald, but whose avatar almost materialized on the Noah continent. Unfortunately, Achilles could only injure him and failed to capture him. Too bad, I can only temporarily upgrade 1 innate talent, he thought. Previously, Achilles had instructed Haley to lure those level 6 creatures over, and then ambush and kill them so that he could obtain energy essence to upgrade his innate talent. However, the prerequisite was that Haley still needed to have enough strength to retaliate. Otherwise, Achilles alone couldn't handle 6 level 6 opponents. At this moment, Haley seemed to be unable to hold on any longer and was struggling to stand. Seeing this, Achilles quickly rushed over and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm not dead," she replied. "I never thought you would come to save me." "I just happened to be passing by," Achilles explained. "Knowing your location, I came to see what was happening. After all, this is hell. Having an extra ally is always a good thing." Heh. Haley smiled and then suddenly said, "Then help me completely." With that, she collapsed onto Achilles. "Oh dear." Achilles quickly caught her. "Why did you just faint like that?" Achilles saw many scars from hellish magic on Haley's body. He then placed her on the ground and used a divine technique, Remove Curse, to dispel the negative energy that had been affecting her, left by the devils and undead. Next, he took out several level 6 restorative potions and gave them to Haley to drink. The rest would depend on her own recovery abilities, but she shouldn't be in any immediate danger. After Achilles treated Haley's injuries, the battle at Panda's location had already ended. Under Panda's fierce attack, the Blood Lake Duke finally felt fear. Coupled with the fact that Jasper Duke and the others had fled, he also led his undead subordinates to escape from the battlefield. After a suitable period of pursuit, Panda quickly returned to Achilles where they met up. "Where should we go next? This place might not be safe for hiding anymore," Achilles said. Achilles glanced around and then replied, "Let's leave here first and decide what to do once we're out." Achilles then instructed Panda to return to its normal size, and together with Angelina, they quickly flew towards the edge of the mist swamp. However, as they passed through the territory of the 6th-rank madness grass, Achilles and Panda silently eliminated all the plants in that area. They then left the mist swamp, encountering numerous demons and undead along the way. Achilles intended to kill some 4-rank and 5-rank demons and undead to obtain enough energy essence. However, Achilles discovered that killing undead did not yield any energy essence. Only killing demons did. This frustrated Achilles, and he eventually gave up on hunting. There weren't many demons, and he didn't dare kill too many, as demons are the rulers of hell, and he wasn't sure what trouble it might cause. Once they were far enough away from the mist swamp, Achilles immediately had Panda stop. They found a place to hide for 2 days, but undead creatures constantly patrolled and watched over them. After some time, Achilles felt that it was about time, so he let Angelina and Panda, avoiding all the undead, and returned to the mist swamp. They hid in the same area where they had previously eliminated the 6th-rank madness grass. "Achilles, do you think this will work?" Panda questioned Achilles' decision. "Ha. Don't worry, it should be fine. I caused a big commotion here earlier and then left very conspicuously. The demons probably didn't expect us to come back. That's what we call right under their noses," Achilles explained. Although Panda didn't quite understand what he meant, seeing how confident Achilles was, it decided not to ask any further questions. They waited for Angelina to wake up. If there was no other way out, Panda would attempt to ascend to the 9-rank Saint realm. 10 days later, Angelina finally awoke. Upon waking, Angelina saw that Achilles was drawing a spell model, and surprisingly, it was a dark magic spell. This surprised Angelina, as she had been told that Achilles was an earth mage. "It seems like little Achilles has quite a few secrets," Angelina thought to herself. However, instead of immediately questioning Achilles' magical training, Angelina took out several potions and drank them. Then, she prepared to begin meditating to heal her injuries. Her wounds were quite severe, and it would likely take some time for her to recover. But before Angelina could even start meditating, she suddenly realized that she was sitting on a tombstone. Angelina sensed something strange about the tombstone and examined it closely. It's a 4-rank magical artifact, a dark magic tombstone of the undead. After confirming that the tombstone she was sitting on was indeed a mage's tombstone, a magical artifact, Alice couldn't help but look at Achilles, who was practicing his spells. "What luck!" she exclaimed. After confirming that the tombstone was indeed a 4th-tier magical artifact, the Tomb of the Departed, Yada discreetly placed it within her magic ring. Meanwhile, Achilles was engrossed in drawing diagrams for spell models, while Panda was fast asleep. Once she secured the Tomb of the Departed, Yada began meditating and refining potions to recover from her injuries. After more than 3 hours, Achilles finished drawing the spell model. The environment here in Hell is actually quite conducive to learning dark magic, he thought. In just over 10 days, I've already learned a 4th-tier spell, Corpse Poison Spread, which is much faster than when I was on the Noah continent. Achilles immediately used attribute points to max out the 4th-tier spell, Corpse Poison Spread. He then opened his character panel to check. Name: Achilles. Basic skills: Flame Breath, 4th-tier Grand Knight, 1546 1 million. Chaos Meditation, Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, Light, Darkness. 4th-tier Grand Mage, 841 million. Alchemy, 3rd-tier Max 41 million, 1 million. Alchemy, 3rd tier, maxed Inscription, 3rd tier maxed Enchantment and Construction, 2nd tier maxed Enchantment, Care, maxed Enchantment and Construction, 2nd tier maxed Cant, Corpse, Poison Spread, 4th tier, Spell, 4th tier max, Attribute Points, 66,318 innate talents, Extreme Speed, Silver Speed, increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by a factor of 5. Special effect, no distance, spatial teleportation ability, currently capable of traversing distances up to 10 meters. Energy essence, 28,460. requires increasing base level for the next awakening. Next, I can learn the 4th tier wind spell, Wind Barrier. After Achilles ascended to 4th tier Grand Mage, he realized that besides earth and light magic, he still needed to quickly learn spells from the other 4 elements. Otherwise, all his efforts in cultivating attribute magic would be wasted. Regarding the upgrade of his innate talent, Achilles planned to wait until he returned to the Noah continent before making a decision. In Hell, he could only obtain energy essence by killing demons, which wasn't very efficient. The energy essence he obtained from slaying that 6th tier demon Duke was ultimately used to upgrade his extreme speed ability. This boosted his top-level speed from silver level to gold level, corresponding to the 5th tier of his knight rank. The next likely upgrade would be to a higher speed tier. Silver level speed didn't simply increase the multiplier. Instead, it unlocked a powerful special effect, Spatial Shift, allowing for short-range spatial teleportation. Although limited to a distance of 10 meters, this ability was still incredibly powerful. It's important to remember that practitioners typically only gain spatial abilities after reaching the 9th tier sanctuary level, and Achilles is currently only at the 4th tier. Furthermore, as his level increases, the range of Spatial Shift would undoubtedly improve. Knowing the potential path for his innate talent to the top levels, Achilles was very curious about what special effects other innate talents might unlock. After upgrading Corpse Rot, Achilles noticed that Haley had already awakened. He immediately prepared to ask her about a way to escape from hell. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just need some rest. Thank you for everything." "Here, this is a small token of my gratitude." After thanking Achilles, Haley presented him with a 4th tier dark magic artifact, the Tombstone of the Departed. Achilles frowned slightly when he saw the tombstone that Haley had offered. He then looked at her. "What's she trying to do? Is she challenging me?" Seeing Achilles' expression, Haley smiled and said, "This is a 4th tier dark magic artifact, you know. Don't you want it?" Achilles was stunned. A 4th tier dark magic artifact? Was this real or fake? Haley continued, "This artifact is called the Tombstone of the Departed. It typically appears in places where many souls are buried. I noticed that you practice dark magic, and this could potentially help you unlock a dark magic talent." After hearing this, Achilles immediately approached the tombstone to examine it. "It's actually a dark magic artifact. This woman is quite generous." However, Achilles suddenly felt that the tombstone in front of him seemed familiar. He glanced at Haley's back. "Could it be that stone you were just lying on?" Achilles recognized the tombstone. It looked exactly like the one he had recently moved from the 6th level Maggrass root section. "No, I found this a long time ago," Haley said calmly. "Oh." Achilles pointed at the tombstone behind Haley. "Shouldn't you try refining it and see what happens? You probably don't know how to create innate spells, do you?" Haley interrupted. Achilles immediately understood that this tombstone was the one he had just brought for her to lie on. Taking someone else's things and giving them as a gift, she was truly something. However, Achilles did indeed not understand how to create innate spells, so he could only endure it. Haley then began teaching him about creating innate spells right there. Achilles immediately started experimenting with the tombstone. First, he used chaotic magic energy to refine the tombstone. Once the tombstone was refined, a dark magic tower appeared in Achilles' mindscape. The magic tower that Haley mentioned was the foundation for creating innate spells. Next, Achilles would draw all his known dark magic spells onto this dark magic tower. These dark magic towers would then generate an innate spell specifically tailored to Achilles, and it would be solidified on the dark magic tower. In the future, when using a dark innate spell, he would only need to channel the power of the dark magic tower. As the spell creation process was completed, numerous magical patterns began to appear on the dark magic tower within Achilles' mindscape. These magical patterns underwent continuous reorganization before finally solidifying into their final form. At this moment, Achilles sensed that his innate dark spell had been created. He immediately checked his character panel. Innate spell, Hellish Apostle, Beginner, 0/10. Any creature you kill can be transformed into a Hellish Apostle, a type of undead, with its level reduced by 1. They can normally reside in the underworld. When used, you can summon them all to fight for you. Achilles looked at the newly appeared talent spell on the panel, Hellish Apostle, and read the description, a wave of excitement washing over him. This Hellish Apostle spell must have evolved from the Summon Undead skill, he thought. With this talent spell, I will eventually command an army of undead. It will truly be a case of one person forming an entire force. The talent spell was generated by rearranging numerous existing spells, so Achilles' hellish apostle is primarily derived from the summon undead skill. However, compared to summon undead, hellish apostle is much more powerful and complete. It doesn't require leaving behind the complete corpses of enemies, nor does it need a storage space like a soul pouch. It's far more convenient. Next, Achilles raised the level of hellish apostle to its 4th tier limit. Talent spells are upgraded based on magic levels, so Achilles doesn't have to worry about anything. Once the magic level is high enough, he can simply add attribute points to it. Thinking about being able to summon undead endlessly in the future, a smile involuntarily appeared on Achilles' face. When Haley saw that the magical fluctuations around Achilles had stopped and noticed the smile on his face, she knew that he must have acquired a powerful talent spell. After all, dark magic is inherently strong and mysterious. However, Haley still reminded him, "It seems you've obtained a good talent spell. But remember, you must report it to the Dawn Church. Don't hide anything or you will get into trouble." Achilles, who was secretly pleased, heard Haley's reminder and asked, "Report it to the church? Does reporting mean I can use it then? Isn't the Dawn Church suppressing dark magic users?" In Achilles' understanding, the Dawn Church absolutely opposes dark magic users. Haley explained. However, 9 out of 10 dark magic users are evil mages, so people gradually believe that the church is suppressing dark magic users. Hearing Haley's explanation, Achilles immediately thought of the 8th tier Sky Warrior who had dragged him into hell. He was controlled by the dark magic spell Shadow Avatar. So he asked, how many dark magic users above the 7th tier are there openly in the kingdom now? Because everyone involved in the Hell Passage incident was a high-ranking noble from the Alpha Kingdom, and a high-ranking noble's 8th tier Sky Warrior had been secretly manipulated. Later, using the Shadow Avatar, he launched an attack on another high-ranking noble. Initially, Achilles suspected that it might have been the work of organizations like the Eye of God, or similar groups. Now, hearing what Haley said, this dark magic user could also be someone from a prominent family operating openly. When Achilles asked his question, Haley knew what he was asking and replied with narrowed eyes. "What? Was that 8th tier Sky Warrior who attacked you controlled by the dark magic user?" "That's right. The soul of that 8th tier Sky Warrior had already been destroyed. His body was being controlled by the Shadow Avatar, and his target was you. Can you guess who it might be?" "As expected, my target was me. It must be Prince Caleb. He is a 7th tier dark magic user, and I've been holding something over him. Bennett. He must be getting impatient. It seems my previous methods were too lenient," Haley said coldly, clearly angered. Achilles' face turned pale immediately. It was that bastard again. After Panda ascends to the 9th rank, he will definitely find a way to deal with that bastard. As a time traveler with a golden finger, being bullied repeatedly is unacceptable. He absolutely must retaliate. "Go back and settle accounts with that bastard," Achilles said fiercely. Then, he inquired about how to leave. "Do you know how to get out of hell?" "Yes, we are not creatures of hell, so we don't need a spatial passage like demons and undead do. We just need a spatial coordinate rune from the Noah continent, and we can teleport back directly. However, this requires the power of a 9th tier saint." Haley replied, "A spatial coordinate rune, is that the only way?" Achilles continued to ask. Panda had told him about this method, and Pastor Nelson had given Panda a spatial rune with coordinates. However, neither Achilles nor the bear wanted to use it, because that spatial rune marked Pastor Nelson's location, which was a rare and valuable lifeline. So, Achilles and Panda were originally intended to be used only after they had reached the 9th level sanctuary and had exhausted all other options in hell. "This is the only way," Jada said firmly. "And it's only possible because this is the plane of hell, the destination for all souls. If we were in another plane, we would have to rely on spatial passages or dimensional travel." "Then let's wait here for a while," Achilles said reluctantly. "Once Panda reaches the 9th level sanctuary, he can take us back." In the end, they still had to rely on Panda. He then went to wake up Panda, who was still sleeping, so that he could begin his ascension training. Suddenly, Panda sent a telepathic message to both Achilles and Jada. "Do you have any 8th level fire elemental cores or other similar artifacts?" Otherwise, it might take me 3 to 5 years to reach the 9th level. Achilles was taken aback. Hadn't this guy said they wouldn't need those things? And he had also said it would only take him 3 to 5 months to ascend. What was going on? Just as Achilles was puzzled, he suddenly saw a knowing look in Panda's eyes. He instantly understood what the creature was up to. Achilles turned to Jada. He's trying to extort you, Achilles realized. Jada looked at the man and the bear before her and asked, "Do you have the spatial coordinates for the Noah continent?" Achilles nodded. "Yes, Pastor Nelson gave one to Panda when he enlisted our help to destroy the portal to hell. It's marked with Nelson's location." Jada understood immediately. She murmured to herself, "So that's why. I wondered why that old man changed the exit point and didn't come to my rescue. He had it all planned out. I'll have to go back and settle the score with him." She then took 3 7th level fire elemental cores from her magic ring and threw them to Panda. "I don't have any 8th level ones. How much time will these 3 7th level cores save?" Panda quickly caught the cores and, with a smile on his face, sent a telepathic message. "It will only take about 3 to 5 months. You can wait here." He then put away the cores. Achilles turned away, speechless. "You have to have some standards when you're extorting someone," he muttered. "Those are 7th level cores, not 8th level ones. They won't be that effective. They only shorten the time to 3 to 5 months. As soon as people hear it, they know you're trying to trick them." Sure enough, just after Panda finished speaking, Haley immediately looked thoughtfully at the person and the bear, but said nothing. Nelson stationed in storm territory. After obtaining 3 7th tier fire elemental cores from Jada, Panda happily found a suitable place and began its advancement training. Seeing Panda seemingly succeeding, Achilles was furious. Jada had been staring at him for quite some time. Achilles awkwardly asked, "Are you sure you have enough food or recovery potions? There are many magical fruits with Panda. If you're not enough, I can go and get some for you." Although Achilles and his companions were now advanced-level professionals, they couldn't completely suppress their need for sustenance. Only after reaching the 9th-tier sanctuary could they truly transcend human dietary needs. However, professional adventurers usually carried a large amount of recovery potions and similar items during long missions. These items could be used to temporarily satisfy their nutritional requirements. This time, Achilles hadn't anticipated being trapped in hell, and his storage ring was relatively small, so he didn't bring enough supplies. And there were no suitable food sources available in hell. Fortunately, Panda had a very large dimensional space where it stored many useful items. However, this guy never allowed Achilles to look inside. The strong liquor that Panda suddenly pulled out during a battle was also taken from its dimensional space. "No need, I have enough," Jada replied. Then she turned to Achilles and asked, "Little Achilles, the magical net that trapped you all earlier, was it a 7th-tier magic item? What about it?" Achilles looked wary. Was this woman trying to retrieve something that Panda had swindled from her? Seeing Achilles' suspicious expression, Jada smiled and said, "What? Are you afraid I'm going to rob you? Don't worry. Those 3 7th-tier elemental cores are a gift for the black and white giant bear. After all, it saved me. As for that 7th-tier magic net, you probably won't find much use for it right now. Why don't you just sell it to me? Your storm territory is likely in need of resources, isn't it?" "Oh, I see. In that case, okay." Achilles relaxed his vigilance slightly. Then he protested to Jada, "Also, please call me Achilles from now on. Don't add any honorifics. If I remember correctly, you're only 3 years older than me. It's fine if you call me younger, but don't start calling yourself old." Haley immediately laughed when she heard this. "Young. Achilles, you've really changed. If it weren't for Professor Nelson having met you before, I would have wondered if someone had possessed your body." Achilles was startled by this. Had this woman sent Nelson to find him because she suspected he had been possessed? It was quite possible. After all, his changes were indeed significant, and it would be strange if they didn't raise suspicion. Fortunately, his situation was different from being possessed. Otherwise, he probably would have been dealt with by the 9th-level priest Nelson last time. Achilles quickly changed the subject. "Let's talk about the transaction for the 7th-level magic net. This magical artifact is a rare 7th-level item, and I won't even begin to describe its value. So, I want some potion recipes. Warrior training potions of levels 3 or 4, mage training potions of levels 3 or 4, mage training potions of levels 3 or 4, and knight training potions of levels 3 or 4. and night training potions of levels 4 or 5, and none of them can come with any conditions. Achilles directly quoted a high price. Haley was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. All right, I'll give you the recipes for the mage training potions of levels 3 or 4, but they are only to be used by your Storm Legion and cannot be sold or traded externally. This woman was driving a hard bargain. However, seeing Haley's firm attitude, Achilles had no choice but to compromise. After all, he had been quoting randomly. Besides, it would have been impossible for Achilles to obtain the recipe for a 4th-level mage training potion from any other family. So, he offered his bottom line. In addition, I want one more 4th-level city defense formation, and also the entire squad of knights led by Clay. Okay, deal. The contracts for Clay and his team were already being processed before I came, and they should be finalized now, Haley replied. Achilles was surprised to hear that the arrangements for Clay and his team had already been taken care of. Then, Achilles handed over the 7th-level magic net to Haley and signed a contract regarding the royal seal with her. Achilles successfully obtained the formulas for a 3rd-tier magic training potion, the Green King Potion, a 4th-tier magic training potion, the Ice Crystal Potion, a 4th-tier city defense formation, the Guardians of the Four Kings. Achilles examined them. The main ingredient for the Green King Potion, the Green King Flower, was relatively easy to obtain. The Guardians of the Four Kings formation only required 4 4th-tier magic cores representing earth, water, fire, and wind, along with some common magical materials. However, the main ingredient for the 4th-tier magic training potion, the Ice Crystal Potion, Ice Crystal Grass, was difficult to obtain, and Haley didn't have any extra to spare. Growing it himself was also impossible. Ice crystal grass only grows in extremely cold or high-altitude snowy regions. Achilles and Haley then began waiting for Panda's promotion while continuing with their own tasks. Achilles continued studying 4th-tier spells of other elements, while Haley started meditating to heal her injuries. Meanwhile, the Duke of the Blood Lake spent some resources to summon an 8th-tier demon from the 7th layer, who began searching for Achilles and his companions throughout the 6th layer. When Achilles was trapped in hell, Pastor Nelson, along with members of the church and those 4th and 5th-tier mages, returned to Grey Fortress and handed them all over to Bishop Drake. As for Pastor Nelson himself, he secretly traveled alone to Storm Territory. Upon confirming Pastor Nelson's identity, everyone in Storm Territory was surprised and honored, especially those from the Alpha Kingdom, as they were all followers of the Dawn Church. However, people like Mia, Archibald, and Wendy, who weren't members of the Dawn Church, felt somewhat intimidated by Nelson's power. Did this kid come up with all these things? Nelson asked Clay and the others, looking at the new developments in Storm Territory. Yes, Pastor, Clay replied respectfully. Our master devised these ideas to promote the development of our territory and ensure the survival of our people. This kid really has a lot of clever ideas, Nelson sighed. Nelson then stayed in Storm Territory, saying he would leave after Achilles returned. Clay and the others had no objections. In the months that followed, what Clay and his companions didn't know was that the storm had brought with it a host of unwanted visitors, all of whom were quietly dealt with by Pastor Nelson. Following the events in the Mist Valley, specifically the Hell Passage incident involving the orcs, several things became major news headlines in the Alpha Kingdom. Firstly, Haley, a powerful mage of the 4th rank, had fallen into disgrace. Secondly, Lord Storm Territory, also a 4th-rank mage, possessed a demonic pet, an 8th-rank black and white giant bear. These two facts, combined with the fact that they were legally married, naturally drew significant attention. However, what truly concerned people were the internal struggles within the Tulip family and the secrets of Storm Territory. Consequently, many individuals sought to exploit these situations for their own gain, devising various schemes. Numerous nobles began dispatching spies and powerful figures in secret to Storm Territory. What everyone failed to realize was that despite the apparent potential for significant benefits, neither the royal family nor any of the 5 great dukes sent anyone to investigate Storm Territory. Meanwhile, as Storm Territory became a hotbed of activity, so too did Tulip City, where various factions within the Tulip family were engaged in their own secret plans. Fortunately, Sir Phineas, a Sky Knight, returned early and made thorough preparations before any news reached them. This prevented the schemes of several of Haley's uncles from succeeding. Just as these uncles were preparing to try something else, the ancient patriarch of the Tulip family unexpectedly intervened in the family affairs. This surprised Haley's uncles, as it was rare for powerful figures within noble families to interfere with internal matters. Such individuals typically had long lifespans in their own descendants, making it prone to corruption if they constantly meddled in family business. Furthermore, any involvement by a powerful figure could destabilize the foundation of the family if internal divisions arose. Therefore, within the rigid aristocratic system of the Alpha Kingdom, most noble families strictly forbade their powerful figures from interfering in internal affairs. For example, when Haley first inherited her title, there was almost an outbreak of civil unrest within the family, yet no one intervened. So, the sudden intervention of a powerful figure within the Tulip family caused shock not only among its members, but also among those outsiders who were hoping to witness the drama and profit from it, ultimately leading them to leave disappointed. Meanwhile, within the Alpha Kingdom, discussions were ongoing regarding Achilles and Jada. In the northern Orcish grasslands, a rare and devastating blizzard was occurring. Many small Orcish clans were being overwhelmed by the heavy snowfall, causing significant losses to the Orcish Empire. As a result, the four major Orcish royal families convened an emergency meeting. Baiman King Achilles spoke first. "My fellow rulers, this blizzard has caused me great losses, especially for those smaller clans. They lack the ability to cope with such severe weather, and nearly one-third of them have been buried in snow. Furthermore, our livestock is on the verge of extinction. After the spring thaw, many tribes will face food shortages, which could lead to unrest throughout the empire." "Nicholas," growled Bear King Solomon, pointing a claw at the dragon-veined dog-headed king. "What are your dog priests doing? Why didn't they predict such a massive blizzard? If we had been prepared, the losses wouldn't have been so severe." "Solomon," retorted Nicholas, the dragon-veined dog-headed king. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is a natural disaster caused by the world's inherent forces. Do you dare to interfere with that? All right, the damage is done. What good does it do to argue?" said Eagle King Dwight. "We simply lack food and manpower. Let's just raid the southern human kingdoms. They have plenty. Is that appropriate? We have a treaty with the humans. Launching a southern campaign now could provoke them into uniting against us. And not only that, but with so many small clans wiped out, we may not even have enough troops to launch a full-scale southern campaign." "Who said we had to launch a full-scale southern campaign?" countered someone. "The treaty we signed with the humans states that we can only engage in a major war every 3 to 5 years, and we are prohibited from concentrating our forces on attacking any single human kingdom. So, why don't we just attack 2 or 3 human kingdoms and deploy only the necessary troops? This way, we wouldn't violate the agreement, and it would solve the problem of insufficient manpower. The things we've taken from those few human nations are enough to deal with this crisis," explained King Dwight of the Eagle Folk. King Nicholas, the Dragon-Scale Gnoll, and King Solomon, the Bear Folk, were intrigued by his suggestion. "Yes, that's a good idea." "I agree," said Nicholas. "I agree too," said Solomon. Seeing that everyone agreed, King Achilles of the Minotaur nodded and proposed. "Very well, then let's discuss which human nations we should attack. I suggest attacking the Kingdom of Blackrock. I have information that the royal family there recently experienced internal strife, so their situation is likely still unstable." Hearing Achilles' suggestion, Nicholas quickly said, "I also have some news. There seems to be a Hellgate incident occurring in the easternmost part of the Wildlands, near the Kingdom of Alpha. The Shadow Temple is involved, and I heard that Francis, that traitor, died there." "The Kingdom of Alpha? You want to attack the Kingdom of Alpha? That's one of the strongest human kingdoms in the Wildlands, and their defenses on the northern frontier are very strong," warned King Solomon. "I know," Nicholas explained. "That's why I just mentioned what's been happening in the Kingdom of Alpha. Whether or not we attack them is something we can discuss together." Solomon remained silent after that. "Are there any other news about human nations?" asked Achilles. The 3 beastfolk kings shook their heads. Achilles then decided, "Then let's attack both the Kingdom of Alpha and the Kingdom of Blackrock. Although the Kingdom of Alpha is powerful and has strong defenses, we haven't launched a major offensive against them in many years, so their vigilance should have decreased. Also, since we haven't been raiding the Kingdom of Alpha extensively for so long, their northern frontier should be quite prosperous now. And because Alpha is a strong kingdom, other human nations would likely welcome such an action, and they wouldn't object. However, King Dwight seemed concerned. "Achilles, are you sure this is feasible? After all, the Kingdom of Alpha." "Don't worry, I have other plans in the Kingdom of Alpha," said King Baimon Aquis mysteriously. February, year 6639 of the Dawn Era. Due to a severe snow disaster that struck the Orcish grasslands during winter, many small clans within the Orcish Empire suffered heavy losses, some even being completely wiped out. This also threatened a serious food crisis. Therefore, the four major Orcish royal families decided to launch the southern campaign ahead of schedule, targeting the Kingdom of Alpha and the Duchy of Blackrock. In mid-March, the Wildlands Mountains were still quite cold. Under the organization of Orcish commanders, the Orcish soldiers endured great hardship during their arduous march towards the Kingdom of Alpha. Within the Orcish Empire, the desire to expand southwards into warmer regions and seize territory from human kingdoms was a shared goal among all levels of society. However, while the human nations are currently fragmented and often engage in conflicts with each other, they tend to unite against external threats. The Northern Alliance is a prime example. Otherwise, the vast armies of the Orcish Empire would have long since overwhelmed the human nations bordering the Wildlands Mountains. By mid-April, large numbers of Orcish troops had crossed the Wildlands Mountains and began attacking the Kingdom of Alpha and the Duchy of Blackrock. Upon receiving news of this, other human nations initially believed that the orcs were preparing to break their agreements and launch a full-scale war against humanity. Consequently, they began mobilizing for war. However, almost immediately, the Orcish Empire issued a statement clarifying that this campaign was not initiated by the Empire itself. Instead, it was a private matter between the Dragonspine Null royal family and the Kingdom of Alpha and the Duchy of Blackrock. Furthermore, the other three major Orcish families would not be participating in this conflict. The human nations investigated the situation and confirmed that only the Dragonspine Null royal family, along with a portion of the Orcish army, had moved south. At most, there were only a few scouts from the Eaglefolk royal family present. At the same time, the human nations also learned about the snow disaster that had struck the Orcish grasslands. Therefore, they surmised the orcs' intentions. They were simply coming to seize resources. Therefore, the other human nations ceased their military operations. This infuriated the Kingdom of Alpha and the Duchy of Blackstone, who repeatedly protested to the Northern Border Alliance, but were met with various excuses. Kingdom of Alpha, City of Kinglan. Because this time, the Orcish army was overwhelming in its attack, and its main offensive direction was towards the Kingdom of Alpha. Furthermore, the northern border regions were not adequately prepared. This led to a serious situation, and many baronial territories had already been overrun by the orcs. A continuous stream of pleas for help arrived on King Adam's desk. He glanced through them, and there were already dozens. These requests for assistance came not only from officials in the royal domains but also from numerous hereditary nobles. Even the powerful nobles of the northern border had humbled themselves and sent their pleas. Although the relationship between the royal family and the great nobles was often strained, Adam enjoyed seeing the orcs weaken the power of the northern nobility. However, the royal family and the great nobles were essentially interdependent. A collapse of one would affect the other. Moreover, the territories surrounding those of the great nobles were either directly controlled by the royal family or belonged to smaller nobles. If the great nobles of the north were severely weakened and lost their lands, the smaller nobles they protected would be destroyed, leaving the royal family with no buffer zone and forcing them to face the orcish advance directly along a front line stretching over 1,400 kilometers. Therefore, Adam had to provide support to the great nobles of the northern border. Adam had been on the throne for over 30 years and was well over 80 years old. He was still an 8th rank Sky Knight, but he would likely never achieve the 9th rank of Holy Knight, meaning his time was limited. Although Adam was not a particularly visionary ruler, he strongly supported the decisions made by previous kings to invest significant resources in developing the northern border regions. During his reign, he continuously transferred loyal nobles and controlled the four most powerful military legions in the north, strengthening the royal family's influence over the region. During King Adam's reign, whenever the orcish hordes invaded, if their primary target was not within the direct territories of the royal family, Adam would allow the orcish armies to weaken the power of the northern nobles. For example, in the last orcish invasion, the Duchy of Lothar and the Earldom of Clawford suffered significant losses. The royal court did not deploy any central military units to assist the Duke of Lothar or the Earl of Clawford. However, If the orcs focused their attacks on the 4 northern provinces directly controlled by the crown, the royal family would dispatch 8 frontline legions to reinforce those provinces and engage in a fierce battle with the orcs, inflicting heavy casualties upon them, thereby demonstrating the strength of the Kingdom of Alpha. But this time, the orcish invasion was different from previous ones. The orcs only attacked the Kingdom of Alpha and the Duchy of Blackstone, and their purpose was very clear: to plunder on a large scale. Therefore, the number of orcish troops dispatched to the Kingdom of Alpha this time is enormous. So far, there are 6 main orcish legions, 8 frontline legions, and 10 second-line legions, totaling 240,000 soldiers attacking the entire northern defense line of the Kingdom of Alpha. Of these, 2 main legions and 3 frontline legions were simultaneously attacking the province of Drent directly controlled by the royal family. The province of Drent has already suffered severe losses. The Griffin Legion, one of the 4 main legions stationed there, also sustained heavy casualties. Therefore, King Adam immediately dispatched the central 4th and 5th legions, which were stationed behind the province of Drent, to provide support, barely managing to stabilize the situation. The earldom of Clawford, bordering the province of Drent, had already suffered significant losses in the previous orcish war. This time, with even greater orcish strength, the Earl of Clawford was quickly overwhelmed and sent 3 urgent requests for assistance to King Adam. This clearly indicates that the earldom of Clawford is under immense pressure. If the orcish legions were to break through the defenses of the earldom of Clawford, not only would the heartland of the Kingdom of Alpha suffer heavy losses, but even the neighboring provinces of Drent and Groningen would become extremely dangerous. Therefore, providing support to the earldom of Clawford is of utmost importance. After reviewing a great deal of intelligence regarding the earldom of Clawford and giving it careful consideration, King Adam convened a meeting with the court nobles. The discussions began regarding support for Lord Crawford's territory and how to address the overall situation in the northern front. At the royal palace in Changlan City, during a meeting of court nobles, Lord Crawford has sent a plea for help. If we don't send reinforcements, I fear that old Yorick will deliberately abandon part of his territory to allow the orcs to pass through his lordship, which could potentially threaten the security of the entire Drent province. The situation in Drent is already unstable, so we must dispatch reinforcements to Lord Crawford's territory to stabilize the situation there. However, after analyzing the situation in Lord Crawford's territory, while it has suffered significant losses in recent decades, these losses have mainly been among his vassals and subordinate lords. In fact, the direct forces under Lord Crawford's command have even increased somewhat. Therefore, I propose that after we repel this orcish invasion, we can station some court nobles in Lord Crawford's territory. Lord Ambrose, you go and negotiate with the Crawford family. If they agree to cede 1 barony and 2 manorial lands, I will send them 1 first-line legion and 1 second-line legion of reinforcements. Lord Ambrose nodded. Very well. However, based on my assessment, the Crawford family is likely to accept this offer. But they will probably make a demand, a request that has been made before. For the Northwestern Legion, one of the 4 main legions stationed in the Groningen province, to redeploy and station itself in the northern part of Lord Crawford's territory. That is absolutely impossible, King Adam said firmly. At most, I will send half a first-line legion and half a second-line legion to be stationed there. Understood, Your Majesty, Lord Ambrose replied. After hearing King Adam's decision, Lord Ambrose replied. After hearing King Adam's decision, Lord Ambrose remained silent. Subsequently, King Adam continued the discussion with the numerous court nobles regarding the situation in other parts of the northern frontier and the proportional allocation of resources. He decided that the Felix Duke family in the east would need to conscript 4 battalions of soldiers, while their subordinate minor nobles would conscript 2 battalions. The Roy Earl family would need to conscript 2 battalions, with their subordinate minor nobles conscripting 1 battalion. Similarly, the Vaude Duke family in the west would also need to conscript 4 battalions, and their subordinate minor nobles would conscript 2 battalions. The Fox family, as well as other minor noble families under their command, were ordered to mobilize 3 battalions of soldiers each. Furthermore, it was emphasized that all hereditary nobles must send members of their families to the front lines. Meanwhile, more distant and powerful nobles immediately began gathering military supplies and sending them to the northern frontier battlefield. Earl Hardin drafted the orders on the spot, and after King Adam affixed his seal, they were promptly sent to each of the major noble houses. Next, Prince Theron Brennan studied the map intently and declared decisively, "The pressure is currently greatest in the royal territories of the north. Not only the province of Drent, but also the provinces of Freelance and Frostmoon are facing significant threats. I believe we should deploy the remaining 5 frontline military units stationed in the rear of the northern frontier to the battlefield immediately. This will inflict heavy losses on the orcs. After all, the orcs advanced south early because of a severe snow disaster in their grasslands. They came to plunder, and they won't fight us too fiercely. If we can protect our royal territories, they will likely abandon their raiding plans." Prince Theron is the eldest son of King Adam and Queen Catherine. He recently turned 35 and appears much younger. Theron possesses exceptional knightly abilities and has participated in numerous wars in the Kingdom of Alpha, earning significant military achievements. He currently holds 2 second-class meritorious awards and is an 8th rank Sky Knight, with the potential to advance to the 9th rank of a Holy Knight. Among all the princes, Theron enjoys the highest reputation, far surpassing that of Caleb. While this is partly due to his mother, Queen Catherine, most of it stems from Theron's own exceptional qualities. Otherwise, King Adam would not have hesitated so long in naming Caleb as his heir. In reality, a majority within the royal court favor Prince Theron as the future king. As soon as Theron finished speaking, Caleb immediately objected. "If we deploy all of our frontline legions from the north to defend the royal territories, what will the other nobles in the north think? What if they face a crisis? Will we send second-line units for support? Furthermore, while it's true that the orcs are primarily here to plunder resources, they have only attacked the Kingdom of Alpha and the Kingdom of Blackstone. If they can't secure enough supplies, will the orcs become enraged and launch a full-scale invasion? In that case, we won't be able to withstand their massive army. The endless hordes of orcs could overwhelm the entire northern frontier. Even the capital city of Changlon would be vulnerable, putting the kingdom at risk of collapse. So, perhaps it's better if we allow the orcs to seize a few things. They will eventually return to the northern part of the Savage Mountains, and that way we can preserve enough military strength." Theron shook his head. "The orcs have already crossed the line by violating the agreement between humans and orcs. They won't continue sending troops. If the orcs dare to launch a full-scale attack on the Kingdom of Alpha, not only will the Northern Alliance intervene, but the Dawn Church will certainly object. If the Dawn Church leads the Northern Alliance and the Glorious Empire in organizing an expeditionary force for a decisive battle, the Orcish Empire will be doomed. But if the Dawn Church organizes an army to defeat the Orcish Empire, our Kingdom of Alpha will also become a wasteland. What good is victory then?" Prince Caleb continued to argue. Then, other members of the royal court and nobility expressed their opinions, some supporting Theron, others supporting Caleb. Everyone had their own perspectives. After listening to both sides and weighing the pros and cons, King Adam decided on a compromise. He would dispatch 1 elite legion each to the provinces of Freelance and Frostmoon. This will create a stalemate, allowing us to wear them down while keeping 3 other elite legions in reserve for reinforcement. Finally, at the end of the meeting, King Adam announced that after this orcish campaign, 3 members of the royal family would be granted hereditary titles as marquises of the northern frontier. 2 of these territories will be within the Marquisate of Krifed, and 1 will be in the eastern part of the province of Freelance, near the territory of Count Zarek. Count Zarek is also a hereditary count bestowed by the royal family. Members of the royal court and nobility are often demoted or granted lesser titles. Even dukes within the royal court will eventually become ordinary people after 5 generations. Therefore, every member of the royal court dreams of becoming a hereditary noble. However, in the Kingdom of Alpha, the best opportunity to become a hereditary noble is in the northern frontier. In the nobility's value system on the continent of Noah, the status of a hereditary count is far more prestigious than that of a duke within the royal court. After all, a hereditary count is the owner of a territory and a major nobleman in the kingdom, an important part of the country. Ultimately, a royal court duke is just a high-level employee. If the king doesn't trust them, then the title of duke becomes meaningless. After Lord Pandra made adjustments to the troop deployments on the northern front of the Kingdom of Alpha, the first wave of orcish attacks was successfully repelled. Except for a Vis country and several baronies that were overrun, the northern defensive line remained intact. Meanwhile, in Storm territory, located far to the northeast of the kingdom, Clay and his troops had already repelled 2 mixed orcish units in late April. These orcish units suffered heavy losses and eventually retreated from storm territory. However, Clay's forces didn't dare pursue them, as this was a large-scale orcish offensive southward, not just skirmishes with orcish tribes. This campaign would likely last for at least 3 months, so it was crucial to conserve strength in the early stages. Furthermore, storm territory now possessed a large number of storm cannons and storm ballistae, revealing the secrets of these devastating weapons to the orcs. Therefore, the orcs either wouldn't bother with the remote region of storm territory, or they would send even stronger forces to eliminate it. Fortunately, these storm cannons and storm ballistae were protected by magical enchantments. Otherwise, if the orcs discovered them, they would undoubtedly dispatch their main force to seize them. I hope Lord Pandra returns soon. Clay, standing on the walls of North Castle, prayed silently. This was also the hope of all the soldiers and citizens of Storm Territory. In their hearts, their lord had never lost a battle. Even if the orcs were powerful, their lord could lead them to defeat these despicable creatures. Hell, 6th layer. The 9 pale suns still hung in the sky, constantly emitting death energy into hell, and they never set. Previously, Achilles had asked Haley and Lord Pandra about the structure of the hellish suns, but he was met with disdain from both of them, who told him to mind his own business. After more than 3 months of study, Achilles had already mastered the 4th level wind magic, Wind Barrier, and the 4th level fire magic, Firebird's Fury. He also learned all the water spells from the 1st to 3rd levels. Now, he only needed to learn the 4th level wind spell, Whirlwind Blades, and the 4th level water spell, Water Sword Flying Flowers. At this moment, Haley's injuries were finally almost healed. However, she was astonished to see Achilles emitting auras of wind magic sometimes, fire magic at other times, and even water magic occasionally. Adding to that his previous mastery of dark magic and the known earth magic, he had already mastered 5 different types of magic, and most of them were already at the 4th level. She couldn't understand how Achilles was able to achieve such progress. So, she couldn't help but step forward and ask him about it. "You mind your own business," Achilles said dismissively, glancing at her. "You." Haley was so infuriated that she almost lunged at him, but then a commotion came from Pandar's side, startling them both. "Pandar is about to break through," Achilles exclaimed excitedly. Haley noticed it too. Finally, they could go back. The two of them patiently waited. Meanwhile, in the Blood Forest Ridge, a mountain range covered in a crimson forest, the Bloodwood territory stood. The trees here were blood red, resembling bloody limbs. Deep within the Blood Forest lay a vast lake of blood. In the center of the Blood Lake, a towering, jagged castle loomed. This was the fortress of the overlord of the 6th layer of hell, the Duke of the Blood Lake. Inside the grand hall of the Blood Lake Castle, the Duke of the Blood Lake was hosting a demonic feast, entertaining an 8th-rank demon duke he had invited from the 7th layer of hell. The long table was laden with various delicacies, raw human brains, steamed hearts, soul-drink wine, pan-fried eyeballs, and 9 turns intestine. Jasper, the earl who had almost been killed by Achilles, was also present at the feast, chatting amiably with other earls. The 8th-rank demon duke invited by the Duke of the Blood Lake was Ford, one of the overlords of the 7th layer. Ford was a towering demon, over 5 meters tall, with a ferocious wolf head and exposed fangs, belonging to the Silver Wolf clan. The Silver Wolf clan is also a relatively powerful tribe in Hell. The current leader of the Silver Wolf clan is an ordinary 9th-rank demon prince who is loyal to the Lord of the Blood Sea. This was one of the reasons why the Duke of the Blood Lake could invite him. At this moment, after finishing a portion of 9 turns intestine and taking a sip of the bloody wine, Ford turned to the Duke of the Blood Lake and said, "Blood Lake, I've been here for several months now. Those guys might have already left Hell or the 6th layer. Maybe I should just go back to the 7th layer. After all, I can't stay away from my territory for too long, otherwise it might be occupied by other demons." The Duke of the Blood Lake already knew that Achilles and his companions were from the Noah continent. Recently, only one Hell Gate on the Noah continent had opened in the 8th layer, and it resulted in the death of a 9th-rank demon prince and several 8th-rank demon dukes. This news quickly spread, and the Duke of the Blood Lake and others naturally received the information. But they didn't know how these people ended up in the 6th layer. "Ford, I understand. Give me 1 more month, at most a month. If you can't find them within that time, you can leave. And I will still pay you 3,000 soul stones," said the Duke of the Blood Lake reluctantly. "Blood Lake, is that human female mage really that beautiful? Why does she make you so distracted? Why don't I introduce you to some attractive women from the Red Fox tribe? Or maybe even some from the demonic race? They are definitely much stronger than human women, joked Duke Ford. Sigh, Ford, you wouldn't understand. That woman is truly different, lamented Duke Bloodlake. However, seeing Ford's expression, he quickly added, forget it. I won't bother explaining. Our tastes are too different and it would be pointless to try. Let's go find them. He then turned to Jasper and the other demon dukes and counts. You all are the same. I'll pay you 300 soul stones each for your help, even if we don't find them in the end. Jasper and the others were thrilled at this prospect. Thank you, Duke Bloodlake, they said. And so, the group of demons began searching again on the 6th level. After Jasper sent 2 of his 6th-tier undead to search for a while, he was about to give up. We haven't found any clues after all this time. They probably left already. But at least we can still get 300 soul stones each, which is quite a good reward. As Jasper returned to his castle, passing near the misty swamp, he suddenly heard movement coming from within. It sounds like there are living beings inside. I wonder if it's them. Jasper sensed the fluctuations in Pandra's aura as he passed by the swamp, but since Pandra was deep within the swamp, Jasper could only detect faint traces. So, after reporting the news to Duke Bloodlake, he cautiously entered to investigate. Although there was a powerful 8-tier being present, this was hell, and Jasper believed that if he remained hidden, they wouldn't find him. However, when Jasper got within 2 kilometers, he confirmed it was Achilles and the others, and immediately felt a slight resentment towards Achilles. Achilles' innate talent sensed this. Someone is coming. Achilles immediately led Haley to confront them. This startled the lurking Jasper, who turned and ran. But suddenly, Achilles unleashed his 5x speed and was aided by the 3rd-level spell, Swift Wind, quickly pursuing Jasper. He soon caught up with him. Then, in Jasper's horrified gaze, Achilles cast No Distance, instantly beheading Jasper. Jasper stared wide-eyed, a look of disbelief on his face. Achilles then crushed Jasper's core, killing him completely. At that moment, Pandora suddenly experienced violent fluctuations, as if the earth itself was shaking. Ha ha ha, I finally reached level 9, Pandora shouted loudly. Pandora seemed to sense something and immediately grabbed Achilles and Haley, activating the spatial runes within their minds. A spatial teleportation channel quickly formed before them, and Panda immediately led Achilles and Haley into it. As the spatial channel closed, 3 powerful auras of the 9th rank descended upon this location. Damn, they're really fast. When Panda reached the 9th rank, the spatial fluctuations and aura generated by the Holy Domain powerhouses were immediately detected by Duke Bloodlake and Duke Ford. They were both 8th rank dukes, and they both had mentors who were 9th rank's Holy Domain beings. So they were very familiar with this kind of fluctuation and aura, knowing that it was the aura of a 9th rank's Holy Domain being. Therefore, Duke Bloodlake quickly used the blood talisman given to him by his father, the Lord of the Blood Sea, to transmit the information to his father. This is why Panda had just been promoted and hadn't even had time to celebrate when he was pursued by 3 9th-ranked demon princes. He could only quickly use the spatial rune given to him by Nelson to escape from hell. 3 powerful figures appeared at the place where Panda had left. One was a human man wearing a blood-red robe with handsome features and some resemblance to Duke Bloodlake. He was obviously a descendant of the Lord of the Blood Sea. Looking at the spatial teleportation channel that was about to disappear, he said softly, "It's Panda from the Noah continent. Could it be that after the incident in the 8th layer of hell several months ago, there were 9th-rank Holy Domain pandas left behind in hell? No. I remember that those who rushed into hell seemed to be all humans," replied a demon prince with a ferocious wolf head. This person was the Silver Wolf Prince, the leader of the Silver Wolf clan where Duke Ford belonged. Then how did they get to hell? The man in the blood-red robe muttered to himself. He, Bloodcloud Prince. Why don't you just call your younger brother over and ask him? You'll know right away, said the Red Fox Princess, who was wearing a thin veil and had a seductive figure, with a smile on her lips. The ones who came to the 6th layer this time to ambush Panda were Bloodcloud Prince, Silver Wolf Prince, and Red Fox Princess, all of whom were 9th-ranked demon princes in the Lord of the Blood Sea's camp. Bloodcloud Prince didn't pay attention to Red Fox Princess, but instead disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was holding 2 8th-rank demons, Duke Bloodlake and Duke Ford. Seeing Duke Ford being brought forward, Silver Wolf Prince frowned slightly and asked somewhat unexpectedly, "Ford, how did you end up here?" At this moment, Duke Ford was terrified. He had been chasing after someone who turned out to be a ninth-rank Holy Domain powerhouse. Fortunately, he hadn't found the other person yet, otherwise he would have been doomed. However, he might also have trouble now because he didn't report this matter in time and he would likely be held responsible. After all, he didn't have the background of Duke Bloodlake. So Duke Ford quickly tried to shift the blame because he hadn't even seen the other person's shadow. Reporting. Clan leader. I was invited by Duke Bloodlake to help him capture a human female mage. However, after reaching the 6th level, I haven't been able to find that human female mage, so I don't know how a saint of the 9th rank could possibly be here. Prince Silverwolf looked at Duke Bloodlake with a strange expression. Capturing a human female mage. So Duke Bloodlake is looking for women? You should have told me earlier. I can send some maids over to serve you, or even better, I myself could come and be your concubine, Princess Red Fox said with a coquettish smile, constantly batting her eyelashes at Duke Bloodlake. Duke Bloodlake was visibly flustered. Red Fox, stop being so flirtatious. Bloodlake can't handle you causing trouble. Let's have Bloodcloud ask the questions, Prince Silverwolf said impatiently. Oof, as if you're so impressive. It's not like, as if you're so impressive. It's not like, enough, we've asked our questions, let's go report back, Prince Bloodcloud interrupted. He then turned to Duke Bloodlake and said, Bloodlake, tell us everything that happened during this period. Don't try to hide anything, or your father won't forgive you. Yes, replied Duke Bloodlake nervously. If it were any other demon prince, like Prince Silverwolf and Princess Red Fox, he wouldn't dare mess with him. But Prince Bloodcloud was different. He was his elder brother, and he wouldn't show him any respect. So Duke Bloodlake began to recount everything that had happened since he encountered the human female mage, telling the whole story without omitting a single detail. The 3 demon princes listened carefully, then pondered. That panda bear of the 8th rank peak, is it newly promoted? Why would it come to hell to be promoted? It must be crazy, Princess Red Fox said doubtfully. No, I remember something. When the 8th level of the Hell Passage was destroyed, that guy Jaws mentioned that someone would send fresh blood and souls at the last minute. But we waited for a long time and nothing happened. Also, the exit location of the passage changed. Now it seems that the exit is in the 6th level. That panda bear and those 2 humans were probably brought here by Jaws' people, Prince Silverwolf suddenly said. That makes sense. Otherwise, who would be crazy enough to come to hell to achieve a 9th rank saint? Prince Bloodcloud nodded. So, that panda bear was only at the 8th rank when it arrived. That's a shame. If we had caught it earlier. Now that everything is clear, since there isn't actually a 9th rank saint who came to hell to cause trouble, I'll be leaving. Bloodcloud, you go report to the Emperor yourself. After uttering a regretful remark, the Red Fox Prince immediately left. Upon hearing this, the Silver Wolf Prince glanced at Duke Bloodlake. He thought to himself, that sly fox's words are so venomous. Even as he leaves, he's still trying to get Bloodlake. However, it had nothing to do with him, so he bowed to Bloodcloud and left the 6th level along with Ford. After the 2 princes departed, Duke Bloodlake was already sweating profusely, anxiously awaiting Bloodcloud's instructions. Bloodcloud Prince frowned at Duke Bloodlake for a moment before saying softly, Don't stay in the 6th level anymore. Go to the 7th level anymore. Go to the 7th level. He then followed suit and left. Duke Bloodlake let out a sigh of relief and quickly returned to Bloodforest Castle, preparing to move. Meanwhile, as Bloodcloud Prince and the others were speculating about why Achilles and the others were in hell, Achilles and Haley had already been transported back to the Noah continent by Panda through a spatial portal. Woo! That was close. 3 9th-level demons were summoned at once. Fortunately, I have the space rune that Elder Priest gave me. Otherwise, if those 3 demons caught up with us, it would have been disastrous, Panda thought, still shaken by the experience. He had just recently reached the 9th level and hadn't even enjoyed his prime years yet. Not to mention, he was still a bachelor. Even Achilles, that kid, has a wife, but he's still single. Oh, you're back! A human voice came. Panda turned around and saw it was Pastor Nelson. He then strained to transmit his thanks. Yes, thank you for the space rune, Pastor. At this time, Achilles and Haley were still recovering from the after effects of the interdimensional travel. Since they weren't yet at the 9th level, they couldn't fully adapt to the spatial folding and teleportation, which caused them to feel dizzy. After a while, they slowly recovered. Achilles immediately bowed to Pastor Nelson and expressed his gratitude. However, before he could continue with the pleasantries, Achilles noticed that the surroundings seemed familiar. "Is this storm territory? Lord Nelson, what are you doing in storm territory?" Achilles realized that he was currently in a courtyard of his own baronial estate in storm territory, and he couldn't help but wonder how Pastor Nelson ended up there. "Oh, nothing much, just taking a stroll. I happen to be passing through your territory," Nelson said with a smile. Haley pouted slightly upon hearing this. Before Achilles could respond, Pastor Nelson continued, "By the way, Achilles, you should stop chatting with me here. The orcs are currently attacking your castle, so you should go and see what's happening." "What? Orcs?" Achilles was shocked and immediately rushed out. As Achilles ran out of the small courtyard, he discovered that there were no guards anywhere in the entire Earl's estate. Immediately after leaving the courtyard, he could hear the sounds of fighting coming from the eastern and southern walls of the estate. As soon as Achilles ran out of the Baron's estate, he saw many serf soldiers who were busy transporting supplies. When these serf soldiers saw Achilles, their faces, which had been filled with fear and helplessness, instantly turned excited and joyful. "Lord is back! Lord is back!" They all knelt before him, tears streaming down their faces. Achilles spoke a few words of encouragement before telling them to continue with their work. Achilles then continued running towards the outer walls. Everywhere he went, the soldiers who saw him became unusually excited. The soldiers operating the giant storm cannons even increased their firing rate in excitement. When Achilles reached the south wall, he saw vast hordes of orcs relentlessly attacking storm territory. The main forces were pigheads and lion men. "Lord, you're finally back," said Clay and Archibald, relieved to see Achilles appear on the wall. "First, let's fight and repel this orcish attack," Achilles instructed. He then took out his enchanted bow and raised his arm. "Soldiers, your lord is back. I will continue to fight alongside you. For storm territory, for glory, for merit, let us fight. Let us kill all these orcs." Clay and the company commanders immediately shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" In an instant, the soldiers on the south wall were filled with energy, fiercely fighting back against the orcs. Achilles skillfully used his enchanted bow, quickly eliminating several orcish mages, including even a 4th-tier lion man. This further boosted the morale of the soldiers on the south wall. On the other hand, the orcs were completely taken aback. Seeing that the battle at the south wall was already decided and the orcs would soon retreat, Achilles ran to the east wall, where Mia and Wendy were stationed with several company commanders. Achilles' arrival brought great joy to the two women. Mia was directing soldiers in a fierce battle against the orcs, while Wendy was casting healing spells on all the soldiers. Achilles first helped them eliminate all the orcish workers who had managed to scale the city walls. Then he gave a rousing speech that boosted morale, followed by relentless attacks on the orcish workers, preventing their officers from showing their faces. Finally, they were forced to retreat with the rest of the orcish forces. After repelling this wave of orcish attack, Achilles assigned Park and Kyle to guard different sections of the city walls and ordered a thorough cleanup of the battlefield. He then returned to the temporary command center within the city with the other officers. Achilles had many questions swirling in his mind. He seemed to have just left, yet so many orcs were attacking storm territory. Hadn't he heard that there was a time difference between Noah continent and Hell? However, before Achilles could even ask, Wendy, tears streaming down her face, spoke up first. If not for Mia holding her back, she might have rushed towards Achilles. "Sir, where were you all this time? We thought you weren't coming back, that you had abandoned us." "Don't say that," Achilles said with a smile. "This is my territory. How could I abandon it? I just encountered a slight mishap and was trapped in Hell, but I've just escaped." Hell! Wendy, Mia, and others who knew a little about Hell were shocked by this revelation. They never imagined that their leader had actually gone to Hell and returned safely. It was simply unbelievable. However, the squad leaders, most of whom were former serfs, were completely bewildered. They didn't understand what going to Hell meant. Wasn't Hell supposed to be where evil people went after death? But Achilles didn't have time to explain all this. He quickly dismissed their questions and began directly inquiring about the current situation in storm territory. What is the situation with the orcs outside? Why are there so many orcs attacking storm territory at this time of year? Upon hearing this, Clay immediately stood up and quickly reported the details of the orcish attack to Achilles. The orcs moved south earlier than expected. At the end of March this year, a large orc army suddenly crossed the barren mountains and launched a major offensive against our kingdom of Alpha. A blizzard? Is that it? Then the kingdom of Alpha is in serious trouble, Achilles muttered to himself. In the past, the orcs had only sent small detachments to attack certain sections of the northern border defenses of the kingdom of Alpha. Even so, this caused significant losses for the kingdom of Alpha, which is why they place such importance on military achievements. This time, however, the orcs have deployed their main force in a full-scale offensive against the entire northern border defense line of the kingdom of Alpha. While it may not lead to a national crisis, the northern regions are sure to suffer heavy losses. There is even a possibility that the orcs could break through the defenses and raid the prosperous inland territories. Do you have any reports on the situation along the kingdom's northern border defenses? Achilles continued. Specifically, information about the Frost Moon Province and Grey Fortress? The location of Storm Territory Hold is too remote and it lies outside the northern border defenses, so information tends to be scarce. Yes, Clay nodded, his expression serious. We received this from Lord Nelson. The situation in the kingdom's northern regions is very dire. Initially, the main thrust of the orcish army was directed towards the western provinces of Drent and the territory of Duke Clolved. They deployed over 10 legions there at the beginning, with more than half being elite units. As a result, those two areas suffered heavy losses and their defenses were on the verge of collapse. The kingdom immediately dispatched large reinforcements to stabilize the situation. However, just 12 days ago, the orcs suddenly launched an all-out offensive against the western territory of Duke Farrell in Frostmoon Province, with 10 legions. Duke Farrell was not expecting that the orcs had hidden 10 legions within the Wild Mountains. As a result, his defenses held for only 5 days before being overwhelmed by the orcish forces. All military fortifications within Duke Farrell's territory fell, and the kingdom didn't even have time to send reinforcements. Instead of continuing their assault on Duke Farrell's city, the orcs turned east and attacked Frostmoon Province itself. Subsequently, the forts of Maka in the western part of Frostmoon Province and Puss in the central region were quickly overrun. The main force of the orcs is now passing through Frostmoon City, and another contingent has already bypassed it and reached the territory of Lord Fisher. Once they conquer Lord Fisher's city, they will begin a pincer movement to attack Grey Fortress. Achilles listened intently, his expression becoming increasingly grave. Has the situation really deteriorated to this extent? It's only been a month since the conflict began. Achilles hadn't expected the situation to be so dire, especially in the Frostmoon Province. 2 of the 3 major fortresses had fallen. This was perplexing to Achilles. The defensive lines in the various regions of the kingdom's northern frontier were always designed to operate independently. Given the vastness of the northern frontier, over 1,000 kilometers, it was impossible to predict where the orcish attacks would be concentrated. Therefore, the defensive lines were built with independence in mind, allowing the kingdom to reinforce and provide support where needed. Logically, after the collapse of the Zane Farrell's defensive line, the Maka fortress in the neighboring Frostmoon province shouldn't have fallen so quickly. And the fact that the Puss fortress also fell was even more concerning. We don't know the details, Captain Clay replied to Achilles' question. We only received reports from Lord Nelson. They didn't provide specific information on how Maka and Puss fortresses were lost. Achilles put aside this question for now, and continued to inquire about the situation in his own territory. How is Storm Territory doing? How long has North Castle been lost? Are the storm cannons and storm ballistae in the hands of the orcs? Since most of Achilles' troops were stationed at Storm Territory, he assumed that North Castle had indeed fallen. His primary concern was whether the powerful weapons, the storm cannons and storm ballistae, had been captured by the orcs. Sir, Mir replied, North Castle wasn't conquered by the orcs. We abandoned it ourselves. Lord Nelson suggested it. Before the war, Lord Nelson said that this southern campaign by the orcs was different from previous ones. We didn't have enough troops to defend both castles. So Lord Nelson instructed us to abandon North Castle to prevent it from falling into orcish hands and having those powerful weapons, like the storm cannons and storm ballistae, fall into their possession. Mia explained further. Yes, he even called you foolish, saying that with so few troops there was no point in building a castle like North Castle. I defended you by explaining that Storm Territory is too small, and it's not suitable to have so many factories located outside the city walls. Therefore, we needed to build North Castle. He didn't agree. Wendy suddenly started gossiping, her expression suggesting she was trying to take credit for defending Achilles. However, Mia stopped the person who was about to spread false rumors about Pastor Nelson. Achilles listened and sighed with frustration. He hadn't expected that the orcs, who hadn't launched a major offensive against the kingdom of Alpha for over a century, would suddenly send their main force to attack due to the disaster. Moreover, it was an unexpected attack. When Achilles designed and built the fortress complex, he had assumed that any orcish incursion would occur next year, and even then, it would likely involve only 1 or 2 regiments. If Storm Territory managed to survive this orcish southern offensive, Achilles could significantly increase the population over the next 3 to 5 years, build West Fortress, and have time to connect all 3 fortresses into a single complex. At that point, the Storm Territory Fortress Complex would become a massive military stronghold. Even if the development of the territory threatened the orcs, they wouldn't be able to destroy Storm Territory. Is North Fortress currently occupied by the orcs? Achilles continued to ask. No, Mia replied. When we evacuated, Lord Nelson set up a defensive formation there. Several orcish squads entered, but none of them came out. Later, after several reconnaissance flights by the Eagle people over North Fortress, it seemed the orcs gave up on attacking it. Achilles was surprised for a moment, then relieved. He then turned to Jenkins and asked, Jenkins, what happened to the factories outside the fortress? Are the defensive weapons within the fortress sufficient? Sir, Jenkins said, rising to address him. I destroyed all the facilities outside the fortress, the storm cannon base, the brick factory, the adobe factory, and the salt fields by the sea. Please forgive me. Hearing that everything had been destroyed, Achilles felt a pang of regret mixed with relief. He then comforted Jenkins, saying, There's no need to apologize. You did well. Jenkins was relieved that his superior wasn't angry with him. He continued his report. The pig people and the pig-headed slaves have been taken back to Mine Island, where Martin's 10th squad is guarding them. The ships in the bay have also arrived at Mine Island. As for the defensive weapons within the fortress, the ballista and the siege crossbows are well prepared with enough arrows and stones. In addition to the 2 5th-tier magical crossbows obtained earlier by using the 6th-tier Minotaur, equipped with 35th-tier explosive arrows, and the 5 4th-tier magical crossbows equipped with 75 4th-tier arrows, Lord Archibald later sent another 6th-tier magical crossbow, equipped with 15 6th-tier explosive arrows, as a reward for participating in the Mist Valley incident. However, we have fought several tough battles, especially when this group of orcs first arrived. There were 5th and 6th level orcs attacking the city, so some of these magical crossbows' ammunition has been used up. A 6th-tier magical crossbow equipped with 15 6th-tier explosive arrows, that's equivalent to 4 levels of contribution. Is the kingdom rewarding this much? Achilles thought to himself, puzzled. He wasn't the main force in destroying the portal, so the reward shouldn't be this high. Just as Achilles was about to ask, he suddenly saw Nelson and Haley walk in. Little Achilles, sorry to interrupt your meeting, but we need to leave, Nelson said with a smile. Achilles was taken aback, then told Claire, Mia, and the others to go ahead, while Haley glanced at Mia and Wendy. Lord Nelson, there's no need to rush off. I just got back and I haven't had a chance to properly entertain you. Achilles didn't want Nelson to leave. Having a 9th-level cleric in Storm Territory would ensure that this orcish southern campaign could be safely navigated. It won't do any good for me to stay. If I intervene, I will only bring danger to Storm Territory. And you, with your 9th-level panda, are the same. There are also 9th-level sanctuaries among the orcs. If we both intervened, the orcs would realize it, and the battle here would immediately escalate to a 9th-level battlefield. Then 8th and 7th-level beings would come pouring in, and Storm Territory wouldn't be able to withstand it, Nelson explained. Achilles knew this was true, but couldn't he secretly help? However, you can let little Haley stay. She can still fight here, Nelson teased. The Tulip family is about to burn down. Are you going to help me deal with that? Haley said impatiently from the side. Nelson just smiled and shook his head. Then Haley turned to Achilles and asked, What's going on with those catapults of yours? I see some magical fluctuations that seem off. Transparency, dominance through knowledge and experience. Hearing that the Tulip family was also in turmoil, Jada needed to rush back to deal with it. Achilles sighed with relief. He didn't want Jada to be alone in the Storm Territory. Their relationship felt awkward. She had used him, but she had also granted him the Baron title. She was the one who saved him from hell. So Achilles didn't know how to handle their relationship. Plus, this woman was both dangerous and assertive, and he found it difficult to manage her. It would be best if she left quickly. However, when he heard that Jada was planning to use storm cannons, Achilles knew he couldn't let that happen. After all, Panda had already reached the 9th rank, and he wasn't afraid of her anymore. There's nothing wrong with it, Achilles said dismissively. It's just that the enchantment technology isn't very good. Maybe there are some problems. Nelson almost burst out laughing after hearing this. Jada glanced at him, then Nelson calmly left the temporary command center. Achilles saw everything. It seems that Jada and Nelson had a better relationship than he thought. No wonder Jada could assign Nelson to specifically look after him. After Nelson the priest left, Jada continued, "Don't worry, I won't take your technology for free. Just name your price." "Okay," Achilles said, "but we can talk about it after this orcish campaign is over." He couldn't give Jada the technology now. The storm cannon technology was too simple. Even if Jada agreed to a contract, there would be many ways for her to sell the technology to other families. So Achilles planned to wait until the storm cannons proved their worth in this orcish southern campaign, and then sell them to all the major nobles within the Alpha Kingdom. After all, it was a one-time deal, so he wanted to maximize his profits. Besides, with Panda at the 9th rank on his side, as long as his price wasn't outrageous, the royal family wouldn't be foolish enough to try to take advantage of him. Seeing Achilles' firm attitude, Jada understood his intentions and suggested, "Are you planning to sell it to all the major nobles in the kingdom? Then maybe we can cooperate. I can better assess the value of these catapults and maximize your profits. Please consider this and get back to me after the war ends. Also, here are the materials for the protective formation of the 4 kings. Consider it a thank you for saving me. However, I'm not a formation master. If you want to set up the formation, you can find a teacher to help you now." He then left the temporary command post. Achilles looked at the formation materials on the table and was somewhat surprised. This woman was so stingy when she traded with him for the 7th level magic net. But why is she being so generous now? Achilles quickly followed him out, not because he needed Pastor Nelson's help to set up the formation. He could do it himself, but because he felt obligated to see a person of Nelson's stature off. Next, Achilles thanked Pastor Nelson again, and after he had helped look after the territory, bid him farewell. As Pastor Nelson and Haley flew away from the east side of Storm territory, Haley couldn't help but ask, "Is this guy really only a 4th level formation master?" She knew that Achilles must be in desperate need of setting up the protective formation for the 4 kings, yet he hadn't offered to help, which proved that he could do it himself. "He knows quite a bit, doesn't he?" "Little Haley, you should work hard," Pastor Nelson said teasingly. This drew a great deal of displeasure from Haley. After Pastor Nelson and Haley left, Achilles quickly summoned everyone back for another meeting. He still didn't know the strength of the orcs outside. Although they had Pandra, a 9th level sanctuary, they were sure to defeat the orcs currently outside. But what Pastor Nelson said was true. It was best not to rely on Pandra if possible. Achilles planned to stabilize the situation in Storm territory first, and then take Pandra out for some extra credit missions to earn more merits. "Reporting, sir." This time, Clay was responsible for the report. A month ago, when the war just began, the orcs sent 2 large orcish units. We used the Storm territory cannons and Storm territory ballistae to decisively defeat those 2 units and drive them back. Then, 4 days ago, the orcs sent another 5 large units of troops. There are 3 level 6 creatures, a level 6 crocodilian, a level 6 glon man, and a level 6 wolf-headed man. Additionally, there are 6 level 5 creatures, 2 level 5 pig-headed men, 2 level 5 wolf-headed men, and 2 level 5 wolf-headed men, The main forces among these creatures are the crocodilians, wolf-headed men, pig-headed men, and lion men. They also have a half squad of eagle-kin nobles, who pose a significant threat from the air. We need to deploy many magical crossbows to monitor them. 5,000 orcs, with 3 level 6 creatures, are still within manageable limits. With those magical crossbows, we might not even need Panda to intervene secretly, Achilles thought to himself. After gathering more detailed information about the level 6 creatures, Achilles dismissed everyone to attend to their own tasks. Achilles then inspected the entire castle after the meeting ensuring that everyone in storm territory knew he had returned, which would help calm people's anxieties. Panda was assigned to a small courtyard within the Baron's estate. Since her promotion to level 9, Panda can now control her size at will and no longer experiences discomfort from shrinking for extended periods. Therefore, Panda will be residing in storm territory permanently. Achilles himself remained busy until late evening before finally returning to his comfortable bedroom in the Baron's estate. It feels good to be home. The desolate wilderness of hell is no place for anyone. Lying on the bed and enjoying the warmth of home, Achilles began using energy essences to upgrade his innate talent. Before leaving Hell, he had slain a level 6 demon, Jasper the Count, which allowed him to enhance one innate talent. After careful consideration, Achilles chose to reselect Enhanced Precognition. Although Panda's presence might mean that the precognitive ability would rarely be used, upgrading it to Silver Precognition would unlock a special effect, and Achilles was curious to see what that effect would be. He then added the energy essences to the Enhanced Precognition slot and opened his character panel. Innate Talent, Enhanced Precognition, Silver Precognition. Passively predict danger 6 times per day within a range of 10 kilometers with an effect lasting for 5 days. Also, you can sense hostility directed towards you from within a radius of 2 kilometers. Special Effect, Clairvoyance. Your senses are all enhanced to a supernatural level, allowing you to perceive the state of everything within a 100-meter radius during combat with exquisite detail, enabling you to anticipate your enemies and act accordingly. Energy Essences, 29,581. Next Awakening requires an increase in base level. Amazing! After reading the introduction to the special effect, Achilles' first thought was, isn't this just the observation hockey? The decisive battle for the city defenses. Achilles examines the special effect predicted by Bai Yin, clarity, and immediately attempts to enter that state. Achilles then felt that all his senses had entered a strange state. He could see the smallest cracks in the ceiling, hear the faint footsteps of the professional guards outside, smell the rotting wood and floral scents in the room, and even perceive them. It was as if he had awakened the Kenbun Shoku, observation haki, from One Piece, similar to the ability possessed by Kizaru in the anime. Achilles could now sense any subtle movement of the patrolling guards outside and even make accurate predictions. The 6 senses enhanced through extraordinary evolution should be sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and intuition. These 6 senses have undergone some kind of evolution, Achilles thought to himself, anticipating the enemy's moves and striking before they do. This could have an incredible effect in battle. After resting for half a night, Achilles began setting up the 4th-tier city defense formation, the Guardians of the Four Kings, within storm territory at midnight. This was because only during this time would the orcish Eagle King clan cease their surveillance of storm territory. It took him over 4 hours to complete the setup, due to the limited number of magic crystals and cores he had, and considering that the orcish southern campaign might last for several months, Achilles decided to use the Guardians of the Four Kings only to protect the magical crossbows and storm cannons, his most powerful weapons. Next, Achilles set up several invisible formations along the city walls and also concealed a 5th-tier magical crossbow. These would be deployed at the opportune moment during battle, potentially achieving unexpected results. After dawn, all the soldiers finished their breakfast and took their positions. The orcs typically launched an attack every morning. If they were successful, they would continue fighting until afternoon. If not, they would retreat early and launch another assault the next day. However, the orcs have been attacking for 4 consecutive days now. They are likely trying to assess storm territory's strength. They probably haven't brought much supplies, so they can't sustain this effort for long. Achilles estimates that within the next 2 or 3 days, the orcs will launch a full-scale assault. That's why Achilles was so eager to set up the defenses of the Four Kings last night. Because when the orcs launch their all-out attack, they will immediately target storm territory's siege weapons like the magical crossbows and storm cannons. Around 10:00 a.m., the large orcish force began slowly advancing towards storm territory. Mia and Wendy were stationed at the west gate as usual. Defending there is slightly easier because there are no city gates. Achilles himself was defending the south wall. Leading the assault on the south wall were 5 squads of pigmen, acting as cannon fodder to deplete Storm Territory's arrows, wooden shields, and stones. Following the pigmen were 2 squads of serpent folk heavy infantry. The serpent folk have natural scales for protection, and their tall stature, combined with their ability to climb walls, makes them the most effective troop type for attacking castles among the orcish forces. However, there are relatively few serpent folk who can become heavy infantry. Therefore, there aren't many serpent folk in the orcish army. Typically, only frontline legions have a squad of serpent folk heavy infantry. A 6th-level crocodilian, Luther, led 5 squads of crocodilians in the 3rd wave. Bringing up the rear were 6 wolf-headed Alexander, leading 5 squads of lion folk and 3 squads of pigmen as reserves. They are prepared to quickly breach Storm Territory once Luther achieves his objective. In addition, there were 3 squads of wolf-headed cavalry on the flanks. They are there to prevent the orcish forces from retreating and being pursued by Storm Territory's cavalry, and they can also charge into Storm Territory's cavalry, at any time. Several eagle-kin nobles were circling in the sky, some carrying 20-pound stones, while others wielded magical crossbows seized from humans. They are ready to attack Storm Territory's siege weapons at any moment. After witnessing the scene, Achilles knew that the orcs were about to launch a full-scale assault. He realized this would be a difficult battle. He immediately notified all reserve units to prepare for urban combat. Then, as 5 pikemen squads entered the range of the storm cannons, Achilles ordered half of the cannons to fire 20 gin stone projectiles. The massive stones rained down on the pikemen ranks, causing significant casualties almost instantly. The 2 serpent folk heavy infantry units following the pikemen attempted to avoid the bombardment by accelerating their climb towards the city walls as soon as the stones landed. Achilles then ordered the other half of the storm cannons to fire 100 gin stone projectiles. However, the effect was not ideal. The serpent folk were relatively fast and agile, so only about 10 of them were killed by that round of bombardment. Subsequently, Li Cha ordered the storm ballistae to fire. This time, it caused more than 20 casualties among the serpent folk. After suffering nearly 20% casualties, the serpent folk and pikemen all reached the base of the city walls. The pikemen then began using slings to attack the archers on the walls. The serpent folk quickly climbed towards the walls, their mission being to destroy the magical crossbows once they reached them. Meanwhile, the eagle people from above also started throwing stones and firing magical arrows, targeting both the storm cannons and the magical crossbows. Seeing this, Achilles immediately activated the 4 Kings defensive barrier, which instantly blocked all of the orcs' attacks. At the same time, it pushed back the first wave of serpent folk that had climbed onto the walls. Then, all the magical crossbows and ballistae on the walls seized the opportunity to attack the serpent folk, killing more than 60 of them in a single volley. Before the siege even officially began, half of the 2 serpent folk squads had already been eliminated. The 6th-level crocodilian warrior, Luther, who was watching from behind, roared in anger. Damn it, how is there a city defense formation? If he had known about the defensive formation, he wouldn't have deployed his troops in this way. He immediately shouted to his rear, "Alexander, full-scale assault!" Since the plan to destroy those magical weapons had failed, they would have to resort to a costly human wave tactic and forcibly attack Storm Territory. Subsequently, all the crocodilian humanoids, lion-bodied creatures, and pig-headed beings outside the southern city wall launched a full-scale assault on it. At this time, there were a total of 6 Tier 6 beastmen and 5 Tier 5 beastmen on the southern wall. Except for 1 Tier 5 wolf-headed man who was in charge of commanding the wolf-headed cavalry and did not directly participate in the city wall defense battle, all the remaining Tier 5 and Tier 6 beastmen began to move towards the city wall. Seeing this, Achilles immediately handed over the command of the city defenses to Clay and Parker. Then, he instructed Will, who was operating the Tier 6 magical crossbow, to keep an eye on one of the Tier 6 beastmen and make sure to hold him back for a while. The other 3, Tier 4 magical crossbows, combined with the storm ballista, began firing at full power against the Tier 4 and Tier 5 beastmen, as arrows, bolts, stones, and logs were constantly fired from the city wall towards the beastmen below. Achilles, holding his enchanted bow, seized an opportunity and shot and killed a Tier 5 pig-headed man who had just been affected by a Tier 4 explosive bolt. This immediately drew the attention of Alexander, the Tier 6 wolf-headed man. A marksman capable of killing Tier 5 creatures was too dangerous. Alexander immediately rode his demonic mount, a giant wolf, and charged towards Achilles. He then picked up a long spear and hurled it at Achilles from a distance of 100 meters. Achilles, using his clarity state, instantly recognized the trajectory of the spear and dodged the attack with a slight sidestep. This surprised Alexander greatly, because just moments before, Achilles had not been paying attention to him. He was busy shooting a Tier 4 crocodilian man. Immediately after dodging the spear attack, Achilles fired another arrow at Alexander's Tier 3 demonic wolf mount. There was no hesitation or delay in his actions, and his speed was so fast that even Alexander, a Tier 6 wolf-headed man, had no chance to maneuver his mount out of the way. The Tier 3 demonic wolf was instantly killed by Achilles' Tier 3 piercing arrow. This enraged Alexander, who immediately ordered the crocodilian man Luther to charge towards the city wall. Two Tier 6 beastmen charged towards the city wall from either side. Alexander, leading the way, leaped high in an attempt to reach the city wall, but he was struck down by a single sword blow from Achilles, who was in his clarity state. Luther, slightly lagging behind, was simultaneously targeted by one Tier 6 explosive arrow and 5 ordinary bolts, while Alexander and Achilles were engaged in combat. Boom! A loud explosion threw Luther to the ground. The 6th-level explosive arrows, though not directly hitting Luther, still created a shockwave that could overturn everything around. Luther quickly got up and, while the magic crossbow was being reloaded with another arrow, tried to rush forward. However, he was struck by an explosive arrow fired from a hidden 5th-level magic crossbow. At this moment, Luther was deeply shaken. He was lucky that the explosive arrow hadn't hit him directly. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have been severely injured. "Alexander, hurry up!" Luther, who had just stood up again, shouted at Alexander, the wolf-headed centaur. He no longer dared to charge forward alone, so Luther hoped that Alexander could quickly deal with the 4th-level archer. At the same time, he ordered all the 5th-level orcs to rush towards the city walls. One of the 5th-level lion men was blasted off the wall by Archibald and his companions. With someone like Archibald, a 3rd-level fire mage, present, even a 5th-level lion man couldn't afford to be careless. Another 5th-level lion man and a 5th-level pig-headed man were also held back outside the city walls by the magic catapults and numerous 3rd-level magic crossbows. Now, after paying a heavy price, almost all of the orcs had reached the foot of the city walls. This meant that more than half of Storm Territory's storm cannons were rendered useless. At this point, both sides were locked in a fierce battle with no clear advantage. The orcs were powerful, but Storm Territory's weapons and defenses held an advantage. Now, neither side could truly defeat the other. In the coming moments, both sides would try to find a way to break through and change the situation. However, the key to breaking through for both sides lay in the confrontation between Achilles and Alexander. The people of Storm Territory believed that Achilles would surely win. On the other hand, the orcs were confident that Alexander, with his 6th-level power, could certainly kill a human 4th-level warrior. But Achilles, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Alexander, had much to complain about. "Is this really just a 4th level?" he thought. "Not only is his speed incredible, and wolf-headed centaurs are naturally fast, so Alexander should be able to easily suppress him, but why can he always accurately predict my movements? And that insane defense, it's stronger than mine, even though I'm a 6th level. And he's a multi-system mage. During the battle, he constantly uses various magical attacks to disrupt me. What kind of monster is this?" Alexander was now increasingly unnerved by the fighting. Just as Alexander, the werewolf man, began to feel anxious, Achilles activated his Hell Apostle summoning ability. A large amount of hellish energy erupted from the ground. A 5th-tier demon, a 4th-tier pig-headed creature, and several 2nd and 3rd-tier orc undead suddenly emerged from this hellish energy. Alexander had never seen such tactics before and was immediately terrified. Before Alexander could react, the undead summoned by Achilles launched an attack. The most impactful of these on Alexander was the 5th-tier demon, Undead, transformed from Earl Jasper. Its infernal techniques were beyond Alexander's ability to counter. Seeing his opportunity, Achilles instantly used No Distance, dodging several times before finally finding a chance. He unleashed a flash of lightning that severed Alexander's wolf head. Phew! It's truly difficult to kill a 6th-tier creature in a direct confrontation. After killing Alexander, Achilles let out a sigh of relief. Fighting a 6th-tier orc head-on allowed Achilles to personally experience the power of a 6th-tier being, which was even stronger than he had imagined. Previously, in Hell, Achilles had only been able to easily kill 6th-tier demons through surprise attacks. This time, killing this 6th-tier werewolf required him to use almost all of his abilities. After defeating the 6th-tier werewolf, Achilles immediately turned his attention to the other orcs. He needed to end the battle quickly. Every minute that passed in this intense defensive battle could mean more soldiers would die. At this point, Achilles demonstrated the terrifying power of his innate magic. The Hell Apostles. Every time Achilles killed an orc undead would appear on the battlefield, helping him continue to slaughter the orcs. In this way, Achilles' army of undead grew like a snowball, becoming larger and larger. In just over 10 minutes, the number of undead had exceeded 30 and was still rapidly increasing. This tactic terrified the orcs, who completely disregarded their superiors' orders and began to flee in panic. At this moment, Achilles seemed even more terrifying than a demon to these orcs. The crocodilian Luther also broke out in a cold sweat. He no longer had time to worry about the army. He too was running west as fast as he could. This confused David, the 6th-tier lion man who was supervising the battle on the western side. However, before he could even voice his question, he saw dozens of undead charging towards them from the south. Demons from the underworld? Are there high-level shadow mages here? Retreat! 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 Without a second thought, the Sphinx Anubis of level 6 immediately ordered a full retreat. From the moment the Luther, a type of crocodile-like humanoid, started fleeing, it was clear that defeat was inevitable. The undead horde grew larger and larger, deterring the 3 wolf-headed cavalry units that had initially intended to provide support. They chose to flee instead, fearing the terrifying undead army. Seeing this, Achilles immediately ordered the night squads led by Clay and the cavalry units to pursue the orcs outside the city walls. Achilles himself led the undead horde westward, primarily targeting orcish mages. This would not only increase the size of the undead army, but also allow him to accumulate as many battle merits as possible. Furthermore, Achilles seized a 4th-level Luther and, under the protection of the undead horde, successfully enslaved it. He then released the Luther, keeping it in reserve for future use. After pursuing for 2 kilometers, Achilles' undead army encountered the remaining 2 6th-level orcish powerhouses who had stopped fleeing. They had gathered nearly 2 battalions of troops, formed a defensive line, and were prepared to repel the undead horde. Among them were also 5 wolf-headed cavalry units. Achilles realized that he could not continue the pursuit. His undead army only consisted of over 300 members, with only about 30 mages among them. The remaining 200 were simply expendable undead fodder, and their fate was uncertain for the next summoning. It would be impossible to break through such a large orcish force. However, Achilles did not retreat. Instead, he led the undead army in a standoff with the orcs, preventing the wolf-headed cavalry units from returning to reinforce the remaining orcish troops near the southern city wall. The cleanup operation led by Clay ended in the afternoon. Meanwhile, numerous orcish stragglers continued to bypass Achilles' undead horde and return to the orcish camp. Clay's pursuit was strictly limited to within Achilles' defensive perimeter. After waiting for a while, seeing that the orcs still showed no signs of retreating, Achilles considered engaging them in another battle. Just then, Archibald, who had appeared beside Achilles at some unknown time, spoke up. "Sir, perhaps we should retreat back to the castle. With your undead army here, the orcs won't dare attack." A large group of undead followed behind. During the retreat, no one wanted to be at the rear, as this could easily lead to chaos within the main force. Therefore, the relatively calm David, a 6th-level Sphinx, forcefully ordered the main force to maintain its formation and continue defending. "Ha! You're right. Then you should all return to the castle," Achilles said immediately. After all of Storm Territory's troops had retreated back to the castle, Achilles followed closely behind. Once inside, he sent the undead army back to the underworld. Seeing the undead army disappear, David and the crocodilian Luther finally breathed a sigh of relief. David glanced at the assembled orcish forces, which now numbered less than 3 battalions. This battle had cost them nearly 2 entire battalions. This enraged David, who angrily berated Luther. "Luther, you idiot! How could you abandon the main force and run away? Do you know how much damage your actions caused?" What could I have done? Didn't you see that Alexander is already dead and he's become their 5th-level undead creature? Luther retorted. If I hadn't run, I would have ended up as their 5th-level undead too. Then I wouldn't be able to save those soldiers. That human who appeared yesterday was so strange. He clearly only possessed the power of a 4th-level Grand Knight and a 4th-level Archmage, yet he killed Alexander head-on. Do you think I could have been his match? And didn't you find his necromantic magic terrifying? He can instantly turn slain enemies into undead to fight for him. You were scared enough to run away immediately, Luther replied defensively. After hearing this, David could only fume with resentment, but was unable to refute it. Finally, he said, "You should report this incident to the Legion commander yourself." David finished speaking and began organizing the retreat of the main force. They had no chance of conquering this small castle. It would be better to leave immediately, otherwise when night fell, that dark magic user could summon the undead army for a surprise attack, which would be troublesome. Back on the city walls, Achilles watched as the orcs retreated and then returned inside the city with a sense of relief. After inspecting the castle and declaring victory, Achilles comforted the wounded soldiers and mourned those who had fallen. It wasn't until evening that Achilles returned to the temporary command post. The post-battle statistics were now available, and seeing the casualty figures, Achilles couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. A total of 10 infantry squads, 2 archer squads, 1 magic crossbow squad, 1 cavalry squad, 1 personal guard unit, and 2 storm cannon squads participated in the battle, along with a knight detachment. Approximately 1,700 people were involved, but 163 were killed, including 11 professionals. Additionally, 47 sustained injuries requiring long-term care, and 226 were wounded. The casualty rate was almost 25%. Furthermore, over 500 auxiliary troops also participated in the fighting, resulting in 35 deaths, 10 disabled individuals, and 62 injured. Their casualty rate was around 20%. These casualties represented a significant loss for Storm territory. It was the first time such high losses had been incurred. Fortunately, this victory was glorious. The total rewards included 1 first-class merit, 3 second-class merits, 5 third-class merits, and 7 fourth-class merits. Achilles then issued a series of post-battle awards and measures to comfort the troops. In addition, all 5 auxiliary units that participated in the battle were officially converted into regular infantry squads, designated as the 12th through 16th Infantry Squads. After handling these matters, Achilles returned to the Baron's estate and used the energy essence he obtained from slaying the 6th-rank Wolfhead to upgrade his Dominance Contract. Dominance Contract. Silver Contract allows you to forcibly establish an unequal contract when the other party is unable to resist, and it can override any existing contract. You then gain complete control over the contracted individual. The contract's level can only be 1 higher than your own. Currently, it can bind up to 5 individuals, 4 over 5. Special effect, Soul Transfer, allows you to transfer a portion of your soul power and use the soul transfer technique to directly possess and take over the body of the enslaved individual. After possessing the contracted individual, you can exert half of your knight's strength. Once the soul transfer is withdrawn, the possessed individual will be rendered useless. Energy Essence, 43,583, requires increasing base level for next awakening. Soul Transfer. It allows me to unleash half of my knight's power. This is much stronger than ordinary 4th or 5th rank individuals. It would be quite useful for assassinations. This time, the Ascension Dominator contract not only gained a soul-binding effect, but also increased the number of participants by 1. After Achilles used his innate magic, Hellish Servants, to repel the Orcish army, he didn't allow the citizens and serfs of Storm territory to go back to work. It was only late May, and if the orcs hadn't achieved their strategic objectives, they would likely remain until after the autumn harvest, before retreating back to the Orcish plains. Because there were no defenses along the Cane River, the orcs could potentially invade Storm territory at any time. Therefore, the farmland that had already been partially cultivated had to be left unattended, essentially allowing the land to rest. However, this would undoubtedly create a significant food shortage for the territory next year. Moreover, after this full-scale Orcish invasion, the price of grain in the Kingdom of Alpha was likely beyond the control of even the royal family. The prices would inevitably skyrocket. Therefore, Achilles had to start finding ways to secure enough grain supplies now. Otherwise, he would face a massive financial burden next year. Furthermore, construction on West Keep was scheduled to begin next year, and after that, all three keeps would need to be connected. The territory would require a large number of laborers, making food the most pressing issue. After a few days of recovery following the battle, the skies above Storm Territory were constantly patrolled by Aarakocra nobles, monitoring everything within the city. This infuriated Achilles. He wished he could have Panda take pictures of them. When will I be able to create my own Griffon squadron, like the Lion's Guard? Without air superiority, we are at a significant disadvantage. There's absolutely no privacy. Flying professionals of level 8 were rare within the military and couldn't be used solely for reconnaissance purposes. Moreover, even level 8 professionals couldn't remain airborne indefinitely. Therefore, aerial reconnaissance for large armies typically relied on flying beasts. However, flying beasts are scarce, and their breeding and training are extremely difficult. As a result, organized squadrons of flying beasts were very rare within the Kingdom of Alpha. About 10 days later, aside from the constant surveillance by the Aarakocra nobles, the Orcish army did not launch another attack on Storm Territory. Achilles then dispatched Clay's squad of Beastmaster Knights to investigate the area near the Cane River under the cover of darkness. They discovered that all the fleeing orcs were stationed west of the Cane River. Is this a setup to trap me? Achilles thought after receiving information from the orcs. Later, to obtain more accurate intelligence, Achilles sent Panda with him at night to the vicinity of the orc camp. After marking the area, they hid in a nearby forest and waited. 2 days later, a crocodilian slave under Achilles' control delivered precise information. Currently, the orcs were launching a fierce assault on Grey Fortress. The orc commander had issued new orders. The orc forces stationed there only needed to hold back the Storm Territory Legion and prevent any disruption to the orcish supply lines. It seems that unless the orcs achieve victory at Grey Fortress, they won't be attacking Storm Territory anytime soon. Achilles analyzed based on the information he received. After obtaining the intelligence, Achilles returned to Storm Territory, entrusted the operational core of the Four Kings' defense to Archibald, and instructed Clay and his men to continue defending the castle. Then, he and Panda headed towards Grey Fortress. As they passed near the Trollbasha Wastes, Achilles deliberately stopped to investigate. He discovered that a large orcish unit was stationed there, but Dane was no longer present. That night, Achilles went to the cliffs behind the Trollbasha Wastes. "Sir," Lyle reported immediately upon seeing Achilles. "Dane and his men were taken away about half a month ago by a large orcish unit." Before he left, Dane sent a message saying they were assigned to attack Grey Fortress. Because Lyle was controlled by a slavery ring, after the Shadowfell incident, Achilles had arranged for him to be stationed near the Trollbasha Wastes, specifically tasked with relaying information gathered by Dane. However, a series of events disrupted Achilles' plans. Fortunately, Lyle was still there, and he knew that the Trollbasha Wastes were being used by the orcs as a supply depot. Furthermore, only a regular orcish unit was stationed there, commanded by a mere level 5 hyena. Therefore, Achilles used his remaining contract slot to enslave Lyle again. After removing his slavery ring, he instructed him to lure out that level 5 hyena, which Achilles then easily subdued. Finally, the enslaved minotaur continued to hide in the valley, concealed by the shackles he wore. The 5 Tier 5 gnolls were under the control of the Dominance contract. After controlling these 5 Tier 5 gnolls, Achilles thought that perhaps he could find an opportunity to retrieve some of the supplies from here and bring them back to Storm Territory. After planting a surprise in the Pighead Valley, Achilles immediately headed towards Grey Fortress. After traveling for a while through the barren mountains, Achilles stealthily entered the Grey Mountain Range under the cover of darkness. Near Grey Fortress, Eagle People began patrolling the skies. Achilles and Panda could only navigate through the forests of Grey Mountain. Upon reaching the outskirts of Grey Fortress, they found a suitable vantage point and used binoculars to observe the situation within the fortress. What they saw was shocking. At that moment, there were at least tens of thousands of orcish soldiers on the northern side of Grey Fortress, engaged in fierce fighting. Achilles observed the situation near Grey Fortress for several days, confirming that there were 3 entire legions of orcs present, each led by an 8th-tier Dragon Vein Minotaur, an 8th-tier Leopardhead, and an 8th-tier Leopardhead. Furthermore, there was even a squad of orcish ritual mages, led by a 7th-tier Dragon Vein Minotaur priest. On the defensive side within the fortress, Achilles only detected one 8th-tier Sky Knight and a single 7th-tier mage. The orcs launched continuous attacks on Grey Fortress from dawn until dusk every day. Countless orcs of various types charged madly towards the fortress, and the siege ladders were almost completely covering the walls. In addition to the constant waves of Tier 5 or higher orcish warriors scaling the walls, the eagle people in the sky also occasionally launched surprise attacks. This made the defenders of Grey Fortress extremely overwhelmed. Fortunately, the fortress continuously activated its 6th-tier defensive barrier, the War Wall, and possessed a large number of magical crossbows, which allowed Grey Fortress to withstand the onslaught of the orcish army. This gave Achilles some reassurance, as not only was Archibald a good friend inside Grey Fortress, but Grey Fortress was also extremely important to Storm territory. If Grey Fortress were to fall, even half a legion of the orcish army could be diverted to reinforce the orcs on the Cane River. Storm territory would definitely not be able to withstand such an attack. At that point, Panda would have to intervene, and the consequences would be unpredictable. It seems Fort Grey isn't going to be a problem for now. Let's go check out the southern part of the fort first. After observing the area north of the fortress for several days, Achilles took advantage of the darkness and circled around to the south side. However, he discovered that a half-sized orcish legion was stationed just 2 kilometers south of the fortress. Achilles immediately surmised that the fighting in the south had not yet ended. The orcs were either still attacking noble castles or capturing humans. This orcish force was likely deployed to prevent the fleeing nobles and serfs from the southern regions from entering Grey Fortress. Although this half-legion of orcs was only stationed there and hadn't attacked the southern side of Grey Fortress, it forced the fortress to divert a significant number of troops to monitor this large orcish army in the south. Achilles immediately instructed Panda to accompany him on a reconnaissance mission around several territories south of Grey Fortress. This confirmed Achilles' suspicions. Except for the castle of Leonard, all other baronial castles had already fallen. Leonard was a hereditary noble granted land by the royal family and possessed considerable power. He had reportedly accumulated enough military achievements to be promoted to a hereditary count, making him a recognized rising star among the nobility. Therefore, Leonard received significant support from the royal family, and his castle had even been expanded to a level suitable for a count. This is why a single baronial territory has managed to withstand the orcish onslaught for so long. As for the other baronial territories, although they have fallen, many noble private armies and serfs have fled into the wilderness. All the noble castles in this northern region have their own escape routes, a testament to centuries of experience fighting against the orcs. Therefore, besides one legion attacking Leonard's castle, the remaining orcs are scattered throughout the area, capturing humans. Achilles estimated that the orcs intended to capture enough humans and then regroup south of Grey Fortress for a full-scale assault on the fortress. After conquering Grey Fortress, the orcs would likely transport their loot and captured humans to the desolate mountain range. Approximately 2 legions of orcish forces are scattered throughout the 13 baronial territories surrounding Leonard's domain. This is unacceptable, Achilles thought to himself. If all these orcs gather together, Grey Fortress might not be able to withstand the attack. After some thought, Achilles came up with a way to deal with the orcish forces guarding the southern approaches to Grey Fortress. First, Achilles instructed Panda to eliminate any scattered eagle-kin nobles in the sky, effectively blinding the orcs. Panda was careful not to expose himself during this operation. Then, Achilles began searching for orcish squads that were capturing humans. Whenever he found a weaker orcish squad, Achilles used the Hell Apostle to summon his undead army. He would ambush these orcish squads, behead them, and store their heads in soul pouches. Achilles had initially thought the soul pouches would be useless, but at this moment they proved invaluable. By ambushing these orcish squads, Achilles not only strengthened his undead army and earned merit points, but also weakened the orcish forces south of Grey Fortress, effectively containing them. Without the threat of the large orcish army to the south, Grey Fortress would be less likely to fall quickly to an orcish assault. Over the next 10 days or so, Achilles ambushed a total of 4 orcish squads. He killed 1 level 5 Lionkin warrior, 3 level 4 pig-headed warriors, over 30 lower-level orcish operatives, and nearly 800 orcish soldiers. This brought Achilles' undead army to almost 1,000 strong, with nearly 50 undead operatives among them. Next, Achilles set his sights on Anthony Stark's fortress, the closest settlement to Grey Fortress. Only 1 company of orcish troops was stationed there. In the middle of the night, Achilles launched an attack on Stark's castle. After a fierce battle, most of the orcs were killed and added to Achilles' undead army, while only a few managed to escape. Inside Stark's fortress, Achilles rescued over 3,000 humans, including over 50 soldiers from Antony's guard, none of whom were operatives. He also found nearly 1,000 tons of food. This was Achilles' primary objective. Knowing that a food crisis would occur next year, Achilles planned to scavenge as much food as possible south of Grey Fortress. After all, he had taken it from the orcs. However, transporting all this food back proved to be a major challenge, as Achilles didn't have a storage ring large enough. Finally, Achilles had no choice but to find a few suitable locations within the Grey Mountains and hide the stolen food. Fortunately, he had his energy-efficient undead army to help with the transportation. The rescued humans were also brought to the Grey Mountains to prevent them from being captured by orcs. Whether they could be persuaded to join Storm territory later would depend on the circumstances. Having tasted success, Achilles spent over a month raiding all 5 baronial territories near the Grey Mountains. Including the orc patrols he encountered along the way, Achilles personally killed nearly half a legion of orcs. With the losses he sustained, Achilles now commanded an army of 3,000 undead. This was quite overwhelming for Panda, who had been following him. Without using its flying ability or aura of fire, it would be difficult to withstand such a large force of undead. Achilles also managed to scavenge over 6,000 tons of food from the 5 baronial territories, enough to feed approximately 20,000 people for a year. However, he also rescued nearly 20,000 slaves, who were now being cared for in the Grey Mountains. Otherwise, they would surely starve. This meant a significant amount of food was being consumed just to keep them alive. Achilles also found a warrior's breathing technique that could advance to level 5, along with the 5th level sword skill, Furious Lion Slash, and over 5,000 gold coins in Hickbaron City. From one of the rescued second-tier intermediate warriors, Achilles learned that the Hick family had been wiped out. The surviving members of the family were hunted down and killed by the orcs. Immediately after, Achilles recruited all 60 remaining soldiers from Hickbaron's territory, including a second-tier intermediate warrior named Joram and 2 first-level novice warriors. After revealing his identity, Achilles used contract scrolls to bind these 3 individuals to him. He then instructed Joram to lead the slaves and supplies from Hick's territory into the Grey Mountains. Achilles intended to bring all the soldiers and slaves from Hick's territory back to Storm territory because they were now essentially without owners. There would be no trouble taking them through Grey Fortress. Meanwhile, the orcs who had fled were gradually regrouping with the main orc army. They reported the encounter with Achilles' undead army to the higher-ups in the Orc Legion. The orc leadership was immediately alarmed and ordered all scattered orc units to gather together. Immediately, he reported this incident to the Doghead Ogre King clan's army that was besieging Frostmoon City, hoping that they would send a justice arbiter. Inside Brook Manor, located in the western part of Lord Fisher's territory, the 8th rank's Minotaur, Booker, frowned and said, "Yannick, you said that Lord Daniel would send mages to help us deal with that hidden mage." "I doubt it." Yannick, an 8th rank werewolf, shook his head. "The situation in Frostmoon City has reached a critical point. I heard that Lord Daniel himself is already involved in the fighting there. It shouldn't be long before a victor emerges." "Has the battle for the 9th rank realm already begun?" Booker exclaimed. "Yes," Yannick confirmed. "Then they certainly won't send reinforcements to us. However, I don't understand something. Weren't we heading south this time to seize supplies and slaves? We should have already gathered enough from the Frostmoon province, Lord Farrell's territory, the Drent province, and Marquis Clove's domain. Why is Lord Daniel insisting on starting a 9th rank war and attacking Frostmoon City?" Booker asked, puzzled. "I don't know the specifics," Yannick replied. "I only heard that it seems to be related to a deal between Emperor Achilles and the humans." "A deal between Emperor Achilles and the humans? Is it something about Maka Fortress?" Booker exclaimed. "Don't mention it. You should know about it," Yannick interrupted. Booker quickly fell silent, glancing around nervously. He then continued to ask, "So, what do we do now? If we don't deal with that hidden mage, we won't be able to attack Grey Fortress with these human slaves." "That's not something we need to worry about. When Lord Daniel issues his new orders, we'll know what to do," Yannick said. He indicated that their next steps were beyond their authority to discuss. He then turned his attention to the prisoners. How many human slaves have we captured so far? Almost 100,000, and there are probably more coming, Booker replied. That's about enough. Gather all the remaining troops from the surrounding areas. 3 days later, Daniel, the 9th-rank dragon Vane Doghead commander in Frostmoon City, sent a new order to the orcs stationed south of Grey Fortress. The order instructed Yannick and his forces to consolidate all their units, gather the supplies and slaves they had seized, and withdraw from Puss Fortress, ignoring Grey Fortress altogether. After receiving the order, Yannick, a wolf-headed warrior of rank 8, immediately relayed the latest instructions to a legion stationed outside Lord Fisher's city and to half a legion south of Grey Fortress. However, what Yannick didn't know was that at that very moment, the half-legion south of Grey Fortress was already engaged in battle with Achilles' undead army. Although the leopard-headed warrior of rank 7 responsible for that area had already learned about the presence of Achilles' necromantic forces causing trouble, he couldn't withdraw without orders. Therefore, he could only order the troops to stand ready and maintain a strong defense. Meanwhile, after defeating 5 orc warriors of rank 5, Achilles upgraded his innate talent, Ultimate Power, to the silver level, gaining a Blood Frenzy effect that allowed him to temporarily boost his strength. In Blood Frenzy mode, Achilles' power far exceeded that of an orc warrior of rank 6, although he couldn't maintain this state for long. At dawn, Achilles led his 3,000-strong undead army in a surprise attack on the orc camp. Under the cover of the undead assault, Penda seized the opportunity to strike and kill the leopard-headed warrior of rank 7 with a single blow. Achilles then immediately activated his Blood Frenzy ability. Gaining immense power, and subsequently killed several orc warriors of rank 6. The consecutive deaths of 3 high-ranking orc officers caused the already fearful orc army's morale to plummet, leading to their inevitable collapse. Afterward, Achilles pursued the fleeing orcs until evening. Following this battle, Achilles' undead army did not increase in size because he discovered that his current strength only allowed him to summon a maximum of 3,000 undead from the underworld. Therefore, Achilles decided to improve the quality of his existing undead forces, focusing on strengthening those 3,000 units. Now, approximately 300 of them are skilled professionals. Achilles then began cleaning up the battlefield and counting the orc corpses, only to discover that his undead pouch was almost full. At that moment, a small squad of cavalry emerged from Grey Fortress, led by a rank 7 Earth Knight. Seeing Achilles' massive undead army surrounding him, the soldiers were visibly tense, unsure whether this necromancer was friend or foe. Fortunately, someone in the squad recognized Achilles. Lord Achilles? Sergeant Locke, the captain of the 1st Cavalry Squadron of the 8th Battalion, recognized Achilles. "Oh, it's Sergeant Locke," Achilles replied with a smile. Locke immediately introduced Achilles to the Grand Knight of the 7th rank standing nearby. Once Achilles' identity was confirmed, the Grand Knight relaxed slightly, but still showed no intention of approaching Achilles and his undead army. "So, you are Baron Achilles. I am Captain Ebenar of the 3rd Battalion of the Northeastern Legion." Achilles sensed the other man's apprehension, so after confirming the orcish contributions, he ordered his undead army to return to the underworld. Then he approached and explained with a smile, "Captain Ebenar, you can rest assured. I returned from the underworld with the help of Pastor Nelson. Therefore, my dark magic has been reported to Pastor Nelson, and you can verify this with the kingdom." Seeing Achilles so readily recall his undead army, Ebenar's vigilance lessened somewhat. However, he still needed to confirm whether what Achilles said was true, so he immediately dispatched a 5th-rank silver warrior back to Grey Fortress. During this time, Achilles also explained the basic situation in the southern part of Grey Fortress to Ebenar. Upon learning that Achilles had completely defeated all the orcish forces near the Grey Mountains, Ebenar was astonished. This is the terrifying power of a dark magic user. No wonder the Dawn Church and the royal family required dark magic users to report their activities. Otherwise, they would be classified as heretical mages. Half an hour later, another squadron of cavalry emerged from Grey Fortress, led by Archibald and a 5th-rank mage. "Haha, Achilles, when did you escape from the underworld?" Archibald rushed forward and embraced Achilles upon recognizing him. He had been extremely worried about Achilles' situation in the underworld. "I've been out for a while," Achilles replied. While the two were chatting, the 5th rank's mage reported to Ebenar, who then confidently invited Achilles into Grey Fortress. The orcish contributions would be dealt with by others. Just then, Panda appeared from nowhere and jumped onto Achilles' shoulder. Ebenar and the others immediately recognized him as the black and white giant bear, although they were unaware that Panda had already ascended to the rank of 9th level Sainta. As Achilles entered Grey Fortress, he suddenly sensed that Puss, the 4th rank Grand Mage whose Eye of Domination he had enslaved, was also present in Grey Fortress. Are there still members of the Eye of God organization hiding within Fort Grey? Or do they have some kind of mission? The discovery of members of the Eye of God Guild organization within Grey Fortress by Leonard was definitely not a good sign. However, Achilles didn't immediately raise the alarm. Instead, he planned to find an opportunity to learn more about the situation from Puss before taking any action. Next, everyone led Achilles to the Archibald Manor. "What are we doing here?" Just as Achilles was somewhat puzzled, Archibald suddenly said, "Achilles, my younger brother, please go and meet Deputy Legion Commander Stark. After that, come to the 3rd building on the street in front of the manor. I'll have some food and drinks waiting for you." Achilles was taken aback upon hearing this, then looked at Archibald with a pitying expression. How unfortunate, he thought. His family has even been robbed. Then, Achilles followed Ebenar into what used to be the Archibald Manor. Archibald also entered, while the others went about their business. At that moment, 4 people were already seated in the manor's reception hall. Archibald quietly introduced each of them to Achilles. First was Deputy Legion Commander Stark, a Sky Knight of the 8th rank. Then there was Captain Martins of the Mage Squadron, a 7th rank mage. Next was Captain Ronan of the 4th Squad, a 7th rank Earth Warrior. And finally, Captain Sharp of the 5th Squad, also a 7th rank Earth Warrior. And finally, Captain Sharp of the 5th Squad, all a 7th rank Earth Knight. These were all senior officers from the Northeast Legion sent to reinforce Grey Fortress shortly after the war began. At that time, Grey Fortress consisted of 4 main squads, 2 reserve squads, and 2 mage squadrons. After exchanging brief greetings with these people, Achilles sat down, wondering why he had been invited to such a meeting. Then, Stark, who was seated in the main chair, spoke. "Everyone, let us first thank Baron Achilles for his assistance. Without his help, we might have already been caught in a pincer movement." "Commander Stark, you are too kind," Achilles replied politely. "I only made a few minor adjustments." "Baron Achilles, please don't be so modest. Your actions are worthy of recognition and can contribute to your combat record. Those who make outstanding contributions to the battle will receive additional commendations, which we are obligated to report accurately," said Mage Martins seriously. Upon hearing that he could earn combat credits, Achilles stopped being overly humble. Stark then began to discuss the main topic of the meeting. The decisive battle at Frostmoon City has begun, and a Tier 9 Holy Domain conflict has erupted there. Everyone was shocked. A Tier 9 Holy Domain battle? Were the orcs crazy? It's already July. Do they really intend to attack the capital? Achilles also started worrying about old Justin. If he had known Frostmoon City was so dangerous, he wouldn't have let him go. "The Legion has issued new orders," Stark announced. "If Frostmoon City falls, we are to abandon the fortress and break through south into the Grey Mountains for refuge. If Frostmoon City wins, I must defend the fortress at all costs. The city stands as long as we stand." Achilles immediately felt a sense of dread. He wouldn't be caught in another situation like the Hell Passage. However, he was now confident enough to refuse any suicidal orders. But before Achilles could voice his objections, someone rushed in to announce, "Sir, Lord Fisher has arrived." "Fisher? What's going on? Did he suffer a defeat?" Everyone was surprised. They all knew that the situation at Lord Fisher's city wasn't easy either. How could Lord Fisher, the commander, possibly have time to come to Grey Fortress? Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from outside. "Ha ha ha, Stark! Good news! Good news! The orcs in the south have retreated." Lord Fisher's voice came before he even appeared. "Leonard, what are you talking about? The orcs in the south retreated." "Explain yourself clearly," Stark said, standing up as Lord Fisher entered. "Stark, it's true. This morning, the orcs besieging my city of Fisher." Lord Fisher was about to explain everything to Stark when he suddenly noticed Achilles sitting to Stark's right. "Baron Achilles, you're here. I am truly grateful to you. Without your undead army, we would have." As Lord Fisher expressed his gratitude to Achilles, he also explained the reason for the orcish retreat. It turned out that with the decisive battle at Frostmoon City imminent, the orcs didn't have enough sacrificial mages to deal with the undead army, so they had already retreated with their loot towards Puss Fortress. Because Lord Fisher was an 8th-tier archmage, he discovered the orcish retreat and pursued them. He managed to capture a 5th-tier orc and, through some means, obtained accurate information. Lord Achilles, I am Leonard Fisher Narrant, representing the Fisher family. We are deeply grateful for your help. From now on, Storm Territory is a friend of the Fisher family, and I will personally report your achievements to His Majesty. Finally, Viscount Fisher expressed his gratitude to Achilles with the utmost courtesy befitting a nobleman. It's not surprising that Viscount Fisher was so formal in expressing his thanks, because if it weren't for Achilles' disruption of the orcish forces and the deterrent effect of the undead army, the 3 orcish legions south of Grey Fortress would have united after capturing humans, posing a fatal threat to the Fisher family, whether by besieging Fisher City or attacking Grey Fortress from the north. After hearing this, the officers of Stark and Grey Fortress also expressed their sincere gratitude to Achilles, as he had essentially saved Grey Fortress and them all. However, since the orcish forces in the north hadn't yet retreated, Stark didn't hold any celebratory feasts. After thanking Achilles, he still needed to report the situation to his superiors. Viscount Fisher wanted to invite Achilles to visit Fisher City, as Grey Fortress certainly wouldn't miss having one less person around. But Achilles declined Viscount Fisher's kind offer. He couldn't leave yet, as there were still unresolved matters regarding the Eye of God within Grey Fortress. Seeing this, Viscount Fisher didn't insist. He simply invited Achilles to visit Fisher City whenever he had time and said that if Storm Territory needed anything that Grey Fortress didn't have, he could find it in Fisher City. Achilles nodded in agreement. Viscount Fisher then left Grey Fortress and returned to his own territory. Achilles subsequently stayed at Archibald's villa. That evening, Achilles used energy essence to upgrade his final innate talent, Absolute Defense. Absolute Defense, Silver Tier, increases current physical defense, chi defense, and magical/mental defense by 5 times. Special effect, Black Armor, manifests a full set of armor, increasing existing defense by a factor of 2. Ultimate Power, Silver Tier, increases current physical strength, chi power, and magical/mental power by 5 times. Special effect, Blood Burning, allows you to temporarily burn your blood, enhancing all aspects of your physical attributes. Strength, explosive power, speed, and defense will be enhanced to varying degrees. Strength and explosive power are increased the most. However, after using blood burning, there is a recovery period during which it cannot be used again. Otherwise, it could lead to a drop in your cultivation level or even more serious life-threatening consequences, damaging your physical foundation. Energy Essence 132,530 requires increasing your base level to awaken next. After upgrading to Absolute Defense, Achilles' 5 innate talents were all maxed out, and he gained 5 powerful special effects: Transparency, No Distance, Black Armor, Soul Suppression, and Blood Burning. I wonder if my current strength is enough to compete with a Tier 7 opponent? Although Achilles' power had far surpassed Tier 6 thanks to these talent effects, there was a qualitative difference between Tier 6 and Tier 7. Therefore, Achilles knew that he needed to assess whether he could stand against a Tier 7 enemy. After staying at Grey Fortress for 2 days, Achilles left a coded message for Puss. 3 days later, he received a reply from Puss. The contents of the letter shocked Achilles. The Shadow Council had secretly deployed 1 Tier 7 mage, along with 6 Tier 4 or 5 mages, within Grey Fortress. Their mission was to ambush the Legion Mage squad when the orcs launched a 2-pronged attack on Grey Fortress, destroy the fortress's defensive magic array core, and sabotage the military communication magic array. This made Achilles think of the fall of Maka Fortress and Puss Fortress. Later that evening, after Archibald returned from his mission, Achilles immediately went to find him. Archibald, do you know how Maka Fortress and Puss Fortress fell? Why are you suddenly asking this? I just feel something is strange. Since the Northeastern Legion sent so many reinforcements to Grey Fortress at the beginning of the war, Maka Fortress and Puss Fortress should have received similar support, right? Plus, with their defensive magic arrays and magical weapons, they shouldn't have been breached so quickly. Achilles expressed his doubts. Archibald replied solemnly, Everyone knows that both fortresses fell during the Orcish siege, but no one escaped. Not a single person made it out. Moreover, there was no communication received from their military magic transmission arrays, so we don't know the details of how they fell. Achilles exclaimed, "Not a single person escaped? It's true. Maka Fortress lost its 2nd and 10th battalions, 2 reserve battalions, and 3 mage squads. Puss Fortress lost its 6th, 7th, and 9th battalions, 2 reserve battalions. Puss Fortress lost its 6th, 7th, and 9th battalions, 2 reserve battalions, and 2 mage squads. A total of 5 main battalions, 4 reserve battalions, and 5 mage squads were wiped out, with no one escaping," Archibald said heavily. This information was only known to those within the Northeastern Legion and the royal family. It wasn't included in any official reports because they feared it would demoralize the troops. So, the Northeastern Legion is, yes, now we are the only ones left in Grey Fortress, along with the 1st Battalion of Frostmourne City and 3 mage squads. The main force defending Frostmourne City is currently 2 frontline legions sent from the rear. Archibald sighed. The more Achilles listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. If no one had escaped from those 2 fortresses, it clearly meant that the orcs had been well prepared. Furthermore, there was no news regarding the military magic circle for teleportation, which meant something had gone wrong with the mage squad. Either the magic circle was destroyed or the mages were compromised. This was similar to the mission assigned by the Eye of God Guild within Grey Fortress. Attack the mage squad, destroy the defensive magic circles, and disable the teleportation circles. It seems we need to eliminate this Eye of God Guild team quickly. Achilles immediately decided to take out this Eye of God Guild mage squad before anything else could go wrong. The next day, Achilles brought Panda to the vicinity of the slave market on the west side of the fortress, where the members of the Eye of God Guild were hiding. After preparing Panda, Achilles used soul transfer. At that moment, within the courtyard where the Eye of God Guild members were located, a 7th-tier mage was acting like an old farmer, weaving bamboo baskets. Several other mages, ranging from 4th to 5th tier, were doing similar things, disguising themselves as impoverished civilians. Suddenly, Puss, who was preparing food in the kitchen, froze for a moment. Then, Achilles' soul power took over Puss's body. After soul transfer, Achilles felt around Puss's body and realized that this mage's physical form could only withstand a full power attack before collapsing. So, even with soul transfer, you need to choose the right vessel. Next, Achilles, in Puss's body, carried the prepared food into the courtyard. After placing the food down for everyone, he picked up one portion and brought it over to the 7th-tier mage. At that moment, the 7th-tier mage seemed to sense something and turned to look at Puss. In that instant, Achilles activated his blood frenzy and threw a punch directly at the 7th-tier mage who was standing close by. Boom! The 7th-tier mage was sent flying backward, severely injured. Meanwhile, Puss's body, which had been taken over by Achilles through soul transfer, began to collapse. That 7th-tier magic barrier is indeed difficult to break. Mages at the 7th tier magic field to break. Mages at the 7th tier develop a defensive magical field that can be activated at will, greatly enhancing their defense. Therefore, even with Achilles' close-range attack, he couldn't directly kill the 7th-tier mage. The severely injured 7th-tier mage stabilized himself and turned to run towards the western wall of the fortress. However, a massive figure blocked his path. Saint. Before he could react, Panda slapped him down with a resounding smack, killing him instantly. At that moment, Achilles, who had withdrawn from soul transfer, rushed in and used a blink to appear directly behind a 5th-tier mage, quickly subduing him. He then swiftly used the dominance contract to enslave him. The other 4 mages were dispatched by Panda with a single slap each. At this time, Martins, who was controlling the fortress's defensive magic circles, had sensed the commotion and was preparing to send someone to investigate. Suddenly, a message arrived through the military teleportation circle. It was a piece of beast hide. Military teleportation circles consume a significant amount of spatial stones and are generally only used in emergency situations. Therefore, Martins immediately picked it up to examine it. The province of Freelance has undergone a dramatic upheaval. The Eye of God Guild is in rebellion. 2 major fortresses have fallen, and orcs have breached the walls of the city of Freelance. 2/3 of the Northern Legion has been lost. All key fortifications must immediately conduct self-inspections to prevent any interference from the Eye of God Guild. After reading this, Martin's hands trembled involuntarily. How could it be the province of Freelance? Weren't things supposed to be stable there? And how was the Eye of God Guild getting involved in the orcish conflict? Everyone believed that the situation in Frostmoon Province was the most critical, and all attention was focused on the fighting in Frostmoon City. However, Freelance Province was suddenly overrun by orcs, sending shockwaves throughout the entire northern defense line. The Eye Society. The Eye Society. Martins muttered to himself, staring at the battle report in his hand. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Ebenar, take a squad and immediately head to the slave market west of the fortress. Hurry, there might be members of the Eye Society causing trouble there. At that moment, Martins, a 7th-tier mage, was unable to leave the fortress due to the ongoing battle with the orcs, so he could only dispatch Ebenar, a 7th-tier Earth Knight, to investigate it. Upon hearing the name Eye Society, Ebenar didn't hesitate and immediately set off. He was currently engaged in fierce fighting with the orcs, and if the Eye Society were causing trouble within the fortress, it would be a serious problem. As Ebenar rushed towards the western side of the fortress, Achilles had already instructed Panda to send the enslaved 5th-tier mage out through the west wall. Afterward, Achilles began to inventory the spoils of war. Each orc was carrying a storage ring, and the 7th-tier mage possessed a 3rd-tier magic ring with a 3-ring restoration spell that could replenish some mana. However, before Achilles had time to examine the contents of these rings, Ebenar arrived. Lord Achilles? Ebenar was surprised to see Achilles there. He then saw the bodies on the ground and asked in confusion, "What happened here? Just now, Martins mentioned that there might be members of the Eye Society here. Did Martins also suspect the involvement of the Eye Society? Did Martins also suspect the involvement of the Eye Society?" "That's right," Achilles said, pointing to the corpses. "These people are mages from the Eye Society, and this one was a 7th-tier mage." A 7th-tier mage. Ebenar was astonished. There was a 7th-tier mage hiding within Grey Fortress. If they were to cause trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ebenar then inquired about the details of the Eye Society. Achilles simply said that Panda had accidentally discovered them while investigating, and a battle broke out. After hearing this, Ebenar could only instruct his men to collect the bodies and wait for Stark, the deputy commander of the Legion, and others to finish their fighting before discussing the matter further. In the evening, after the orcish forces retreated, Stark and Martins, who were already aware of the Eye of God conspiracy, immediately convened an emergency meeting. "Gentlemen," Stark began, "we received urgent reports earlier today. The province of Freelance has fallen." "What? Freelance? The Northern Legion? What? What happened?" Everyone present, including Achilles, was shocked by this news. If Frostmoon City had been breached, they might not have been as surprised, as they were prepared for that possibility. But the fall of the province of Freelance was a complete shock. Martins then explained the specific situation in the province of Freelance. Several company commanders sighed. They had believed that their Northeastern Legion would suffer the most in this war, but it turned out that the Northern Legion's losses were even more severe, with nearly all of its elite forces decimated. Achilles was thinking about the Eye of God conspiracy. He couldn't believe that there were members of the Eye of God operating in the province of Freelance as well. Achilles was now certain that similar situations must be occurring at both Maka Fortress and Puss Fortress. "Lord Achilles," Stark asked, "did you obtain any useful information from the mages of the Eye of God?" Achilles shook his head. The 4th and 5th level mages he had enslaved only knew about their own missions. They were unaware of anything else. The Eye of God organization has strict rules prohibiting anyone from inquiring about its internal affairs, so Achilles was unable to obtain any further information. It's a pity that the dominance contract currently only allows for the enslavement of 5th-level mages. If he could enslave a 7th-level mage, perhaps he would learn something more. Achilles then asked, "Do we know what the kingdom plans to do next? What is the situation in Frostmoon City?" "The royal family has dispatched 4 central legions north," Stark replied. "All other nobles are also gathering their forces and heading north. As for Frostmoon City, it has received reinforcements. All the nobles from the southern part of Frostmoon Province have sent troops to support the city." This was good news. With the reinforcements, Frostmoon City's chances of holding out would be much higher. As long as Frostmoon City remained under control, the situation in Frostmoon Province could still be managed, and Grey Fortress would remain safe. Afterward, Stark instructed Martins to lead a team of mages to thoroughly search Grey Fortress during the night. They absolutely couldn't allow any enemies to be hiding within the fortress. Their luck wouldn't last forever. Following the Eye of God incident, a sense of unease permeated the entire fortress. Everyone was on high alert. This orcish campaign had been plagued by unexpected events, creating an atmosphere of constant suspicion. The senior officers in Stark's army were not fools. They knew that there must be traitors within the kingdom. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Eye of God to become involved in the war based solely on the orcish threat. After examining the rings of those Eye of God mages, Achilles made a significant discovery. The most valuable items were found in the ring belonging to a 7th-level mage. Inside the mage's 3rd-level restoration ring, Achilles discovered numerous enchanted weapons and magical equipment, along with a 5th-level enchantment technique. It was clear that this 7th-level mage was also an enchanter. Furthermore, the storage space within the magic ring was quite large, containing over 50 cubic meters. Achilles took out a 5th-level enchanted longbow from among these items for his own use and planned to return the rest to Storm territory for processing. In addition to the enchanted equipment, the mage's ring also contained numerous magical cores, magic crystals, and other materials. The amount of magical cores and crystals was enough to supply Storm territory for a considerable time. He also found various spells below the 5th level, including earth-based spells that Achilles needed. Finally, there were hundreds of thousands of gold coins, a substantial sum. In late August, the orcish offensive north of Grey Fortress gradually weakened, and good news continued to arrive from other regions. What was most important to the people of Grey Fortress was the victory in the Battle of Frostmoon City, where a royal Cato Paladin defeated Daniel, a 9th-level dragon Vane Knoll. Subsequently, the orcish forces began withdrawing from Lincoln Duchy and the province of Groningen in the far west. The orcish offensives in Crawford County, the province of Groningen in the far west. The orcish offensives in Crawford County, the province of Drent, and Lothar Duchy also noticeably weakened. Following this, the orcs withdrew one by one from the occupied provinces of Freelance, the earldom of Farrell, and Frostmoon Province. Due to the significant losses suffered by the kingdom, including heavy casualties among the Gryphon Legion, the complete destruction of 2 fortresses in the Northeast Army, and the loss of over half of the entire Legion, though the elite units remained, the final blow came with the near annihilation of the Northern Legion. Most of those who escaped were from reserve battalions, and even the Legion commander perished. As the orcs slowly retreated, the kingdom was unable to mount a counterattack. They could only watch as the orcs withdrew back into the Savage Mountains, taking their spoils with them. As the orcs outside Grey Fortress began their retreat, Achilles quickly returned to Storm territory, fearing that they might return to Storm territory before leaving to get even. Before leaving, Achilles entrusted Archibald with a task: to handle the food supplies and serfs in the Grey Mountains. He instructed Archibald that if he encountered any obstacles, he should send someone to inform him. On his way back to Storm's Landing, Achilles discovered that the orcish forces along the Cairn River were also preparing to retreat. He felt a sense of relief. It seemed they no longer intended to attack Storm's Landing. Achilles then found an opportunity to give new orders to several enslaved orcs, instructing them to remain in the Pig-Headed Valley. Next, Achilles located the previously enslaved 5th-tier mage from the Eye of God Guild within the Barren Mountains. The main reason for enslaving this mage was that he was a lightning magic user, and Achilles needed his knowledge of lightning magic techniques and spells. As for the mage himself, he likely felt useless. With the 7th-tier mages dead, there was no way he could return to the Eye of God Guild. Keeping him around would also pose some risks. The kingdom was probably about to launch a relentless pursuit of the Eye of God Guild. Therefore, after obtaining the lightning magic techniques and spells from the 1st ring to the 5th ring, Achilles sent this 5th-tier mage named Bales into the Grey Mountains. The Grey Mountains were now filled with refugees. Achilles instructed Bales to gather these refugees and transport them to the Cairn River. About 10 days later, the bulk of the orcish forces had retreated deep into the Barren Mountains. However, some orcish units that were not performing well in battle remained on the southern outskirts of the Barren Mountains. Among those left in the Pig-Headed Valley was a 6th-tier crocodilian named Luther who had fought against Achilles in Storm City. They sacrificed a 4th-tier crocodilian and used Soul Descent working with a 5th-tier Jackal and Dane to successfully kill Luther. Afterward, the 5th-tier Jackal and Dane to successfully kill Luther. Afterward, the 5th-tier Jackal eliminated the entire crocodilian unit, and the pig-headed valley once again came under Achilles' control. Next, Achilles arranged for Clay to lead a cavalry squadron in a staged robbery with the help of the 5th-tier Jackal. They intercepted the last batch of 2,000 serfs being transported to the orcish grasslands within the pig-headed valley and brought them back. What Achilles didn't expect was that while he was robbing the orcs in the barren mountains, someone was robbing him from behind. Clay reported that nobles in the southern Grey Mountains were not only refusing to pay the ransom for the serfs, but were also stealing his supplies. Achilles couldn't tolerate this and immediately assembled his troops for a campaign, determined to teach these shameless individuals a lesson. According to Archibald's information, the one who led the charge in stealing their food was Howard Renshaw, followed by Anthony and Hiram Stonebrook. Howard dared to instigate trouble because the Renshaw family was a branch of the Dalton family, backed by the power of the Dalton family. They must be confident that I wouldn't use my undead army against them, which is why they are so arrogant. Within the human nations under the jurisdiction of the Dawn Church, there were strict controls on certain dark magic spells during internal conflicts. Necromancy was a particularly restricted area. To use such magic, one had to apply for permission from the church, and the church almost never approved these requests. After all, everyone was a subject of the Artemis. How could they all be transformed into undead servants of the underworld? This time, Achilles brought along Archibald and his squad of demonic beast riders, as well as the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Infantry Battalions, a cavalry battalion, the 1st Archery Battalion, and most importantly, the Storm Cannon Crossbow Unit and 2 auxiliary units. The Storm Cannon Crossbow Unit and 2 auxiliary units. The Storm Cannon Crossbow Unit carried 5 field storm cannons and 5 storm ballistae, but this time, no magical concealment was used. This was an opportunity to demonstrate the power of the storm cannons. The Royal Army had suffered heavy losses, so their need for these weapons would undoubtedly be even greater. Furthermore, each member of the 1st Archery Battalion was equipped with a magic crossbow 1st or 2nd tier. With this kind of force, they could easily defeat them without even using the undead apostles. To prevent the orcs from launching a counterattack, Achilles specifically assigned Lyle to patrol along the Cane River. If Lyle were to die, the enslavement ring would detect it, and Achilles would immediately return to Storm territory with Panda. 10 days later, south of Grey Fortress, Archibald and Jerem, a 2nd-tier warrior who had joined Achilles' forces, met up with Achilles, along with 3,000 slaves and 1,000 tons of food. "What's the situation?" Achilles asked, directly upon seeing them. "Brother Achilles, I apologize for not being able to help you," Archibald said apologetically. "The Raindraw family has an 8th-tier Sky Warrior, likely sent by the Dalton family, so—" "An 8th tier? It's not your fault. I didn't expect these guys to be so shameless. They don't show up when fighting orcs, but they come quickly when it comes to grabbing loot." With an 8th-tier warrior present, Archibald was powerless to intervene. "Jerem, how much food did they steal in total?" Achilles turned to Jerem and asked. "My lord," reported Jerem, "besides what was consumed within the Grey Mountains, we had approximately 4,000 tons of food in total. Only about 1,000 tons remain here. The rest were seized by those 3 families. And they simply took the farmers back, claiming that those people and the food originally belonged to them. Furthermore, Neville Warner and Alistair Lancaster each paid a ransom of 50,000 gold coins to retrieve their own serfs." Jerem handed the gold coin vouchers to Achilles. "They also have things belonging to the orcs. Why don't they go take those back?" "It's hypocrisy," Achilles scoffed. He then instructed Archibald to transport the food and 3,000 serfs back to Grey Fortress, while he led the main army directly towards Howard City. 2 days later, Achilles arrived with his army outside Howard City. He discovered that there were no magical ballistae within Renshaw's castle, presumably destroyed during the Orcish War, and they hadn't had time to replace them yet. Therefore, Achilles immediately positioned the storm cannons 300 meters from the castle walls. Inside the city, Howard was somewhat anxious as he asked a middle-aged man, "Uncle Kalen, what should we do now? How did that Achilles gather so many troops?" "Kalen," said the calm Kalen, "you need to stay calm. Achilles' territory has only been developing for a little over 2 years. It's impossible for him to have an elite army. Those are likely just peasant levies. But they don't look like peasants, Renshaw replied worriedly. And they also have catapults and ballistae. Kalen, are you still a member of the Dalton family? Why are you so timid? What use are those things without magical assistance? Just defend your castle. They won't be able to break through. As for that 8th-tier black and white giant bear, I'll keep an eye on it for you, Kalen scolded Howard. After hearing this, Renshaw could only reluctantly prepare to face the enemy. He felt a sense of unease about the day. Meanwhile, outside the city, Achilles gave the order to attack once everything was in place. 5 massive stones, each weighing 100 jin, approximately 220 pounds, roared out towards Howard City. Boom! The stones crashed against the walls, creating a tremendous noise that stunned the soldiers and officers on the ramparts. Then, the storm cannons continued to hurl projectiles, not only damaging the walls but also blasting open the gates. Just as Achilles was preparing to launch an assault, Howard unexpectedly surrendered. This weapon completely baffled Achilles and Clay. They were so stunned that they surrendered even before the fight began. Achilles never expected that what was supposed to be a major battle would end so abruptly and anticlimactically. This situation left Achilles feeling somewhat conflicted, almost amused. And you still dare to try robbing me? However, since the other side had surrendered, Achilles couldn't continue the attack. He ordered the storm cannons to cease fire. In the distance, 2 griffons were circling in the sky. Andrew, have you ever seen a catapult like this? Viscount Fisher asked. No, I'm not interested in these things. Since Baron Achilles doesn't seem inclined to use necromantic magic, I'll be returning, Andrew said calmly before riding his griffon away. He was a 7th-level cleric stationed at Viscount Fisher's city, and he had come because he was worried that Achilles might use necromantic magic against Howard. Viscount Fisher had also come to mediate the conflict between the two sides. Now, seeing such an incredible weapon, he was deeply astonished. A catapult that doesn't require enchantments can launch stones weighing 100 jin and accurately strike a castle 300 meters away. If it were placed on a fortress wall, Viscount Fisher immediately realized the immense potential of this type of catapult. It would be an invaluable asset for defending against orcs along the northern frontier. He quickly returned to the castle, needing to report this matter to King Adam. This was beyond his authority to resolve. After Viscount Fisher left, Achilles smiled slightly. The royal family will probably send someone over soon. The first buyer of the storm cannon had to be the royal family, and it absolutely had to be the royal family. Achilles understood this perfectly well. Then, Achilles saw a group of people emerge from Renshaw's castle. Howard Buck, I have met Baron Achilles, the leader, Howard Buck, said with a formal demeanor. Baron Buck, you must know why I'm here, Achilles asked sternly. Yes, but this is all a misunderstanding. Yes, but this is all a misunderstanding. It was my subordinates who misinterpreted my intentions. Please forgive me, Baron Achilles, Howard Buck quickly explained. All right, there's not much point in talking about this now. Since you've chosen to surrender and cease hostilities, you must agree to my demands, Achilles said impatiently. With absolute power at his disposal, Achilles had no desire to waste words. Howard's expression changed slightly. He knew he was likely going to suffer a significant loss today. Please state your terms. Return 3,000 slaves and I won't ask for any ransom. In addition, I require 3,000 tons of grain and 30,000 gold coins as compensation, Achilles said calmly. That's impossible. I simply don't have that much right now, Howard refused angrily. Then you can go back. We'll continue fighting. Once I break through, I'll take whatever I want. If I lose out, it's my problem. And after that, I definitely won't bother you anymore. What do you say? Achilles taunted him. Howard's expression was a mix of emotions, but in the end, he could only grit his teeth and agree. He had started this conflict, and he would have to bear the consequences. Achilles demanded that Howard deliver the items to Grey Fortress within half a month. Howard agreed. Subsequently, Achilles also visited the territories of Anthony and Hiram. Barons Stark and Stonebrook were already aware of the events at Renshaw Castle. Therefore, Achilles didn't even set up his catapults. Instead, the opposing side readily agreed to all of Achilles' demands. Then, Achilles led his army back triumphantly. At this time, news of Achilles' storm cannons had already begun to spread within the aristocratic circles. These giant siege engines, capable of delivering precise strikes at long distances without any enchantments, were highly coveted by every nobleman, and they all began taking action. Meanwhile, in Tulipan City, located in the southeastern part of the kingdom. Young Master Achilles defeated Howard, a branch of the Dalton family, and news of his siege engines has already spread," reported Anna, the housekeeper. He's not just young Master Achilles anymore. He now possesses a 9th-rank holy beast, and his strength is even greater than mine," replied a woman. Anna smiled slightly and then continued. "Should we send someone over?" Haley shook her head. "No need. Since he used it in front of Viscount Fisher, it proves that he intends to sell it to the royal family first. Let's wait until the deal with the royal family is finalized, then we can decide what to do. Maybe we'll even have to buy from them at that point." "He's quite clever," I thought. "I was worried he would be foolish enough to try and make deals with all the powerful nobles." "Isn't that a bad thing? Shouldn't we sell to everyone to maximize profits?" Anna asked, puzzled. "Of course it is," Haley explained. "Even though he has a Tier 9 sacred beast, his foundation is too weak or even non-existent. Those powerful nobles are all ruthless. They would definitely band together to drive down the price. And since this weapon of war has already been revealed, we have no choice but to sell it. Selling it exclusively to the royal family is the only way to maximize profits." "I see," Anna said after a moment's thought, understanding the implications. "It's a shame that Xiao Liwei won't let you help," Anna sighed. Half a month later, the compensation from Howard and his associates finally arrived at Grey Fortress. Liwei immediately sent people to retrieve the food and slaves. With this influx of laborers, Storm Territory would not be short on manpower for some time. A few days later, as these slaves arrived in Storm Territory, representatives from the royal family finally appeared. To Liwei's surprise, the person who came was Kato, a Tier 9 Holy Knight. Having defeated a Tier 9 Dragon Vein Null during the Orcish campaign, Redmond had gained considerable prestige. "I have met your highness," Liwei said respectfully. Redmond had a good impression of Liwei, who had almost single-handedly changed the tide of battle in Frostmoon Province and even indirectly helped him win the defense of Frostmoon City. "No need for formalities. Let's go see those catapults." The two men walked together, discussing the Orcish War. Redmond praised Liwei several times for his contributions to Frostmoon Province, saying that the royal family was considering how to calculate his achievements in this campaign. Liwei also learned that the Alpha Kingdom had suffered significant losses during the Orcish War, especially the royal family. Over 600,000 people were captured by the orcs, including nearly 400,000 from the royal family's direct territories of Freelance Province and Frostmoon Province. The military also suffered heavy losses. 2 of the 4 main legions were decimated. 1 was crippled, and the rest were severely weakened. Among the most prominent nobles in the Northern Territories, Lord Crawford and Zane suffered the greatest losses, followed by the Duke of Lothar and the Earl of Zarek. The Duke of Lincoln experienced the smallest losses. On the southern wall of Storm Territory, Achilles demonstrated the power of the storm cannons to Lord Cato, firing various types of stone projectiles from both the large and giant storm cannons. Lord Cato was very satisfied with the demonstration, and they then returned to Achilles' manor to discuss the terms of the deal. Upon arriving at the manor, Lord Cato startled Panda, who was sleeping. Panda looked at Lord Cato cautiously. He sensed that this human was dangerous. "Indeed, your panda bear has ascended to the 9th level realm. It must have been after ascending in hell that it brought you and Angie back from there." Lord Cato sensed the aura of the 9th level emanating from Panda. "Yes, after Panda ascended to the 9th level in hell, he used a spatial rune given by Pastor Nelson to successfully return to the Noah continent," Achilles explained. "Pastor Nelson, so that's how it is. I wondered why he didn't go rescue Angie. It turns out he had prepared for it all along." Lord Cato realized. He was also surprised to learn that Pastor Nelson had connections with this Baron Achilles. It seemed likely that Baron Achilles' necromantic abilities were a natural talent acquired after obtaining some dark magical artifact in hell. Next, Lord Cato and Panda exchanged words which helped ease Panda's hostility. "Baron Achilles, since you have openly revealed your storm cannons, I assume you are here to make a deal. Let's talk about the price directly," Lord Cato said upon entering the reception room. "That's right, although originally it was intended for Angie to operate them. But then there was that incident with Howard. Achilles first invoked the name of the Tulip family, hoping it might make negotiations easier." Lord Cato smiled after hearing this. "Just tell me what you want. Since I came here myself, I won't resort to forcing a sale." Rest assured, he said. Seeing Lord Cato's response, Achilles asked, "Are you planning to help all the major nobles purchase these cannons, or only for the royal family?" Lord Cato was slightly surprised by this question. Interesting. Then let's buy them together. But I won't be helping the Tulip family, he said. Lord Cato immediately understood Achilles' meaning. He wanted the royal family to support Storm territory in acquiring the cannons, preventing other major nobles from ganging up on him. Upon hearing Cato's agreement, Achilles began to state his offer. 2 Tier 4 Fire Elemental Magical Artifacts. 1 each of Tier 4 Life, Earth, and Wind Elemental Magical Artifacts. 100 portions each of Tier 4 and Tier 5 Night Training Potions. Tier 5 Ice, Metal, and Life Elemental Meditation Techniques and Spells. A Tier 4 Concealment Array. A Tier 5 City Defense Array. 20 Tier 4 Magic Crystals and 10 Tier 5 Magic Crystals. 1 Tier 7 Magical Crossbow with 10 arrows. 100 Demonic Horses. After listening to Achilles' offer, Cato frowned, impressed by how capable this young man was. Although the items Achilles requested were numerous, they were all carefully chosen. Aside from the Tier 7 Magical Crossbow, none of the other items exceeded Tier 5. Moreover, this price included trading rights with 17 other powerful noble families. If the royal family negotiated well with those nobles, they could actually profit significantly. After some consideration, Cato rejected a few items. The royal family did not need any life elemental artifacts. They also didn't have enough Tier 4 and Tier 5 night training potions. The recent losses in the royal army were severe, and there was an urgent need to replenish the ranks of mid-level officers. They could only provide 50 demonic horses. The Tier 7 magical crossbow would be replaced with 2 Tier 6 magical crossbow, but they could include 5 Tier 7 explosive arrows. Achilles then negotiated a few more items, 1 Tier 5 lightning elemental magical artifact. "All right, let's go with that," Cato agreed. The two parties then signed a royal charter agreement. "Your Highness, please follow me." The construction site for the storm cannons is located within the castle to the north, Achilles invited. After confirming the retreat of the beast army, Achilles quickly resumed operations at various factories in the territory. The construction site for the storm cannons was then moved to the northern castle. The magical array that Nelson the priest had set up here had already disappeared when Achilles and his group arrived. As the group approached the base of the northern castle, Cato's gaze was fixed on the structure of the castle walls. He then flew up into the air for a closer inspection. "Young Achilles, did you design this castle yourself?" Before Cato ascended to the 9th rank, he had served in the military. Therefore, when he saw the design of the North Castle's walls, he felt that it was far more advanced than any existing fortress. "Yes, Your Highness," Achilles said, nodding. "Impressive. I want to buy this design too," Cato exclaimed. No need. You can almost replicate this design just by looking at it. I'll send you the construction blueprints later." Achilles quickly declined. Achilles was already thinking about how to distract Cato so he wouldn't ask for money. Hearing this, Cato found Achilles even more likable. Unfortunately, he didn't have any granddaughters. However, Cato's good mood vanished instantly when he saw the process of building the storm cannon. He felt like he was being tricked. "Is this how a storm cannon is built?" Achilles explained calmly. "Yes, Your Highness. It may seem simple now, but I experimented with dozens of different types of catapults before perfecting and optimizing the design to create this seemingly simple storm cannon." "Heh, really?" "Of course. And the most challenging aspect of the storm cannon isn't its construction or design, but how to use it. Your Highness should know that a catapult without magical assistance has limitations in terms of range, payload, and especially accuracy. If Your Highness doesn't believe me, there are newly built storm cannons over there. You can have someone test them out." Achilles continued explaining. Cato looked at Achilles and suspected he wasn't telling the whole truth. Otherwise, why would he so generously offer to give him the castle construction blueprints for free? However, considering that the price Achilles quoted wasn't unreasonable, Cato decided not to dwell on it. Later, both sides experimented with the correct way to use the storm cannon and discovered that issues like weight, lever length, and cutting angles were indeed very complex. Without this experimental data, the effectiveness of the storm cannon would be significantly reduced. Cato started to believe what Achilles had said. He planned to go back and give a good scolding to the mages and his family. They couldn't even come up with something so simple. He wondered what they were doing all day. As for the stormbed arbalest, Cato didn't think much of it. Although it was useful, the kingdom could already mass-produce magical giant crossbows. Next, everyone returned to storm territory, and Achilles hosted a banquet for Cato and his entourage. Hiss. Cough. What kind of wine is this? It's so strong. Achilles immediately started promoting storm wine. Since members of the royal family were already present, Achilles naturally wanted to promote and sell as many products as possible. After enjoying a satisfying meal, Achilles signed trade agreements with the royal family for both white liquor and brown sugar. After numerous deals were struck with Lei Feng and the royal family, Riedman and his group left storm territory. They took away one of each type of storm cannon, both standard and field versions, along with some construction workers and soldiers to operate them. The items traded to Lei Feng would be delivered to storm territory within 3 months. After seeing Riedman off, Lei Feng sent Clay to Grey Fortress. He was instructed to inform Lei Feng's people that the price for the catapults required a Tier 5 life magic meditation technique, spells from level 1 to level 5, and a Tier 4 magical artifact of the life element. Next, Lei Feng began awarding commendations to individuals and squads who had performed exceptionally well in the recent campaign. Currently, many soldiers within the territory have reached their peak levels. Parker estimated that there were over 30 elite soldiers and 8 apprentice knights who could attempt to advance to formal professions using the Huatzang potion and life essence. Furthermore, the 5 young flame horses, under Wendy's care, had grown in strength and now possessed the power of a Tier 1 magical beast, essentially reaching adulthood. Once the 50 magical beasts from the royal family arrived, Lei Feng planned to integrate Clay's, Roger's, Eric's, and Thomas's 4 knight squads into a single mounted unit. Although the number is still insufficient, 5 more knight squads will be added later. Training will begin immediately, and once enough magical beasts are acquired, they can be directly incorporated into the unit. Next were the archer units. Lei Feng planned to add 2 more squads led by Ron and Yuri. These soldiers, originally slaves, are now capable of leading a squad on their own. Finally, regarding the infantry, at least 20 of the over 30 elite soldiers would successfully advance. In addition to replacing losses from previous battles, the remaining soldiers will be assigned to the 5 new squads, squads 12 through 16, which are directly derived from auxiliary units. Furthermore, Lei Feng plans to purchase more ordinary warhorses and begin selecting soldiers with a natural aptitude for riding, expanding a cavalry unit to enhance the territory's mobile forces. Otherwise, as in the previous campaign, even if the orcs were defeated, the efficiency of pursuing them was too low. Following that, there was the batch of enchanted weapons obtained from the Tier 7 Mage of the Eye of God guilds during the last encounter. Achilles distributed all the spoils of war as rewards to the seemingly brave professional soldiers. The enchanting techniques were given to Archibald, who had become completely engrossed in learning enchanting since he started. He had completely abandoned his studies of alchemy. Additionally, Clay received a 3rd-tier Knight Advancement Potion. After taking a few Ogre Potions, Clay would be able to advance to the rank of 3rd-tier Knight. Furthermore, Achilles planned to focus on cultivating promising professionals within his territory, making all training potions readily available for exchange. Everyone had already accumulated quite a bit of merit in battle. Currently, the military construction of Storm territory was rapidly catching up to that of the Baron's domain. But there was only one mid-level professional, Mia, which created a serious imbalance. Therefore, it was crucial to cultivate more mid-level professionals and strive to bring the number of mid-level professionals in the territory up to an acceptable level before the next Orcus conflict. After dealing with military matters, Achilles began addressing the issue of the newly acquired serfs. With over 10,000 new serfs arriving at Storm territory, and it already being October, there was less than a month until snowfall. Therefore, relying solely on Jenkins would not be enough to handle the situation. Over the next half-month, Achilles and Jenkins selected several village locations on the Storm Territory Peninsula. They used previously stored red bricks to construct about 10 villages, accommodating over 4,000 serfs. Then, they instructed these new arrivals to quickly gather firewood before the snowfall. Otherwise, they would freeze to death. The remaining villages could only be built after spring arrived and the brick kilns resumed operation. Therefore, the remaining serfs were temporarily housed in North Castle. Regarding the factories, 2 factories already located within storm territory had begun production due to a white spirit and sugar trade agreement signed with the royal family. After handling all these matters, Achilles began studying earth-based magic and fire-based magic. He would personally use one of the 4th-tier magical artifacts obtained through the exchange with the royal family, one for fire magic and one for earth magic. Another fire-based artifact was prepared for Archibald. The wind-based artifact was intended for old Justin, who, as a child of the wind element, had already become a first-level formal mage. Achilles had already provided him with first- and second-level training potions and magical crystals, confident that old Justin's progress would be even faster. The Tulip family's life essence was prepared for Wendy. She is also a child of the life element, and with the help of the magic crystals provided by Achilles, she is about to advance to a 4th-tier mage. The 5th-tier thunder-based magical artifact will be used after Achilles himself advances to a 5th-tier mage. His plan is to acquire a talent spell for each attribute, along with the light-based divine art for dispelling curses, resulting in 10 spells across 10 attributes. After studying for over a month, Achilles successfully learned 2 4th-ring earth-based spells. 4th ring spell, Gravity Manipulation. This spell creates an area of intense gravity around the caster, slowing down enemies. 4th ring spell, Earth Spirit Guardian. This spell forms a thick elemental shield made of earth element energy around the caster, defending against enemy attacks. Once Achilles learns these 2 4th-ring earth spells, he can wait for the royal earth-based magical artifact to arrive and then create his own earth-based talent spell. Regarding fire-based magic, Achilles also plans to learn a 4th-ring spell called Solar Convergence. However, just then, Wendy rushed in to report that she had discovered a 4th-tier magical beast, the nest of Thunderhawks, on the northeastern end of Storm Territory Peninsula. Thunderhawks, those are good things, Achilles said. Thunderhawks are small flying magical beasts with a body length not exceeding half a meter. Although their combat power is not strong, their flight speed is very fast. Before teleportation magic arrays were developed, these creatures were commonly used by large factions for communication. So, Achilles immediately sought out Panda and asked it to help capture the Thunderhawks. Panda, still groggy from sleep, was instantly enraged by Achilles' request and slapped him away. Ouch! Achilles was sent flying. Get lost! Do you think I'm your pet? During the previous encounter with the orcs, Panda had already been very unhappy. Not only was it treated like a mount, being flown around constantly, but it also had to hide its true strength and assist in combat. This caused Panda to be on the verge of hormonal imbalance from frustration. If not for the fear of losing to the orcs and having to move, Panda would have already quit. Now, to have to personally go after a mere 4th-tier magical beast, there's no way Panda could tolerate it. Hearing the commotion, the soldiers rushed over, but they were dismissed by Wendy. If you don't want to go, just say so. What are you doing? Achilles rushed back, his face covered in dirt and grime. He spoke with a frustrated expression. Then, he left with Wendy. Since Panda wouldn't help, he would have to catch it himself. What were you and Mia doing over there? Achilles asked. We took Audrin to get promoted to Tier 3, Wendy explained. Achilles was surprised, then used his mental connection to sense Audrin's condition. He discovered that the little creature had indeed reached Tier 3, a speed that almost rivaled his own when he had special abilities. Could the Dragon Ball have such an effect? Why didn't you tell me? It's very dangerous to go off and get promoted like that. What if Audrin's aura from the Dragon Ball attracted a high-level monster? Achilles scolded. Oh, I thought you were meditating, so I didn't want to disturb you, Wendy said meekly, then buried her head in her chest. Achilles was instantly unable to scold her. Forget about it this time, but you must tell me next time. This time, I've arranged a Tier 4 concealment formation with the royal family, which will be useful for Audrin when he gets promoted to Tier 4 and Tier 5. Oh! Next, Achilles followed Wendy to the cliffs near the northeastern coast of Storm Territory Peninsula. Mia was using binoculars here, monitoring the distant cliffs. When she saw Achilles arrive, Mia quickly reported, Sir, there are 2 Thunderhawks, a male and a female, on those cliffs. They are likely incubating young, as the female Thunderhawk has never left the nest. Oh, they have chicks? That makes it easier to catch them, Achilles said. Achilles was surprised, then took out his own binoculars and looked in the direction Mia indicated. Sir, the male thunderhawk occasionally shows its head in a crack in the middle of the cliff, and the male thunderhawk just flew away not long ago, Mia added. So Achilles focused intently on the crack in the middle of the cliff. After a moment, he indeed saw the silhouette of the thunderhawk. Once he confirmed the location, Achilles began to act. You two wait here. I'll go up and catch the female thunderhawk and the chicks in the nest. Sir, please don't hurt them. I'll help you tame them after we bring them back, Wendy whispered. Don't worry. I want them alive. Achilles then went alone to the top of the cliff. The cliff was about 100 meters high, and the thunderhawk's nest was about 20 meters from the top. He then slowly climbed down. The movement on the cliff quickly alerted the female lightning falcon in its nest. After flying out of the nest, the female lightning falcon spotted Achilles above and immediately charged towards him, unleashing a series of lightning spells. Achilles quickly materialized his black armor and directly withstood these lightning attacks. When the lightning falcon was within 10 meters of him, Achilles began to cast the dark magic spell, Corpse Rot. As the lightning falcon tried to retreat, Achilles used teleport to appear beside it, grabbed it, and quickly enveloped it in corpse rot. During his descent, Achilles used teleport again to grab a rock on the cliff face with one hand. The lightning falcon struggled violently, trying to break free from Achilles' grasp, but as the corpse rot entered its body, its struggles gradually weakened until it finally fell unconscious. Achilles then carried the unconscious lightning falcon back to the top of the cliff. First, he used the domination contract to enslave it, then quickly gave the lightning falcon an antidote. Finally, he used a dispel curse spell to remove the corpse rot from its body. When Wendy arrived, Achilles handed her the lightning falcon for further treatment. After nearly an hour of Wendy's life magic healing, the female lightning falcon gradually recovered. Next, Achilles used magical shackles to restrain the female lightning falcon and then released the domination contract. Now, there is only one slot left in the domination contract, which Achilles needs to use to deal with the male lightning falcon. As evening approached, Achilles managed to capture the male lightning falcon. Achilles managed to capture the male lightning falcon using a similar method. He also found 3 newly hatched lightning falcon chicks in its nest. Achilles gave them all to Wendy, asking her to quickly tame them. Communication between his territory and Grey Fortress is currently too difficult. Furthermore, Achilles cannot always rely on Panda to contact his enslaved creatures. Back in his territory, Achilles continued to study earth magic spells. Then, around early December, a squadron of Griffon Knights suddenly arrived at Storm territory. Achilles quickly went out to greet them. He knew that these were people sent by the royal family to deliver something to him. I have met Baron Achilles. I am Viscount Ambrose of the royal family, and I am here on behalf of His Majesty to deliver items to you. The royal delegation this time included Viscount Ambrose Falconbridge, a knight of the earthly realm, rank 7. I have met Viscount Ambrose, Achilles replied with a noble greeting. He then invited Viscount Ambrose and the members of the royal guard into the Baron's manor. My lord Baron, these are the items you requested. Please check them carefully. The 6-tier magical crossbows and 50 magical beasts will be transported from Frostmoon City, but it may take some time. Viscount Ambrose took each of Achilles' belongings from his storage ring, one by one. Achilles examined them quickly and then stored them in his own magic ring. He then stood up and politely invited, "The items are all correct. Thank you very much, Viscount Ambrose, for personally delivering them. I have already prepared a banquet to entertain everyone." "Not yet," Viscount Ambrose said, stopping him. "There's one more thing I need to discuss with the Baron." "Oh?" "Please do," Achilles replied, somewhat puzzled, and sat down. "The performance of Lord Baron in this Orcish campaign has greatly pleased His Majesty. We have carefully calculated your contributions, and you have earned a total of 3 class merits and 2 4th-class merits. Additionally, rescuing 5 serfs and prisoners from the Baron's castle earns 5 4th-class merits. Rescuing Grey Fortress and preventing it from being attacked from both north and south earns 2 3rd-class merits. Indirectly saving the city of Fisher Sublord, which earns 3 4th-class merits. Disrupting the conspiracy of the Eye of God organization, which earns 2 3rd-class merits. In total, you have earned 8 3rd-class merits. Viscount Ambrose detailed Achilles' achievements in the campaign. Achilles was astonished. He had thought that he would only receive a few 3rd-class merits for his combat contributions, but he received more than 4. Just as Achilles was surprised, Viscount Ambrose suddenly asked, "I wonder how Lord Baron plans to use these merits. Will you continue to accumulate them towards a first-class merit, allowing you to transfer your territory to the south? Or are you planning to continue developing in the northern frontier and be promoted to sublord?" What do you mean? Achilles was confused. How he uses his merits seemed unrelated to the royal affairs. "There's nothing more," Viscount Ambrose explained, "but the storm cannons that Lord Baron contributed can also be recorded as achievements. So if Lord Baron intends to continue developing in the northern frontier, His Majesty could award you 2 additional third-class merits for your contribution of the storm cannons. In this way, we can elevate Lord Baron to the rank of Viscount." Upon hearing this, Achilles was taken aback. Adam wanted to promote him to the rank of Viscount right now. Achilles didn't react much to King Adam's intention to promote him to the rank of Baron. He knew that, being unrelated to the royal family, he wouldn't be given 2 third-class merits for nothing. So, he directly asked, "What do you need me to do?" Viscount Ambrose was very surprised by Achilles' reaction. If he remembered correctly, the Baron Achilles in front of him was 3 years younger than Countess Haley. "Actually, there's not much you need to do. His Majesty has 2 reasons for wanting to promote you to the rank of Baron. First, it's to boost the morale of the kingdom's army. This defeat has severely impacted the military spirit, and His Majesty wants to elevate a few nobles to encourage them. However, there are very few people who qualify this time, so His Majesty also considered you. The second reason is about Grey Fortress. Baron, you should know that the royal army suffered heavy losses in this battle. Therefore, the royal family plans to send 2 reserve battalions and a mage squad to Grey Fortress immediately, along with the original 8th Battalion, to defend it until the next Orcish war ends. No reinforcements will be sent during that time. If the main attack of the next Orcish war is still directed at the Kingdom of Alpha, then Grey Fortress will need your support." Viscount Renshaw explained, "Is that all? If I am promoted to Baron, my territory will certainly expand to the edge of the Savage Mountains west of the Cane River. However, I don't plan to build a castle or station troops on the western side of the Cane River right now. Will the royal family force me to do this under the pretext of responsibility for defending the land?" Achilles continued to ask. Achilles felt that supporting Grey Fortress was not a problem, as they now had storm cannons, which would enhance the fortress's strength. However, he was worried that the royal family might want him to block the Orcish army at the eastern end of the Savage Mountains, and he certainly wouldn't do that. Viscount Ambrose shook his head and then took out a map. "No, Baron, you only need to build a forward fortress in this location within 10 years. Everything east of this location will be your baronial territory." Achilles leaned closer and saw that the location indicated by Viscount Ambrose was precisely the intersection of the main road leading to the Goblin Valley. Building a forward fortress here would effectively block this main road. If the orcs try to move south, they'll be forced to take the main route west of Grey Fortress, which would significantly alleviate the pressure on Grey Fortress. However, Achilles rejected this proposal and pointed again at the location of the Pig-Headed Valley. The Three Forks area isn't suitable for a forward fortress. It wouldn't be defensible. This valley offers excellent defensive advantages. If we build a fortress here that extends 300 meters towards the main road, then this road will fall within range of our artillery, effectively blocking the Orcish horde from moving south. Viscount Ambrose looked at the Pig-Headed Valley, realizing it was already deep within the wild mountains, which would be even more advantageous for the kingdom. He immediately agreed to Achilles' plan. Seeing this, Achilles agreed to be promoted to Baron and assist in the defense of Grey Fortress. However, Achilles made one condition. He insisted on having absolute authority in matters related to the defense of Grey Fortress. After a moment of consideration, Viscount Ambrose also agreed. "Then congratulations, Lord Achilles, on your promotion to Baron. If you have no pressing business, you can join us on our Griffin flight to the capital. The king will be bestowing titles upon distinguished lords and officers during the Dawn Festival." The Dawn Festival. It was only a few weeks away. Traveling by Griffin would indeed require departing soon. However, Achilles certainly wouldn't go alone. After all, that place was essentially Prince Caleb's territory. The example of Dalton's 8th-tier Sky Warrior served as a clear reminder. Achilles felt more comfortable traveling with Panda. However, Panda was currently on strike, so Achilles needed to address the situation first. Therefore, he politely declined Viscount Ambrose's offer. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Viscount. I will travel to Changlin City with my magical beast." After hearing this, Viscount Ambrose immediately dismissed the other royal personnel. Then, he cautiously inquired, "Are you worried about Prince Caleb?" Viscount Ambrose quickly understood Achilles' concerns. The fact that Achilles had been reassigned was no longer a secret. Lord Viscount, is overthinking things. I simply have some matters to attend to in my territory, Achilles replied with a slight frown and a smile. After listening, the Marquis of Ambrose didn't dwell on the issue. Instead, he said softly, "Please don't misunderstand me. I am not supporting Prince Caleb, the eldest prince, but rather Prince Theron. His Royal Highness has always admired lords like you who are brave and skilled in battle. When you arrive in the capital, I can introduce you to him." Achilles chuckled inwardly upon hearing this. While he would be dealing with the eldest prince, he had no intention of getting involved in palace intrigue. The royal court was full of powerful figures, and the potential downsides of getting involved far outweighed any benefits. So, he politely declined. "I'm afraid I can't agree to that now, as I will need to follow Lady Haley's instructions at that time." The Marquis of Ambrose paused for a moment, then said dismissively, "It's all right. Prince Theron will likely invite the Tulip Countess as well. You can simply go together." Achilles readily agreed. After hosting the Marquis of Ambrose with a banquet, he bid farewell and left Storm territory. After seeing the Marquis of Ambrose off, Achilles immediately went to the Storm distillery and asked the workers to bring him some fresh milk. He then mixed it with the strongest liquor currently produced by the distillery and allowed it to ferment again. Next, he instructed the distillery workers to continue distilling the mixture once it had fermented, and to notify him as soon as they had distilled different strengths of the liquor. Achilles planned to create a simple distilled milk liquor to entice Panda and his striking workers back to work. He knew that the Mo characters from Azure Star loved milky drinks, so he thought that creating some high-proof distilled milk liquor might be enough to win them over. Then, Achilles returned to the Baron's mansion and prepared to use the Earth Elemental 4th grade magical artifact to create his own Earth Elemental talent spells. Achilles began refining the Earth Elemental 4th grade magical artifact, a stone heart, that had been sent by the royal family. When a tower of earth magic appeared in his mindscape, Achilles began inscribing all of his learned Earth Elemental spells onto the tower. He then felt the magical runes on the Earth Magic Tower begin to flow, constantly reorganizing and breaking down. Once they finally formed into a complete structure, Achilles opened his interface to view his new Earth Elemental talent spells. Talent spell, Earth Core Guardian, beginner level, 0/10. This skill creates a powerful Earth Core force field around the user, providing protection and allowing them to manipulate gravity in their surroundings. This can be used to slow down enemies' movements and attacks. The Earth-based magic tower that appeared in Achilles' Spirit Sea granted him an Earth-based talent, specifically a defensive spell, exactly what he needed. Furthermore, it unexpectedly also gave him the ability to control force fields, which was even better than he had anticipated. Achilles immediately used attribute points to directly raise this newly manifested Earth Core Guardian to level 4. Regarding the Fire Element artifact, Achilles planned to learn the Gathering Yang transformation technique before using it. He could also start planning his advancement to level 5. The 4th level Knight Training Potion formula sent by the royal family, the Shark Heart Potion, used the heart of a 4th level Shark-type magical beast as its main ingredient. This was easier for Achilles to obtain than the Ice Crystal Grass needed for 4th level magic potions. After all, Storm territory is located near the coast, and some Shark-type magical beasts travel in groups. As long as he could find their traces, he could devise a way to slowly hunt them down. Moreover, Achilles didn't need to search for them himself. After Audron advanced to level 3, it was already capable of commanding certain marine creatures. Having Audron search for the shark-type magical beasts would be much easier. So, Achilles immediately went to Storm Territory Bay and brought Wendy along with him. He assigned Wendy the task of searching for the shark-type magical beasts, with Audron responsible for the actual search, and Wendy in charge of recording the information. However, Achilles emphasized that Audron should not go out on its own. It should only report any findings to Wendy, who would then pass the information on to him when he returned from the capital. After 6 days, the distilled milk wine, which had been prepared with Archibald's accelerated fermentation potion, was finally produced by the distillery workers. Achilles tasted a bit of it, and the flavor seemed indescribable. So Achilles added some honey to it. It seems a little better now. He then brought 5 large vats of the highly distilled milk wine to Panda's residence. Panda brother. At this time, Panda was not asleep. Seeing Achilles suddenly appear, he grumbled telepathically. What are you doing here again? Didn't your last flight go far enough? No. The main reason is that I saw how hard you worked during the Orcish War, and I haven't properly thanked you for your help. So, recently I've been neglecting everything, working tirelessly to create a new type of wine, and I especially brought it for you, Brother Panda, to try, Achilles explained hurriedly. You haven't been this generous before. There must be something you want from me. But let me tell you, I need some rest right now. So put those sneaky ideas aside, Panda said bluntly through a mental message. Brother Panda is joking. Let's not talk about anything for now. Just drink, Achilles said with a smile. He quickly brought over a large cask of high-proof distilled milk wine and opened it, handing it to Panda. Shh! As the cask was opened, Panda couldn't resist sniffing deeply. The aroma of the strong liquor was mixed with a milky scent, and there was also a hint of honey. This immediately piqued Panda's interest. He immediately took the cask and began to drink. Gulp. Another one. Panda finished the first cask of high-proof distilled milk wine in just a few gulps and eagerly wanted another. Achilles was overjoyed. This is going well. He quickly brought over 2 more casks, opened them all, and handed them to Panda. Then, Panda drank all 5 casks of the high-proof distilled milk wine that Achilles had brought and seemed to want more. However, when he heard that this was only the first batch produced, he stopped. He then looked at Achilles through a mental message and said, "All right, kid, what is it this time?" As they say, you can't take advantage of someone without them expecting something in return. Panda was still a principled bear and wouldn't do anything dishonest. There's nothing major. I've just been promoted to the rank of Baron and need to travel to Changlin City, the capital, to attend an investiture ceremony. However, there are enemies of mine in Changlin City, and I'm worried about my safety, so I was hoping Brother Panda would accompany me. With you around, those troublesome spirits wouldn't dare cause any trouble, Achilles said flatteringly. It's just a small matter. You should have told me earlier. Why are you putting this burden on me? I've agreed, so leave those troublemakers to me, Panda said generously. Thank you, Brother Panda. We'll set off when the next batch of milk wine is ready in 5 days, Achilles said happily, finally managing to resolve the issue with the bear grandpa. Okay, sounds good. Panda was also pleased that Achilles understood and would ensure they had enough milk wine before setting out. 5 days later, after filling his realm space with over 100 barrels of milk wine, Panda set off with Achilles. Brother Panda, just how big is your realm space? What exactly do you have in there? Seeing Panda carrying so much wine but not taking anything else out, Achilles became increasingly curious about Panda's realm space. What are you doing? Don't pry into things like that, Panda said cautiously through a mental message. Seeing how guarded Panda was, Achilles reluctantly gave up on further inquiries. 8. On December 28th, Achilles finally saw the capital of the Alpha Kingdom, Changlin City. Changlin City is a very large city. It not only has an inner fortress palace and a vast outer city, but also extensive suburban areas beyond the city walls, including the population in the suburbs. The entire Changlin City likely has several 100,000 inhabitants, making it the most populous city in the Alpha Kingdom. However, it is not the largest city. The largest city is Lincoln Duke City in the northwest. Because Duke Lincoln not only faces the threat of orcs, but also constantly needs to be prepared for potential attacks from the Blackstone Duchy to the west, Lincoln Duke City is built on a massive scale and is the strongest military fortress in the Alpha Kingdom. From a distance, you can see the towering city walls of Changlin City. In the center of the city stands a mage tower several tens of meters high, as well as the Dawn Church. Changlin City has complete defensive facilities and is very sturdy, especially its magical equipment, which is extremely powerful. Throughout its history, Changlin City has never been conquered. 4 full central legions are permanently stationed there, along with a strong Royal Knight Order and Mage Guild. Therefore, Changlin City hasn't experienced war for over a century. Perhaps it was because Achilles possessed a 9th-tier sacred beast that, therefore, upon entering Changlin City, he was not only personally received by Count Hardin of the royal court, but was also accommodated in a luxurious villa reserved for hosting nobles. After Achilles and Panda entered Kanglan City, news quickly spread within the noble circles that they had been arranged to stay in a villa reserved for earls. Currently, only a few people within the royal family knew that Panda was a 9th-rank holy domain beast. Therefore, they felt that someone with Achilles' strength and status was simply not qualified to stay in an earl's villa. They considered him merely a viscount who had yet to be officially ennobled. Among those most displeased by this arrangement was Lord Ian of the Dalton family. Since the incident involving the destruction of the Hell Passage, where he was tricked by Haley, his family suffered heavy losses and his reputation within the Dalton family plummeted. Furthermore, Haley's fall into the Hell Passage resulted in a significant financial burden for the Dalton family. This had made his earlship somewhat precarious. Some factions were already subtly defying his orders. They even wanted to instigate a family meeting to strip him of his title. This only intensified Lord Ian's resentment towards Haley. Now, Haley's husband was receiving the same treatment as himself, an earl, which naturally caused him great displeasure. What exactly is the royal family up to? What exactly is the royal family up to? How could a viscount who hasn't been officially ennobled be placed in an earl's villa? Lord Ian asked his eldest son, Karen. Father, I haven't seen Earl Hardin. Other officials from the royal court said that Earl Hardin is currently occupied with a noble council meeting. I suspect this is intentional on the part of the royal family. They want to create conflict between the major noble families. They suffered heavy losses in the Orcish War, so they are likely hoping for some internal conflicts among us. Karen analyzed. Upon hearing that Earl Hardin had avoided him, Lord Ian understood the royal family's intentions. He then instructed, if that's the case, let them have what they want. I also intend to deal with the Tulip family. But father, what about the family? Karen expressed his concern. Don't worry, I will explain things to the family. Besides, only by quickly creating a conflict with the Tulip family will the royal family feel confident enough to sell us those storm cannons they obtained from that Achilles. Otherwise, the royal family would continue to delay things. But the Tulip family would continue to delay things. But the Tulip family definitely already has the storm cannon, and we can't afford to wait, Pierce explained. Karen was surprised to hear this. He hadn't realized there were so many underlying reasons for his father's actions. He had thought his father was simply blinded by hatred. I understand, father. I'll have the Jack family step in and stir things up. The Jack family is a long-established noble house with considerable power among the viscounts. They also have deep roots, and importantly, Karen's wife is from the Jack family. All right, go ahead and do that. Just get your father-in-law involved. Once the Tulip family gets involved, he'll back down, and then it will be up to us, Pierce instructed. At the same time, as Karen arranged for the Jack family to confront Achilles, both the Tulip Marquise's estate and the royal palace received news of the situation. Haley wasn't overly concerned with this matter. She had a lot on her plate. Since returning from Hell, she had been busy cleaning up internal affairs within the family. Even during the Orcish War, Haley was powerful, reclaiming much of the power that had previously been held by several of her uncles. Because Haley had the support of the family's 9th-rank ancestral saint, those uncles, though resentful, eventually relinquished some of their power. Therefore, she currently has many issues to address, such as the significant damage suffered by the royal family, which would inevitably lead to changes in certain interests. Haley needed to quickly determine what benefits the Tulip family could seize. As for Achilles' situation, with a 9th-rank panda present, nothing untoward would happen. Furthermore, she understood that this was intentional on the part of the royal family. They wouldn't allow things to get out of control. Within the palace, Lord Hardin reported, Your Majesty, the Dalton family has begun their actions. The Jack family has already gone to Lord Achilles' estate to cause trouble. Then we can negotiate with the Dalton family regarding the transaction for the storm cannon. That way, other families won't continue to wait idly. King Adam said calmly, Understood, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, at Achilles' estate, someone who had been planning to visit him was suddenly blocked by a group of menacing individuals at the door. Leading the group were 2 8th-rank Sky Warriors, followed by 3 7th-rank Warriors, 4 6th-rank Warriors. Hey kid, you're in the wrong place. Now either move to Baron von Hess's estate, or go grovel before your Marquis wife and beg her to take you in. The middle-aged man at the front spoke mockingly. Achilles was initially confused about what was happening. Who are you? Before Achilles could finish his question, another lineman spotted Panda, who was drinking milk. He then made a reckless comment. Hey, is that the legendary Panda? Why is it still drinking milk? Achilles couldn't say anything in response. He knew they were looking for trouble, and he couldn't stop them. Suddenly, Panda instantly reverted to its true form, radiating an aura of a ninth-rank sacred realm. Then, in the terrified gazes of those who had started the confrontation, it lashed out with its claws. Within minutes, these troublemakers were completely incapacitated. If Achilles hadn't intervened and stopped Panda, and if there hadn't been other ninth-rank auras present, Panda probably would have killed them all. That Panda is actually a ninth-rank Sacred Realm beast. No wonder the royal family assigned Viscount Achilles to Baron von Hesse's estate. What kind of luck did this kid have? Not only did he marry Lady Angeline the Marquise's daughter, but now he's even tamed a ninth-rank Sacred Realm beast. Yeah, it's unfair. After Panda attacked, the surrounding nobles began to murmur amongst themselves. Many of the prominent nobles also glanced at Earl Ian. Later, when a ninth-rank holy warrior from the royal family, Peaks, arrived, he managed to calm Panda down. However, that rascal Panda then took the opportunity to extort something, which likely ended up with Earl Ian. This made Earl Ian question his own life. Recently, whenever he interacted with Angeline, he never seemed to come out on top. Fortunately, shortly after, Viscount Ambrose from the royal family came over to discuss the matter of the storm cannon, which somewhat eased his frustration. The next 2 days were relatively peaceful. Achilles also completed a deal with Angeline regarding the storm cannon, obtaining life-based meditation techniques, spells, and a 4th-rank magical artifact related to the life element. On January 1st, year 6640 of the Dawn Era, Achilles, holding his noble crest, entered the Noble Council Hall. The Noble Council Hall has 4 floors and is 20 meters high. Many mages were involved in its construction. There are no visible seams between the stones, likely due to the use of a petrification spell. The interior decoration is also very luxurious, using many precious materials. After arriving at the Noble Council, Achilles participated in the ennoblement ceremony along with 5 barons and 2 viscounts, swearing allegiance to the Kingdom of Alpha. At this point, Lord Achilles' title of Baron was officially confirmed, and his lands were redemarcated and properly registered. After the investiture ceremony following the sea hunting expedition, Achilles also attended a dinner hosted by the royal family. He met many nobles there, especially those from the northern territories, who were mostly of middling rank. Their purpose in meeting Achilles was quite simple. They wanted to discuss the storm cannon. However, Achilles refused them all, citing his existing contract with the royal family. The storm cannon was easily replicable, and even without using data analysis techniques, it still posed a threat to the kingdom. Therefore, the royal family decided not to sell the storm cannon to any nobles until the orcs obtained it, in order to minimize the risk of leaks and maximize the time Alpha Kingdom had exclusive access to the technology. Achilles naturally agreed with this decision. The later the orcs acquired the storm cannon, the better it was for him, as it would give him more time to develop his territory. At the banquet, Achilles also met Prince Theron, who was indeed a handsome young man, though slightly less impressive than himself. However, Achilles didn't have much interaction with Prince Theron. They simply exchanged pleasantries. What struck Achilles as odd was that he hadn't seen the eldest prince since arriving in Tanglan City. Finally, he learned from Haley that she had intentionally triggered Bennett's timed bomb. The eldest prince, Caleb, was undergoing a strict internal investigation by the royal family, which is why he had been absent. However, Haley stated that it would likely be difficult to completely discredit the eldest prince this time. This was because he had planted spies within the Tulip family. Therefore, before Haley even took action, she already knew that Haley had returned from hell. She then decisively cut off all connections related to Bennett. Even his uncle, Fess, and the butler, Robert, disappeared simultaneously, their fates unknown. So, at most, this incident would cause significant losses for the eldest prince. After the royal investigation, he would likely be released. Achilles was impressed by the eldest prince's decisiveness. After the banquet ended, Achilles returned to his villa and rested for a night. The next morning, he left Tanglan City alone. Achilles didn't immediately return to Storm Territory. Instead, he went to Frostmoon City, ostensibly to deliver some items to Old Justin. Upon arriving in Frostmoon City, he was summoned by Archie Falconbridge, the commander of the Northeast Legion and a Sky Knight of the 8th rank. At only 32 years old, Archie had the potential to advance to the 9th rank, the Holy Realm. He is the grandson of Sir Cato, a renowned paladin. His achievements were already enough to warrant being granted the title of hereditary earl. However, this branch of the family has been crucial in commanding the royal army for 3 generations. so they have not been formally ennobled. Now, Archie's entire family holds the titles of royal princes within the kingdom, and they are powerful figures whose influence is independent of King Adam. Archie then explained his purpose. He hoped that Achilles would sell more Storm Territory wine through Old Justin's Merchant Guild. The current supply of Storm Territory wine allocated to the Northeast Legion was insufficient for the entire Legion's needs, so they had taken notice of Achilles. Furthermore, Archie emphasized that they would only purchase the wine at retail prices from this merchant guild, ensuring that Achilles wouldn't violate any trade agreements with the capital city. This surprised Achilles. He hadn't expected such a favorable opportunity. Without hesitation, Achilles agreed to the request. Archie then stated that Achilles' merchant guild no longer needed to be registered under Archibald's name. From now on, the Northeast Legion would provide protection for Achilles' merchant guild within Frostmoon City. Achilles immediately changed the name of the merchant guild to Storm Territory Guild and planned to send more personnel there in the future. The Storm Territory Guild and Frostmoon City could then serve as a transit point, increasing the export of goods from Storm Territory to the capital city. After reaching a verbal agreement with Archie, Achilles left Frostmoon City and returned directly to Storm Territory. "Brother Panda," Achilles said on his way back, "you might need to work hard after I leave." He had already given Panda a heads up about a potential mission, hunting down shark-like demons at sea. "Don't get greedy, kid," Panda replied telepathically, somewhat annoyed. "A single bottle of wine is only enough for one trip to Senglan City." "It's not just for myself this time," Achilles explained. "It's for both of us. I need to go out and hunt the shark demon beasts, then refine some potions to advance to level 5. If I don't advance quickly, I'll just be holding you back." Panda remained silent for a moment after hearing this. Finally, he reluctantly agreed. "My wonderful bear life is ruined by you," Panda grumbled. "I should have stayed away from the beginning and slowly recovered. Now I regret it so much." Achilles simply smiled awkwardly. After returning to Storm Territory, Achilles sought out Windy. "Have you found any traces of the shark demon beasts?" he asked. "Sir, we've spotted a group of lion-tailed sharks," Windy reported. "We don't know their exact strength or numbers, but they are currently active in the waters about 20 kilometers east of Storm Territory Peninsula." "Lion-tailed sharks? All right, let's go take a look." Lion-tailed sharks are level 3 shark demon beasts. Adult lion-tailed sharks are level 3 shark demon beasts. Adult lion-tailed sharks typically only have a level 3 power, which is not useful for Achilles to refine the shark heart potion. However, there are usually level 4 sharkings within a group of lion-tailed sharks, and that's what Achilles needs. The shark heart potion can only be made with the hearts of level 4 sharks. One level 4 shark heart can produce 5 doses of the potion. Based on the 20% effectiveness rate and the attribute points he has accumulated, Achilles will need approximately 60 to 70 doses of the Shark Heart Potion to break through to become a level 5 Silver Knight. To refine 60 to 70 doses of the Shark Heart Potion, he would need at least 100 potion ingredients, which means Achilles needs to hunt down about 20 level 4 Shark Demon beasts. Next, Achilles took Audrin with him and headed towards the area where the lion-tailed sharks were active. Achilles and Panda went out to hunt the lion-tailed sharks, while Audrin continued to search for traces of other shark demon beasts. Audrin is a level 3 demon beast, so its search efficiency is naturally much faster than that of ordinary marine creatures. As long as Achilles can maintain a mental connection with Audrin, he could know about Audrin's safety and be able to rescue him if necessary. Over the next half-month, Achilles managed to hunt down 20 level 4 shark demon beasts of various types. During that time, Audrin once ventured out 100 kilometers from the coast while searching and accidentally encountered a large Naga tribe that was migrating. There were many level 8 Nagas among them. Fortunately, Panda intervened in time to deter them, otherwise Audrin might have been in serious trouble. This also made Achilles realize that the ocean still posed some risks to him, especially in the deep sea areas where there were likely many 9th-level Nagas and other marine creatures. After completing the hunt of a 4th-tier shark demon beast, Achilles returned to Storm Bay with Audrin. First, Achilles set up a 4th-tier concealment formation called the Silent and Unseen Array on the west side of the bay, which he had obtained from the royal family. Normally, this formation provides some level of concealment without requiring significant magic power consumption, as it can draw energy from its surroundings. When Audrin needs to advance in rank, only 2 4th-tier magic crystals need to be added to the formation. Later, Achilles summoned Wendy and Archibald, teaching them how to use the 4th-tier, silent and unseen array. In the future, if Achilles is not present within his territory when Audrin needs to advance, these two would be responsible for activating the formation. After returning to his territory, Achilles discussed this year's spring planting with Jenkins. The population of Storm Territory has now reached nearly 40,000 people. This large population requires a significant amount of food, and relying solely on purchasing grain is unsustainable. While being near the sea prevents widespread starvation, having sufficient food supplies provides greater security. Therefore, Achilles plans to develop agriculture within his territory completely over the next 3 years. Jenkins, Achilles said, your task this year is to cultivate all the land around those 40 villages. Allocate half of the craftsmen from the storm cannon factory and the blacksmith shop to support agricultural construction. Also, increase the rewards for agricultural labor and give generous recognition to slaves who demonstrate exceptional performance in order to maximize their motivation. Understood, my lord. What about the castle construction? Jenkins asked. After considering this, Achilles instructed, use as many people as you can spare. The construction of West Castle can be postponed. Once there is sufficient labor available next year, we will begin its construction. For now, allocate all available manpower to building the Great Wall, connecting the 3 castles together. This is the priority and must be completed within 3 years. Next, Achilles confirmed some details with Jenkins and then left everything in his hands to manage. However, Achilles had arranged for Anthony, the former blacksmith who showed magical aptitude, to be Jenkins's assistant. Anthony is now a magic apprentice. Because he has been studying diligently every day, his cognitive abilities are already quite good. The only problem is that he lacks experience. Therefore, Achilles wants Anthony to learn about territory management from Jenkins. Since Anthony's magical talent isn't particularly outstanding, Achilles decided that he wouldn't need to pursue a career in magic. Instead, the time would be better spent learning how to manage the territory. Anthony readily agreed, as he had previously studied alchemy and enchanting with Archibald, but found he didn't have any aptitude for them. Learning about territory management is now the best option for him. In addition, the territory has grown by tens of thousands of people in the past year. Achilles discovered a young man named Gurgle who possesses both wind and fire elemental affinities. Gurgle isn't from a slave background. He is the son of Jerem, a second-tier intermediate warrior who sought refuge in the territory after his father, the Baron of Hek, was wiped out by orcs. Gurgle is only 18 years old and has already begun learning the warrior breathing technique. He was an elite soldier. However, during a magical aptitude test for all soldiers, his own magical abilities were unexpectedly discovered. Achilles plans to cultivate Gurgle carefully. At the same time, Jerem and his son Gurgle must strive to earn as many battle merits as possible. With their skills and Jerem's position as captain of the 17th Squadron, they can easily accumulate battle merits if they are willing to dedicate themselves to the territory. After the war, there are many escaped slaves and scattered orcs in the Grey Mountains and the Wildlands that need to be dealt with. Next, after arranging for the spring planting activities in the territory, Achilles began refining shark heart potions. 10 days later, 65 out of the 100 shark heart potions that Achilles intended to create were successfully completed. With the accumulated attribute points I currently have, this should be enough to advance to level 5. Afterward, Achilles began using the shark heart potions to cultivate his flame-breathing technique. Thanks to Wendy's life spring water for alleviating fatigue, Achilles was able to engage in 2 months of intense training. He continued practicing the flame breath technique until he reached a level where he could use attribute points to advance. He stopped there. In total, he used 58 shark heart potions, which was slightly less than he had anticipated. After resting for a day, Achilles used his attribute points to raise his knight rank to Silver Knight level 5. Achilles immediately opened his character panel to check the changes. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Flame Breath, Silver Knight level 5, 0/10 million. Extreme Slash, level 5, maximum, can add sword skills to increase the level cap. Attribute points: 0 unique talents, Super Precognition, Silver Precognition, 0/1 million. Effect: Clairvoyance. Your senses are all enhanced, allowing you to perceive everything within a 100-meter radius with incredible detail, enabling you to anticipate your enemies and act accordingly. Extreme speed, silver speed, 0-1 million. Effect, spatial shift, spatial teleportation ability. Currently, it allows for instantaneous travel of up to 10 meters. Dominion contract, silver contract, 0-1 million. Effect, soul transfer, allows you to transfer a portion of your soul power and directly possess the enslaved being through a soul transfer technique. After possessing the contracted individual, you can exert half of your own night-level strength. Upon withdrawing the soul transfer, the possessed individual will be rendered useless. Absolute defense, silver defense, 0-1 million. Effect, black armor, manifests a full set of armor, doubling your existing defense. Ultimate power, silver power, 0-1 million. Effect, blood burn, allows you to temporarily burn your blood, enhancing all aspects of your physical attributes. Strength, explosive power, speed, and defense will all be significantly increased. The most significant increases are in strength and explosive power. However, after using blood burn, there is a recovery period during which it cannot be used again. Otherwise, it can lead to a drop in level or even more serious life-threatening consequences, damaging your physical foundation. Energy Essence, 132,573. Click to randomly awaken. Basic level upgrade, enhanced panel functions, daily acquisition of 10,000 attribute points, automatic sword skill fusion. In the future, you can learn new combat skills and utilize the deduction feature to improve the upper limit of your sword skills.